Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks.
To start with our fireside chat. Warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 11th Annual Conference of Cloud Plus Data Center India 2025. We are very honored to have each one of you present here. Thank you so much. This makes it even more special. We begin our conference with a fireside chat. And ladies and gentlemen, we assure you it's going to be a very eventful day. May I request you all to kindly join me as I invite the esteemed panelist of the fireside chat onto the stage. May I request the moderator of the session, partner and telecom sector leader, PwC India, Mr. Vinesh Bava, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. May we also request our dignitaries for the fireside chat to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request Director Project Operations and Maintenance, RailTel Corporation of India, Shri Manoj Tandon, to kindly join us onto the stage. Good morning, sir, and very warm welcome to you. I now invite the Chief Executive Officer, Digital Connection, Mr. C.R. Srinivasan, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this eventful day has its own theme, and the theme is Powering Digital Frontiers, positioning India as a global nerve center for data. And our fireside chat will be talking about the digital infrastructure as economic enabler. We begin with the introductory remark, and to do the same, may I request Mr. Vinesh Bava to kindly share his thoughts.
Okay. I think we need 2 more mics, please. So good morning, everyone. By the time the mics come, we'll just start to the view of what we are going to talk about today. So good to see. I guess the room will fill in some time, but braving Delhi's pollution and traffic, good to see quite a few people here. So, it's interesting that the topic of the day that we're going to spend and casually discuss with the 2 esteemed panelists over here is around digital infrastructure as an economic enabler, right? So we have been, in the news these days, there is so much of talk around, whenever you open something around data centers, around fiber, around connectivity, around AI, around how the world is getting connected, 50 billion being spent by this company, 100 billion being spent by OpenAI. So there is, billions have become, like a common number now in terms of investments coming into the country for digital infrastructure. So that's the news that we are seeing on a daily basis. But what is actually happening on ground? I think this is what we need to just talk about more and understand more and think about it, because it's no longer a view that we will need more data, the terabits of data, the consumption is there, and that has to be used. I think we have gone beyond that. how is digital infrastructure helping the economy of the country? I think that's where the discussion is all about. Right? It is more about, we used to talk about digital inclusion. Now it is how do we make digital highways? How do we have every sector look at digital infrastructure as the underlying theme? So that's the interesting, terminologies and the interesting themes that we are hearing a lot. And as PwC, so I'm a partner with PwC on the telecom and data center sector. And we're going to a lot of these discussions around the world and all. Now, when the interesting part is when I go to some conferences or sessions in US and Europe, it's almost like India is taken as a sample. What is happening is India. How has digital infrastructure in India changed the dynamics of the country? They want to hear that story. So it's really interesting, and it's good that it's almost becoming like a role model for the world of how this is evolving, right? So I think that's the positive side. But as we grow, how is the economic impact that is happening with the digital infra is what we'll need to just drill down more into. So I'll just maybe start with a quick, I'd like the panelists to maybe just give a quick intro about themselves. I know you've heard about the companies, but maybe start with Manoj sir about himself and the company that they represent, and then we'll get into the detailed discussions. So, Manoj ji.
Thanks, Vinish, for opening the session. Thanks to Shashi ji and all sponsors of this organization, of this event. All distinguished guests and industry colleagues, good morning to you all. So my name is Manoj Tandon, and I'm Director of Projects, Operation and Maintenance, and I take care of whole life cycle of the telecom network as well as the data center infrastructure. When I'm saying life cycle means right from conception to retirement, including procurement, operation, maintenance, and running the operations and offering it to customers for services. We were born, RailTel was born to wire the Indian Railways, but now we are fueling the digital economies across the country for multiple government agencies who have trust on us. We are one of the most trusted ICT partner for central government agencies as well as state government agencies. We have network which runs across country. We have customers which are who's who of the government agencies as well as private sector also. And we are growing almost at the 35% CAGR for the last couple of years. We are the only telecom company on government side which is profitable. And we also have offerings on B2C model, which spans in many rural areas, which has almost 60% coverage, 60% of customers who are in the rural areas. So that's a snapshot of myself as well as company. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj ji. And I know RailTel is making a lot of noise. There is every other day there is some news around how RailTel has been successful, and we'll cover more of that in a while. But Srini, over to you. Maybe a quick intro about yourself and the company.
Yeah, thank you, Vinish. Srini, been in the industry for 30 plus years, CEO of Digital Connection. Digital Connection is a data center, company. We are also a network infrastructure company. We have, the ability to provide network services within a data center. We started about a couple of years ago. It's a new company. It's a joint venture between 3 investors, which is Digital Realty, which is a global leader in, data center, services globally. They have over 300 plus data centers globally in 5 plus continents. They are one of the investors. We also have Brookfield, as one of the investors, and we also have Reliance Jio as one of the investors. They've all invested equally into the entity, so thereby it's run by a board. I'm the CEO of the company. We built our first data center in Chennai, which is on the east coast of India. That's a 100 megawatt campus that we are planning for. We currently have about 20 megawatts of capacity that's ready. We are also building a new data center in Mumbai, which is in Metro Mumbai, which is in Chandivali. That's about a 40 megawatt data center that we are building. We eventually plan to expand to other parts of India as we see the demand. We are a fully AI native data center company. That's a plan. We've been building high density data centers that fit the AI workloads. We can go up to 150 kilowatts per rack. All of these facilities are liquid cooling enabled. All of the technologies that you'll talk about through the day we can support. These are modern data centers which have the capability to do what both the hyperscale customers and enterprise customers would need, and that's what we are essentially building in India.
It's interesting, you have three powerful companies backing, and this new brand name has come in the last couple of years and making a lot of market noise, so I'm sure this will be hugely successful. So Srini, maybe to you only. So, what we have seen is there is all these industry reports from IMF, from World Bank that, digital infra is almost on par with power and transport as the core index in terms of, how it's measured for the importance of the country and the economy. So from the data centers typically becoming just a utility play that you power it up and rent it out and that's about it. How is it impacting the economy in your view? And where do you see this going? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So, I think if you look at the data center activity that's happening in India, I think it's phenomenal activity that we are, seeing. That's largely because of a few things that's fundamentally changed in India, right? One is, India is generating, a lot of, power, right? That's a key ingredient, for data centers, right? Data centers are power hungry. This is a conversation that's being, had globally, in terms of how power hungry these data centers are. And yesterday I was reading a report saying that, some of the US facilities are not able to come online, because of the fact that there is not enough power, to supply to these data centers in many of the places. So power, I think India has made rapid strides. We now are a power surplus country, in some sense, and thereby that becomes a very, very, key ingredient for data centers, right? The second is, we also have the ability to provide network services which are at par globally, right? When I talk about digital foundation, the foundation on which all of this data thing that we talk about, right? I think about a few years ago we used to say data is a new oil, data is a new currency. Now data centers are the vault; they are the storage for all this new currency, right? And that's essentially what it has turned out into. The people are now investing a lot of money because all of the content that we access, if you see. Today, a mobile subscriber gets up to 30, 40 GB of content on his phone every month, right? Earlier, that used to be probably the content that, enterprise will consume in a day, right? Today, he's consuming it on his phone. At home, we consume about 600 to 700 MB of data, per month on the broadband networks, right? So essentially, all of this content has to come from somewhere. They're coming from data centers, right? And they are prime movers in the digital economy, if you say, because if you have data localization, if you have data activity, then the infrastructure, will grow, and thereby the economy is growing. So we have reports which say that if data center activity increases, that is directly connected with the GDP of the country. So today, India's, data center capacity is roughly less than 2 gigawatts of capacity. It's expected to grow to, 8, gigawatts in the next 3 to 4 years, right, or 5 years, right, depending on which report you read. And that's very evident because you see, big names announcing a gigawatt of capacity in India. You also have new companies like Digital Connection, which have come up, investing in data centers. I see the action every day in terms of what requirements we get. Earlier, we used to build a building, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. We used to build a building, and I was, involved in the first data center that got built in Ambattur in Chennai, when nobody wanted to come there, right? And that building was 5 megawatts, right? And that was about 90,000 square foot of space with 5 megawatts. That low density was what was being done in data centers in India. And today we're talking about 150 kilowatts per rack, and every data hall is 5 megawatts, or 10 megawatts. That's what we're seeing. So it's not a data center that's at that level. It's a data hall that's at that level of 10 megawatts, right? So essentially, this is creating a number of jobs, a number of activities that are related, consuming a lot of other infrastructure components which go. There's a lot of economic activity when you build a data center. It's like you bring in a lot of service. I think there is 10 to 50x per tile of space that gets spent because you need to buy the GPUs, you need to stack them up, you need to get them connected to the network. So millions of jobs get created as you build, these data centers, and they become the digital foundation, for the country. I think this is phenomenal growth. I think the country is at the early stage, Vanish, in my, opinion, it's probably we are seeing the early stage of the growth curve. And I think it's going to accelerate in the next 3 to 4 years.
Totally agree on the early stage part, I think. But interestingly, you mentioned about the data centers, the type they are built. But and I visited your data center in Chennai. When you go there, if I rewind 3-4 years ago, visiting a data center is like a building, and sort of dark and AC, and then you have racks, etc. But now it's fully modernized. There's so much of technology, right from the entrance to everything, the cooling and everything. There's so much of tech being used. It looks like a fancy, almost like a a 5-star type of feeling you get. But that's the way it's evolving, right? So absolutely, and the economic part, totally agree. I think the number of jobs the data centers and digital infra is creating for the country is just phenomenal. So Manojji, moving to you, I think, see, RailTel network touches areas that even mobile networks don't, right? I mean, you have fiber going everywhere in certain areas, remote areas of the country. So how is that impacting? What are you seeing the economic activities and inclusion in those parts of the country where, remote areas that RailTel is going to? And in general, the economic activity around this space is, you wanted to get your views on that.
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, that our network goes deeper into the rural areas and semi-urban areas by the virtue of sitting across the railway track, which passes through areas where almost 65% of Indian population lives within 10 kilometers of vicinity of railway track, and hence our network. So we have seen that, in fact, interestingly, we have seen that the per connection data usage in rural areas is way, way high as compared to city usage. It's a very interesting thing where, and I'm not talking about in average, 60% of our customers are in the rural areas. They are consuming much more as compared to the urban areas, possibly because people have mobile unlimited data plans, people have multiple connections also. But that's interesting insight. And we have seen the power of connectivity, we have seen the power of internet in those areas. Incidentally, we have a very collaborative model with the local cable operators, and we have 11,000 plus local cable operators who are partnered with us to extend our super fast broadband network in those homes, broadband homes. We are available in 18,000 villages on our own without any government subsidy. And it's all sustainable model, commercial model, collaborative model with the local cable operators. We have seen the kind of engagement, the kind of traction which internet brings. Incidentally, we have also seen there's a lot of stories on our public Wi-Fi, which is in the remote part of the country as well, where people have leveraged it for the livelihood, people have leveraged it for the competitive exams clearing, and people have leveraged for so many other things which are not reported in media. We have also seen our public Wi-Fi network coming to the rescue of some of the major train disasters where there was hardly any mobile coverage. And the rescue operation, you know that it cannot start or it cannot be monitored without any telecom connectivity today. So those areas, we have seen that the kind of traction which is building up in case of the online jobs, in case of the digital inclusion, because today's digital inclusion cannot happen without the connectivity in those remote areas and all. You know the subsidy, direct subsidy success story of the Government of India. We have seen the internet being consumed by a remote part in terms of the clinic connectivity of railways, because we have also connected almost 700 plus hospitals and clinics across country through our HIMS platform. We have also seen the kind of traction which a customer is having on internet as compared to the so-called 3G and 4G in those areas. So I think the summary is that the connectivity does not bring only the telecom piece to their life. It brings completely a different life altogether. It brings content to them. It brings a lot of opportunities to them. It brings a lot of possibilities to them. So in a way, the deeper and deeper penetration of the connectivity as well as the citizen services, they all are poised to change the life of the many people. They have already changed, and we are continuously marching ahead on that path. Thank you.
No, interesting, and I think the if I give real examples of this, so we were looking at some remote villages in the country to do some CSR activities around innovation and entrepreneurship, etc. Near the railway station, there were these villages, and when we went there, the accessibility of fiber was coming from likes of Railtel. I mean, there are other companies also, but Railwire gives the connectivity and everything. So people don't realize the importance of actually the local village entrepreneurs coming and using the facilities for e-health, e-education, etc. But that's being powered by somebody like Railtel type of companies, right? So that's the linkage in terms of inclusion and economic growth that we are absolutely seeing. The other thing, and then I'll move to you, Srini. We have seen this. Almost the data center world, we talk about connectivity, cloud computing, right? All of it is converging now, right? It's almost like in earlier days, we used to have large power plants, and then it became solar and smaller plants coming up. Now data center world and this whole digital infra world is becoming like from centralized to decentralized. We are moving from requirements of edge locations, etc. So there is this trend which is moving towards like more towards from centralized to distributed, catering to the specific needs, etc. And I know as a company, you cater to hyperscalers, you support to enterprises. So where are you seeing the convergence of the two, or are they really different? And how is that impacting from an economic standpoint as well? Love to hear, because there are two different segments that you support, right?
Yeah. So I think if you look at it from a data center infrastructure standpoint, modern data centers have to cater to a common base, that's artificial intelligence, right? AI infrastructure is what you need to cater to, right? And AI infrastructure means that you're generating a lot more heat. You're like processing a lot more data, and you want to do that as fast as you can. And thereby, the horizontal requirements of both enterprise and hyperscalers are very similar, right? Just that the scale differs. Enterprise may not do what a hyperscale does, and there may be specific requirements when it comes to an hyperscaler, because if you were to look at data centers that are designed for hyperscalers vis-a-vis data centers that need to cater to enterprise as well, the differences are minor in the sense that power densities are becoming higher and higher with both enterprise and hyperscale customers. Air-cooled infrastructure, which means that I'm actually using CPU workloads vis-a-vis liquid-cooled. I think people are making that gradual transition from air-cooled infrastructure to liquid-cooled. So we will have probably floors that are dedicated to hyperscalers that do fully liquid-cooled, in which case you need to do some modifications to the infrastructure, because you may not then need the raised flooring. You just have the hard concrete, and then you leave the liquid on the top. It depends on the design. If you ask me, does every hyperscaler does that? No, not really, right? Some are like slowly progressing from a 10 kilowatt per rack to 40, 50 kilowatt per rack, and they're okay with some air-cooled infrastructure and some liquid-cooled infrastructure. But the fact is that these chips are generating a lot more heat, and thereby that needs to be taken out, and that's a common factor between both enterprise and hyperscalers. Right? When it comes to enterprise infrastructure, they need a lot more handholding, a lot more support, a lot more services, a lot more connectivity. So that's another stack that we are building in terms of being bringing our capability to sort of help them with network connectivity, services, and stuff like that. So we build an ecosystem of partners who can work with them to help them bring their infrastructure up. And India is getting a lot of GCCs as well. There are 1,800 GCs in India. And when you're not familiar with the Indian market and Indian service providers, then data centers become the common point where they start a conversation, and then you help them with the rest of the ecosystem that you need to build. So both of them need different infrastructure services, but enterprises, many of them have their own infrastructure and capability in India, but some of them who don't have a need a lot more hand holding. That's the difference that I see, but the scale is probably very similar in terms of what they need in terms of the capabilities, but hyperscale customers do buy a lot more infrastructure.
So I think the approach is different. The kind of need that they have is there, but how do you approach them is a bit different. And accordingly, you need to support. So companies like yourself have to sort of cater for both the demands. Manoj, 60,000 kilometers of fiber in the country, right? Approximately, and it can be a bit up and more. and we are seeing announcements around AI parks coming up, smart cities, smart stations throughout the country, right? So how is that, you're almost like, I call it a nerve center that is running for the fiber in the country. And all these, areas of smart cities, AI parks, etc. coming. So how is RailTel supporting these demands and, the growth that is happening for all these AI parks, etc.? So how is that convergence going on?
I think we are already moving towards the ecosystem where the connectivity, compute, and content are going to merge, are going to have fusion for new set of opportunities for youngsters, for the people who are not well educated, for the people who are not so privileged. And our fiber network, as I mentioned, is running across the country. Data centers, we have 2 data centers, one in Secunderabad, another in Gurgaon. We are coming up with 3rd data centers in Noida. We have also tied up with private players, at least three data centers, where we are going to have 100 racks each, and they are in different tectonic plates. We are also coming up with 100 plus edge data centers, which will be again spanning across the country along the track. So the story of the ICT infrastructure transformation is already building up, and we are clearly seeing the interest, we are clearly seeing the enthusiasm in the enterprises sectors, especially on the government agencies who woken up post-COVID in terms of the digitization of their space, their assets, as well as their workflows. And I mean, you can see that we have clocked almost 80% up on the top line of data center business alone in the last 2 years. And again, I think we are going to clock 70-80% up against this year. So the data centers and the associated services are increasing at very, very fast pace. On the AI side, we are doing experimentation with a few of the private players, both on the security side as well as on the application side. And we are also working on the railway signaling side by collaborating with a private player. So some of the announcements will shortly come in terms of what additional capabilities we have built on the AI side. On the digital public infrastructure, we are also trying to expand our horizon to the South Africa side. And there's a lot of traction building up in those countries in terms of they need Aadhaar kind of application. They need UPI kind of applications. That's an interesting story because as Vanish mentioned that on the many international forums, India's story is being talked about in terms of digital enablers for the new digital economy. So a lot of tractions are going on at this moment of time when I'm speaking to. And I hope that we'll be able to increase our footprints, our volumes in this space. Thank you.
Interesting, and in fact, it's good to hear that you're taking this to different countries outside of India as well. This whole learnings from here, and that's what I keep on repeating. I keep on hearing the India story more global now than ever, right? So, in fact, in one of the conferences, we did give example of RailTel. The whole, I think, 100 edge data centers all that you're building. That I haven't heard that story from any other PSUs ever. So it's like a fantastic story that a PSU coming up talking about 100 odd edge data centers to support the needs of specific enterprises and plants throughout the country. So it's actually a brilliant use case. So great work over there. So other part that we talk a lot about and we're hearing a lot about is private equity investments coming up in the country. It's actually a very capital intensive business, right? Building a data center needs a lot of money, a lot of capital, and a lot of private equities are putting in the checks here that, okay, 5 billion, 10 billion, etc. So that's coming up. That is not a problem at all from the country. But are we just creating capacity, or is it actually creating some kind of competitiveness, some kind of value creation also when these data centers are being created? I think that's a question to think about. Or is it more just, okay, I put some dollars and I create more capacity from X megawatt we go to X plus Y megawatt? Is that about it, or is some value creation also happening? I think that's something that maybe Srini, you support hyperscaler business a lot. It's very capital intensive. So what is it in terms of helping them in terms of being sustainable, or in terms of getting value out of the capital that you do when you are thinking about growth for a hyperscaler?
So if you look at it, network, and as you have rightly aligned, network and data centers are closely interlinked, when you build data centers. So when you actually have PE dollars flowing into data center infrastructure, there is a pull-through effect that you see, right? I was just reviewing the number of cable systems that have come into India in the last 4-5 years. I think it's significantly higher than what we've seen in the past, right? And the number of cable systems that have been announced into India, right? And earlier we used to have only 3 ports, which are like typically cable landing stations. Now you have a new one in Vizag, which is in itself a big thing. I think India lived with Mumbai, Chennai, and Cochin for a long, long time, and CMEV3 and Flag and a few cable systems and I2I. And then the frenzy of activity that you see because of investment into data center infrastructure is significant, right? The whole activity around AI and the amount of conversation that people are having, being able to compete at par with international players, right? You can get the latest of chips into India, you can get the latest of infrastructure in India, you can get the right network services, a low latency network. So it's not just capacity addition. I think this is fuel for digital growth and digital infrastructure growth and activity. So if you have the right data center, you have the the infrastructure that you can build on. And typically what you tend to do is you build this infrastructure and then subsequently you look for what are the use cases. So I think the country is moving to what are the business applications, what are the use cases. There's going to be a lot more meaningful ability to create startups in the country, create business ecosystems that work within a data center because they can talk to each other effectively. Low latency networks between data centers will enable that. I think a lot of this activity is just not about capacity addition. Right. The amount of pull-through business, the pull-through activity that you see is probably multiple times higher than the investment that go into data centers.
Absolutely. In fact, related to that, we have seen RailTel, one of the very few successful PSUs in terms of profitability, in terms of market share, etc. So, Manojji, on the PPP, the partnerships, public-private, how is that model going to evolve in your view in this whole data center world? How can it be replicated to fiber, to smart cities, etc.? Because you've almost become a successful company doing that much. So, your views around the PPP model in this space?
I think we are commercially sustainable, as I mentioned earlier, plus socially impactful. That's equally important. The kind of trust which you have to create on the customers, especially on the government side, and all of you know that there's a lot traction going on in terms of the localization of data in India. So coming to the first question which you were trying to see and speak to the other participant is that the capacity crunch is already being felt. We have a funnel which is equal to almost what we have today. So the capacity crunch is a real crunch which is happening, especially on the government side, because the kind of investment, the kind of expenditure on ICT infrastructure which is happening on government side is not happening at private side. And government agencies want a trusted partner to rub the shoulder with them in terms of ICT modernization and as well as managing their applications. As the traction for the localization is building up further, there's a lot of movement which is going to happen in a couple of months. But only thing, the capacity need to be built up to host those applications coming from the other side of the areas where they are hosted right now. On the PPP model is that we have an interesting story where we strongly collaborate with the competition also, not only with partner, but competition also. On the telecom side, we have tie-up with all telecom players in terms of the capacity leasing as well as fiber leasing for leveraging each other's strength. And we demonstrated that during the G20 summit, which was held in Delhi 2 years back. The kind of cutting edge infra they require, the kind of security they require, by collaborating and bringing all the competition under one roof was a clear showcase of our capabilities to the rest of the world. Especially when two countries were not participating, there was a lot of noise that you may have some issues coming from those corners who are not participating in the G20 summit. On the public Wi-Fi side, we again demonstrated that. We collaborated with Google's and PGCIL and so many other government agencies as well as the private entities to build one of the fastest, one of the largest public Wi-Fi seamless network across the country. On the FTTS side, I already mentioned that we have 12,000 partners. It's a kind of micro-entrepreneurship which we have created in those areas where there is a acute shortage of employment and the livelihoods. On the data center side, we have tied up, as you were mentioning, that it's a very capital intensive where you require a lot of agility in terms of deployment and all. So we have tied up with a private player who is building up 50 megawatt data centers coming up in Noida. We also have tied up for 102 edge data centers which we are creating. It's a unique commercial sustainable model where we are going to leverage each other's strength in terms of the deployment as well as the operations. We also signed a MOU with IIT Madras, which is called IIT Pravartak. They are developing, so we are one of the sponsors. They are developing a database called Shakti database. It's also called Bharat database. You know that the database story is only limited to 2-3 players around the world. And there was a lot of traction going on, a lot of discussion going on that how do we move towards sovereignty, not only in terms of housing the application, but also in terms of the other modular components of the applications. And database is extremely important piece. So that again is in development path, and we are testing right now, where we are trying to see that can we decouple the current database and put ShaktiDB and start doing testing. And I think couple of months moving forward in 2026, mid around, you will see a lot of commercial deployments of ShaktiDB coming up. We also tied up with, We also tied up with TCS. TCS has developed a sovereign cloud, AI secured cloud. This is again a success story, interesting story where government and private agencies are joining hands. So TCS has built up a complete technology in terms of the virtualization of the cloud. And we are going to have deployment in next couple of months in terms of how do we co-create, how do we co-host, how do we co-opt to give services to government agencies. So there's a lot of success story on the public-private partnership. As I mentioned that we were born as a public entity, but now we have agility and we have efficiency of a private enterprise. Thank you.
Brilliant example. Some of it we're not aware. So this is a great example of how you have taken the whole PPP, the partnership forward in different domains. And I think that's the whole point. How do we, and we do a lot of this policy discussions with the government. It should be more encouraged. There's so many areas where actually this is not happening. This is need of the hour in this whole digital infra, world that the way India is moving. PPP is absolutely important. Even the policy should be supporting that. And I think these examples will really, need to be replicated more and more. I think we have just a few minutes now, but how can we not have a discussion on AI in any of the talks these days? I don't need to talk about the numbers of AI. We have heard about NVIDIA, OpenAI, Anthropics, all announcing specifically for India, again, billions and dollars of growth happening in terms of AI native data centers. Right? There were large announcements from OpenAI openly about it, and then Anthropic also has come up. So there is growth happening, right? There is money coming up just purely because of AI. Now, companies like yourself, Srini, I'll come to you first, around how are you looking at AI in terms of re-engineering your data centers, one for the, your building capacity up, two for offering services to these kind of companies. So how do you look at it? Is it still more of a hype, reality? What's your sense?
No, AI absolutely isn't reality. There is no two ways about it. Fortunately, when you start fresh, and when you started a couple of years ago, you don't have any legacy to deal with, right? I think if you had built about 100 megawatts in the past, I think you're dealing with legacy because those data centers were largely designed for air-cooled data centers. Anything that went in to production before 2020, I think was largely an air-cooled data center, was not designed, for liquid cooling, was not designed for that kind of power. And that's a struggle that we're seeing globally, right? Because many of them are air-cooled, sitting in, territories where probably they can't draw more power from the grid. There are, absolute limitations on where they exist, and thereby you need to build afresh, right? And that's a challenge that you have. But when you're born in the AI era, it becomes a lot more easier because your data center facilities. There are two things that we look at when we build a data center for AI. Obviously, you need to have expansion capacity because the scale and size of this is going to be phenomenal, is the expectation, and that's what you're hearing in terms of all the announcements. The second is the power that you need for it is extremely critical. So if you're like building a 100 megawatt campus, you can say that on paper, but you need to sort of get that power drawn into that facility and be ready with that. There's also good amount of renewable power that's available, so that sort of improves the total cost of ownership, and the sustainability factor of the data center. And plus, I think PV has improved significantly from a factor of 2 to about 1.5, 1.4 has become the standard, in data centers. So I think as you engineer for AI, you engineer for excellence, you engineer for, capabilities that are, at par, globally. And, you are, fighting the international battle because now workloads can move anywhere seamlessly because the infrastructure is common across the globe. The quality of infrastructure, services that you get, the availability of this infrastructure is pretty much, 5 nines, and, people are familiar with the fact that power infrastructure is very well done, and thereby, while countries are struggling with, can I do off-grid data centers? Can I do, SMR-based, data centers? India I think, is in a good position to sort of attract workloads, from an AI standpoint, and I think we should continue the work that we're doing.
No, absolutely. In fact, it'll be more of a differentiator of who offers what AI services going forward. I think that's what's going to count a lot. But very quickly, Manoj, last 30 seconds of your view on AI, how you guys are using it from an edge computing standpoint, and how do you see the AI in your scheme of things?
I think AI at scale requires a lot of edge computing. At the 2 or 3 cities, AI infrastructure alone is not sufficient to meet Bharat's requirement. And as I mentioned earlier, that we are testing AI right now, and but also we are building up the AI capabilities, AI building blocks. So as I mentioned, that we are building hundreds of edge data centers across country, along with the fiber backbone passing through nerves of the population. The edge computing is going to be enabled like anything. The kind of applications which requires low latency responses, maybe entertainment zone, gaming zone, or even in the AI-based application which requires, because if you track the kind of investments which are going up in transforming the transportation sector, the majority of the GDP is actually going, the majority of Indian investment, government investment is going into the development of the railway tracks, expansion of railway tracks, expansion of national highways. So it's but natural that the terrestrial lines will be disturbed for any telecom player, no matter how much resiliency you build into the network. So application sitting closer to the customer is definitely advantageous to counter these disturbances in the terrestrial links. And of course, as I mentioned, that the low latency responses is going to ease a lot of customer in terms of their use cases and all.
No, thank you so much. And in fact, just from I think this just proves the point to summarize, and then we'll end here, is basically it's no longer data centers and digital infrastructure is no longer about capacity anymore. I think this is pure economic impact for the country. I think it is pure value creation. It is pure, the whole digital inclusion moving towards digital economy for the country. So that's where we see the role of digital infrastructure and data centers in the heart of it. So we'll keep on hearing more about the economic GDP impact of all this rather than pure capacity play. But thank you so much, Manojji, Srini, lovely discussions. We don't have time for questions, but we'll be here, so feel free to interact and ask anything later on. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, on that very, very thoughtful note. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge round of applause as we thank our distinguished speakers for that very, very promising beginning to the conference. Thank you once again. Just to make it a little more memorable, we'd like to present Memento on behalf of the organizing team. May I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Vinesh Bawa, to kindly present Memento to Shri Manoj Tandonji and thank him. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us this morning, sharing your thoughts, and most importantly, sharing your valuable time. We now present a memento to Mr. C.R. Srinivasan. Thank you so much, sir. Our heartfelt gratitude to you for joining us this morning. And on behalf of Bharat Exhibition, may I request Sri Sasicharan sir to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to the moderator of the session, Mr. Vinesh Bawa, and thank him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for wonderfully moderating this fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And this would bring an energetic beginning to this eventful day. We quickly take this moment for the photo opportunity to quickly capture this in our lenses, and of course it stays in our memories. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the fireside chat, and we now are moving towards the opening ceremony. We take exactly a moment to set up our head table, but in the meanwhile, a quick reminder for all of us to kindly keep our electronic gadgets on silent mode. This morning is very special and very eventful, as we would have our different experience and we would listen to the who's who of the industry who are going to share their thoughts with regard to the data center in India, and also exchange their thoughts with regard to how do we see the journey of our country in the future. We'll take exactly a moment to set up the head table. Thank you so much for your patience. Namaskar, good morning, Swagatam, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to the Cloud Plus Data Center India 11th Annual Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is believed that the Indian data center industry will act as the backbone enabling India to emerge as a global data center hub. Acknowledging the great importance of the Cloud and Data Center Hub initiative by the Indian government, Bharat Exhibition is pleased to welcome you all to this 11th edition of the flagship event, Cloud and Data Center India 2025, the annual conference. And we begin our opening ceremony with a ceremonial lamp planting. In our Indian tradition, it is believed that to begin any auspicious occasion, we light the ceremonial lamp. And may I request honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session, the opening ceremony, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and mark the beginning of the annual conference. May I request Shri Venkatalakshmi Narasimharao, who is our guest of honor, to kindly join us and light the ceremonial lamp. And I also request the dignitaries of the inaugural session to kindly join him. I once again request Mr. Vinesh Bawa, Mr. Amarjeet Gupta, Mr. Parikshit Tiwari, Brigadier Anil Tandon, and Sri Shashidharan to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and begin the session. May I request Manojji to kindly join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp, seeking the blessing of the Almighty for the well-being of all and a grand success to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, lighting the ceremonial lamp and marking the beginning to this wonderful, auspicious occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, we begin this wonderful and eventful day. Each wick lit today is a prayer to the Almighty. Each wick lit today is also marking the solidarity and the brotherhood in the entire world. Our prayers extended to all. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for doing the honors. May I request the dignitaries of the opening ceremony to kindly join us onto the stage. Please put your hands together as I request Director and CISO, Software Technology Parks of India, Shri Venkatalakshmi Narasimharao, to kindly join us onto the stage. Namaskaram, sir, and warm welcome to you. May I request Partner and Telecom Sector Leader, PwC India, Mr. Vinish Bawa, to join us onto the stage. I also invite on stage Group CEO and Managing Director, Lightstorm, Mr. Amajit Gupta. Warm welcome to you, sir. I also invite on to the stage Director, India Sales Government Sector, Northern Communication, Mr. Parikshit Tiwari. Good morning and a warm welcome to you. I request Director General Broadband India Forum, Brigadier Anil Tandon, to kindly join us onto the stage. And we also request Managing Director Bharat Exhibition, Mr. Sashidharan, to kindly join us onto the stage. I extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you present in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to offer a 360-degree view of the disruptive trends in data center infrastructure, services, and security, and it aims to create a platform that brings together all the stakeholders and services under one roof. With that brief note, once again, we welcome you to this opening ceremony with its theme, Powering Digital Frontiers, Positioning India as a Global Nerve Center for Data. And we begin this wonderful ceremony, which is the opening ceremony, with a welcome address. And to do the same, may I request the Managing Director of Bharat Exhibition, Shri Sashidharanji, to kindly present the welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 11th Data Center India 2025. So we started 11 years back talking about this billion-dollar opportunity. And all of you has been witnessing how the data center business has grown from 11 years back till now. I would like to welcome the distinguished inaugural speakers on the dais. Shri Venkata Lakshmana Simharao Gulimi, Director and CISO Software Technology Parks of India. Vinish Bawa, Partner and Telecom Sector Leader at PwC. Parikshit Tiwari, Director, India Sales Government Sector Northern, and my good friend Amajit Gupta, Group CEO and Managing Director, Lightstorm, and our knowledge partner, Director General, Brigadier Anil Tandon. When I said 11 years back when we started the data center, and we can see today whenever you open up any business newspaper, everyone says data center has a billion-dollar opportunities and everyone is jumping. So in the morning when we're having a chai pe charcha with our great friend from PwC Bawa, I was asking, why can't we share the infra? Everyone is getting into the DC. And a lot of money has been pumping. Like telecom infrastructure, we have been talking since 2004 when I started. Why can't we share the telecom infrastructure? The same way, why not the data center? That is something I wanted to bring it to the inaugural speakers. We need to have some kind of point of discussion on that too as well. And I'm sure on the introductory industry note from Brigadier Tandon, who's a well-known industry leader, will be touch upon on those points as well. As you can hear from the market that the projected reach by 8 billion by 2025. So look at the growth which is happening in the data center. One is on the data center, the growth is happening. The other centers, cyber attacks on various infrastructure, which is called the critical infrastructure, which is happening here. Mumbai, Chennai is being the main hub for the data center. Of course, you know the reasons. On those, Amajit will be able to share more why Mumbai and Chennai. Now we need to look at, is the Mumbai and Chennai is full of data center, what next and where? And I'm sure the panel will talk about again on those things. And the progressive, the rapid digitization and the progressive government policies with the investment touching 15 billion since 2002 and further 20 to 25 billion anticipated by 2030. So there is a tremendous growth in this data center which is happening. So I would not like to take much of a time on this because we have a fantastic panel. Those who are from the industry, those who are on the business in the data center, we will be able to share with them on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful beginning. Thank you so much for that very warm note from you. Thank you once again. I now request Director General Broadband India Forum, Brigadier Anil Tandonji, to kindly present the introductory address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Yeah. Dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha Rao Gulimi, sorry, pardon if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, and the other friends and colleagues, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, media, and colleagues from the industry. As Mr. Shashidharan has brought out, I had this point in my mind to start off, that I must compliment Shashidharan that he thought of data centers 10 to 11 years ago, like he has been doing when it was for 3G or 4G or 5G and now 6G. So it is his foresight to realize the importance and sometimes the importance of some events or some activities or some new technologies tend to get proliferated only by virtue of the discussions that happen in some of the events. So my congratulations and acknowledge his foresight on this regard. It's a privilege to speak today on one of the most transformative forces shaping India's digital future: data centers and cloud infrastructure. Data center technologies are not just enablers of business operations. They are the very engines propelling the Digital India mission forward. India's rapid digital transformation demands robust, scalable, and secure digital infrastructure. Since the launch of the Digital India Initiative in 2015, this vision of a digitally empowered society has required strong, reliable infrastructure at its core, which is powered by the data center and the cloud ecosystem. For businesses, cloud infrastructure removes the barriers to entry, giving even small startups access to enterprise-grade computing power. It fosters innovation across fintech, healthcare, education, retail, and enabling Indian enterprises to reach global markets without borders. This rapidly expanding digital footprint demands the state-of-the-art data centers capable of handling the nation's growing digital ecosystem. The growth in traffic has been brought out in the fireside chat earlier. In fact, the new data protection laws mandate that certain critical data should be stored within the country, which increases the need for data centers. Data centers and cloud platforms have already been, have been pivotal in making some transformational governance and public service delivery in India. They form the backbone of some of the landmark initiatives that have been introduced in India, like the Aadhaar, DigiLocker, e-signature facility, and the National Data Health Mission, plus the Smart City program. These systems depend on the reliable data center infrastructure to process and store enormous volumes of data. Beyond the government, data centers are catalyzing startups and innovation. Cloud-based services allow entrepreneurs to innovate and compete on equal footing with large corporations. Incubators and innovation hubs across India are empowering startups to scale rapidly by leveraging cloud-based development and analytics and collaboration tools. It also helps in bridging the digital divide, and data centers, or the edge data centers, would help in getting the data closer to the people who are using and providing them with less latency so that the experience is better. You see, affordable internet through BharatNet and the Wi-Fi, as Manoj had brought out earlier, enables cloud-based services like teleeducation, telehealth, etc. in remote areas, so makes the digital infrastructure a vital social equalizer. Over the past decade, India has witnessed an exponential growth in the cloud adoption and data center capacity. India's data center capacity stands somewhere around 1.2, 1.3 gigawatts at the moment, likely to reach about 3 to 4 gigawatts by 2030. And cloud computing has become the foundation of innovation and efficiency across various sectors. Even globally, the data market is also growing rapidly. The capacity currently at about 55 to 59 gigawatts is likely to reach 122 gigawatts by 2030. The US leads over the number of data centers. It has about 5,300, followed by Germany and UK. India is also becoming a significant player in the field of data centers, with more than 150 data centers in cities like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and new hubs coming up in Pune, Chennai. Still, while India generates 20% of the world's data, it stores only about 2% of that. The storage in the data center is only 2% capacity. Our current share of the global capacity is just about 2%. So even with 3 gigawatt expected by 2030, this remains modest. India, I feel, goal should be to reach anywhere around 10 gigawatts by 2030, and that will spur the economic growth, innovation, job creation, and digital access empowerment. On the regulatory front, I'd like to mention that MeitY had come out with a draft data center policy in 2020. However, not much discussion or traction on this subject was seen for quite some time. But lately, the government, may be realizing the importance of the data center infrastructure, is actively working to finalize the data center policy. Amongst the many points likely to be included in the revised draft of the data center policy, I think 2 points stand out which will give a great flip to the data center growth. One is the likely tax incentives for 20 years as to be a part of the new policy. And the second is a single window clearance, so the data center operators are not required to work with multiple agencies, including power connection. On the other hand, while there's no national data policy, many states have their own data center policies. But there is no uniformity amongst the policies of the various states, especially with regard to providing incentives, with regard to providing electricity connection, waiving wheeling charges, or on use of solar energy. Therefore, we hope that a national data policy will help in bringing uniformity across the states with respect to data center policies. A national policy shall also help in issues related to the building norms for data centers. This is crucial as different states have different norms for parking space and stacking of DG sets. Another important factor in the field of data center is the sustainability part, which requires focus because of the huge huge power and water consumption by the data centers. We all know that data centers are employing the AI tracks. Now, AI hardware, as was brought out earlier, is going to be consuming much more power. So the need for power for the data centers is going to increase manyfold in the years to come. Therefore, there's a need to deep dive on issues related to innovative and energy efficient technologies for powering the future data centers in India. As you know, energy is the largest raw material which is required for the operations of data centers. We will have to see, and I hope the technology comes in where we can improve the PUE limits from better than what the current level targeted is around 1.5. There's also a need to incentivize data centers for deploying water efficient technologies and use of recycled non-potable water. Of course, there is the other thing, as was brought out, that you're moving from water-cooled to air-cooled data centers. So that would also reduce the requirement of the water. Though power and water consumption concerns persist, on-site renewable power generation is also increasingly being adopted and is projected to cover nearly 30% of the global data centers by 2030, more than doubling the current levels. I would like to mention here that as of now, India produces about 46% of its energy through renewable sources, and this is likely to increase to 61% by 2030. Of course, I'm saying the total energy, I'm not talking of the on-site renewable energy. So to realize this vision, policy support, public-private collaboration are essential. Incentives for renewable energy usage, simplified approvals for land and power, and infrastructure status for data centers can accelerate growth. India stands at the cusp of a digital revolution where technology and infrastructure unite to reshape our future. Data centers and cloud technologies are essential to drive governance, innovation, and citizen empowerment. India has immense potential to become the global data center hub, leveraging its vast renewable energy resources and skilled technical workforce to power sustainable, cutting-edge digital infrastructure. I wish the participants and everybody that they will debate on the various issues and the things to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting up the rhythm for our opening ceremony. Thank you so much for that very informative introductory remark. May I now request Director, India Sales Government Sector, Northern Communication, Mr. Parishit Tiwari, to kindly share his thoughts with the keynote address.
Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and fellow innovators. It is an honor to be stand here on 11th Cloud and Data Center India Conference, a gathering that truly captures the heart of digital economy. On behalf of Norton, I thank organizer to create that platform where vision meets innovation, where we can together decide next decade of digital infrastructure in India. Norton is a UK headquarter company, started operations in 1989, and we have grown over the years, and we have done that our exponential growth in the terms of that market shares in that Middle East market, North America, Asia Pacific, Africa markets. As a ELV OEMs, we are mainly into that structured cabling solutions, and slowly grown and capitalize our product categories into the 5 categories. That is mainly that structured cabling solution, then we have that surveillance solution, public address system, access control, and UPS. In India, we are primarily focused on the structured cabling solutions. surveillance solutions, and that public address system. As a global provider for that advanced connectivity and communication infrastructure solutions, we Norden believe that future is of digital infrastructures depend on how intelligently we build and manage network that support it. Over the past few years, India has seen exponential growth on the digital transformation in the world. From the success of Digital India to the rapid rise of AI, fintech, 5G, the nation needs of data computing has grown exponentially. This surge has placed data center industry at a very foundation of our digital ambition. But growth comes with responsibility. The responsibility to build resilient, efficient, and sustainable infrastructure capable of supporting billions of connected users and next generation of intelligent technology. At Norden, we see we are not just an OEM, but an innovation partner enabling hyperscaler, co-location providers, and enterprise to design, operate next generation data centers. Our key focus based on efficiency through innovation, sustainability of designs, and security and resilience, because data is a oil and it's a paramount. At Norden, our vision is to enable data centers to operate smarter, faster, and more reliable way. To achieve this, we have comprehensive suite of solutions which will cover through the intelligent cabling solution, where cable is something is a primary component of your any infrastructure requirement. And it is a most negligible part also, because people will focus on the servers, switching, computings, but to give intelligence to the cables is something very important, where you can track that what is happening. If something goes into the cable wrong, you can identify it. So we have that intelligent cabling solution where you can monitor not only that connectivity, but you also do a remote monitoring or management of that port which is connected to your servers or racks. So that is something which is a unique solution we are offering. Then we have that comprehensive following that global standard, which will be aligned with the local policies and local kind of requirements. So we call it as a global, where we have that global standard, follow or in touch with the local requirements. Apart from that intelligent cabling solution, we have infrastructure management software also, which will not only give you that management to your cable thing. Generally, infrastructure solutions or that management softwares are coming which will manage your hardware. But whatever the product we are offering, it is offering that management of your cables also. So you can monitor that cable, whatever is happening. Predictive analysis you can do it, what kind of load is happening on the cables. So that kind of things you can have through that management softwares. Plus we have that hot and cold containment solutions also, where again that efficiency you can, in terms of that liquid cooling or that airflow technology, you can mention that thing. Apart from that thing, we have that entire range of surveillance solutions, where we have that specialized cameras which is used for the rugged environment. We have ATEX certified cameras also. Plus we have that comprehensive range of public address system. So our vision is that the future of data center is not just adding a capacity. It's about intelligent, sustainability, and adaptability. But combining smart infrastructure, real-time analysis, and energy-efficient designs, we can create facilities that are not only powerful, but also future-ready and environment responsible. At Norden, we are proud to support India data center ecosystem with technology that deliver performance, reliability, and innovation at every layer. India is one of the becoming global hub for data hosting and cloud services, with supporting government policies, a strong domestic manufacturing base, and vibrant network of innovators. We stand threshold of extraordinary growth. But our greatest opportunity lies in the collaboration, as already said by Manojji also. So that amongst the OEM, cloud service providers, energy companies, and policymakers, together we can build ecosystem that powers India digital economy and set new global benchmark for sustainability, security, and inclusivity. As look ahead, let's remember, data is more than just byte and servers. It's a lifeblood of progress. The infrastructure we build today will definitely define how future generation connect, innovate. Thank you all. Let's connect and build a smarter, stronger, and greater digital India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable words from you. May I now request the Group CEO and Managing Director, Lightstorm, Mr. Amajit Gupta, to kindly give the industry address.
Good morning. I hope it's a good morning and a day well spent on a topic which reads powering India as the nerve center of data. So I'm going to focus on that and lay on table some bare realities so that it's a productive session where we can spare ourselves of homilies but come to some real action. So you'll see a few slides over there. You'll relate to it. I think most people know of these stats. But the important part is this is just a beginning. And I can tell you of what's happening globally is unprecedented in my 35 years of technology career. And that applies to this country and this market for us to either seize or sink. And I'm not saying it with any sense of alarmist. But the fact is, if we can't see the new wave of cloud and AI in a completely different light, this market will lose the plot. Having said that, you can see some stats. What you don't see over here is a fact that in the deluge of technologies over the last 30 years, most of which has been born in the United States, the adoption in markets like India and emerging markets has followed by at least 5 to 6 to 7 years. Think of mobility, think of internet, and when did they come to India vis-a-vis when they were born? The good news, which you can't see in this slide, is in the case of AI, individual adoption in en masse is one of the highest in India. Should we rest on these laurels like we usually do? We shouldn't. Because if you look at per capita infusion of AI, even a small country like United Arab Emirates is about 15 notches above us. Read the Microsoft AI diffusion report, which is publicly available to sober our aspirations. I dare say, going forward, what you see over here in the AI world will essentially get innovated by the startup ecosystem, the youngish ecosystem, which is outside of the periphery of policies and governmental controls. And I think from that standpoint, I'll move to the next one, please. The emphasis on this forum is about figuring out what are the big blocks to solve for if we were really to become AI. Frankly, in this country, we get too policy-oriented. We look for too many government interventions when none is needed. There is investments needed in magnitude of order. If digital today is 2% of GDP, thereabouts, most nations are betting their future to get it up to 30, 40%. If you look at the US today, the only thing blowing up in that market with that massive debt is digital. That's how they're surviving. And today, if you look at what brings it all together, I put for the House to consider these 4 things. Use cases. I heard Nandan Nilekani about 4 months back, along with the founder of Meta AI. Vinish, you were there. And I completely agree with him that this country needs to focus on use cases as the use case capital of the world. I know of great entrepreneurs who could have easily retired with millions of dollars who have started AI companies. I thank them for it. C.P. Gurnani, for example, to be able to find a way to use the data that we generate to develop models and then drive productivity to use. I'll give an example. If you ever hear, which all of you would have heard, of this guy called Jensen Yang. His market value is about 2 times India's GDP. It's $5 trillion. And his game is all about increasing productivity with use cases. In other words, one person with an AI bot could deliver about 200% productivity with 125% capital. You know, that's the use cases, and I think we need to retrofit it down to the rural healthcare use cases, which can really generate this. And what would be the proof of this? The proof would be per capita GDP. per capita GDP in India is actually lower than Indonesia. Gross GDP, we are the fourth largest, third largest market in the world, but per capita, we're lower than Indonesia. So how do you grow per capita productivity? Through productivity, and I think that speaks to use cases. The second piece I think Brigadier Tandon talked about is data centers. Sobering thought on data centers. We generate world's 20% of data. We have less than 1% of data center capacity, but here's the kicker. Here is the kicker. There is a company, and I can name it publicly because in public markets, which is out with a red herring in the market to raise IPO money. And if you read a Ken article beautifully written 2 weeks back, you'll figure out the general prognosis is anything that was built 20 years back in data centers, Shashi, when you started, is actually just useless right now for AI. Because the game was rent-seeking. It's about real estate. Data center game is like if you have seen the movie called Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. They shrunk the space. Just don't need any space. But you need more power. You need 10 times as much cooling. All right, you need more connectivity, and I'll come to that a little bit. So what does it tell you? From investment standpoint, if people have underwritten a data center for 20 years back in 2005, sorry, let's say 2020 for 2040, all of a sudden that's turned on its head and the value of the data center is as good as zero because it can't support AI applications. If you follow the trend in data centers, the prima donna of data centers was a company called Equinix. Who is the prima donna of data centers today? In Asia, it's a company called AirTrunk, a private company which was born just 2017. The prima donna back in the US is a company called CoreWeave, just listed at $32 billion. Nobody heard of these companies even 4 years back. So that's what's going on in data center industry. I think governmental and policy support in the areas of power and water, which Brigadier Tandon called out, is so, so important. I mean, cities will run out of power if the Vizag data center really builds to the capacity that they're promising to build. All right, so that's on data centers. Bear in mind, when Google built its biggest data center in Chile with a promise of 15,000 jobs 5 years back, the reality on the ground is the number of jobs is about 1/10. So investment does not necessarily lead to jobs, but it'll lead to productivity. And if we can harness those cloud use cases to make ourselves more productive in the field of healthcare, transportation, farming, I think that's really the benefit. The notion that big investments, newspaper headlines are going to generate jobs is, according to me, a fallacy. Okay? Third part is about the applications. What a great opportunity. We are the applications capital of this country. And now we have applications which are in the range of products. Look at the great work Zoho is doing. I know of a company called Fractal going out to the market this week. Brilliant work in the field of AI. And I think those need attention, support, sponsorship, and collaboration. Okay? Finally, the game of connectivity. You know, it's a kind of dichotomy. The India market started 25 years back. Brigadier Tandon was one of the founders, and it took us 25 years to go to a position of strength to the extent that both Airtel and Jio stand for the best of the best globally. Not just in scale and size of number of users, but also in terms of financial value, stability, and all the good things that stand out great companies. Having said that, connectivity is a challenge. Inside Lightstorm, we call it the 464 principle. 464 is about the notion that roughly data centers will consume about 4 times as much power than ever before. A single AI query will draw about 4 times as much kilowatt hours as opposed to a standard query. Okay? Connectivity, by our studies, will grow about 6 times over the next 3 years. And if you study connectivity, I'll come to that a little more. 6 times will require about 6 times more investment. And I'll come to where the investment is needed. It's not necessarily 5G, 6G, 7G, or even FTTX. That won't solve it. That won't cut it. Okay. But the connectivity challenge comes from the fact that we have to isolate what is internet access and access as in wireless as opposed to the rest of the infrastructure. And I'll lay the thesis down. I was in IMC with a bunch of telco CTOs and an open conversation with one of the largest tech vendors in the world. And we all concluded, sir, that if you calibrate to good quality fiber backbone in this country, we are way, way down than what we imagine we are, including the investments done by Jio and Airtel, which is more welcome, right? All that infrastructure, so what have I told you? In data center, we have an outdated infrastructure, and that's for the most part of the world. In fiber too, if you really want to ramp up with AI and create a nerve center globally in India, the infrastructure really needs reinvigoration. Almost multiple times investment, and think of it almost like a fresh investment. Believe you me, it's not a novelty, if that's a sobering thought. Almost all countries across the planet are seized of it, including the United States. Including the United States, if we talk to an AT&T and Verizon or an Equinix. I'm next week in Riyadh. Last week they had an investment conference. Next week they have the Connected conference. A country blessed with a lot of resources and investments, more money to invest than they can ever think of, is also thinking about how do we kind of reinvigorate this infrastructure. Can I go to the next page? I'll give you some real-world examples, just to lay it down bare to the ground. It doesn't matter even if you have the biggest quality 5G connection. Look at this example. I've given an example of when you do a Paytm transaction. Today it touches about 6 different entities. The Google Pay, which you're using, goes to the NPCI server. The receiving party could be a Paytm, and the receiving and the remitting banks could be different. There are 6 entities distributed across a large country, depending on the backbone connectivity, to get back to a transaction, which I was told by a CTO in a payment company, if we don't get the transaction done by, let's say, about 10 seconds, we abort it. The cost of loss is just enormous. And that's what it goes to build a solid backbone ready for AI. I draw your attention to the fact that internet and consumer experience is limited to the 10 kilometers your phone connects to the tower or your home connection connects to the next backbone. But the root of it is about the cloud and AI network today. And today both Jio and Airtel have some substantive networks, but I think we have an opportunity to collaborate to build the best in the world. For example, utility companies. They have great backbones. It took a while for utility companies to realize their job is to be in the business the way they were, which is to provide electricity to homes, as opposed to keep fiber captive within these entities and not give them out to private players who can run a commercial game. And only last 4 years, which thankfully Lightstorm pioneered, we've been able to convince utilities to start doing that. National highways are great rights of way, and we'll keep quarreling till the money comes home of whose right of way it is, whether it's the federal government, the state government, the municipality. But national highways are today opened up by Gadkariji for private tollways. There's no reason why fiber pathways shouldn't be opened up around those needs to create utility corridors to build exactly what I'm talking of. By the way, if you think we are novelty, we're not. I'll give you examples. In the Middle East, there's something called the GCCIA, which is a collaboration between 5 utility companies belonging to 5 sovereigns to create a pathway through Saudi Arabia down to Europe on one side, and you know what's going on in the Gulf of Yemen, and to India on the other side. So I think those are the creative collaboration opportunities which, according to us, policy intervention should promote thinking of, as opposed to providing backstop for subsidies. So that's broadly where connectivity is. If you can go to the next one, please. So where is it all coming together? From our standpoint, I talked about this principle about 4-6-4. 4 times as much power, 6 times as much capacity, and 4 times as much investment. If you look at the prospectus, and I'm quoting it openly because it's public domain. You look at the prospect of a 25-year-old data center company, perhaps the oldest in the country, SIFI. They're looking for investments of about 3,000 crores from public markets. 3,000 crores is about 4 times as less worthy to build the data center because the cost has gone up 4 times more. And that's what money buys you in terms of capacity, and that's the urgency of opening up our eyes to real infrastructure investments as opposed to live in the glory of mass adoption. Our young people have laid for us a foundation to grow this infrastructure, and I would say infrastructure providers, which is what this forum is mostly about, have the obligation to be able to provide that supply side as opposed to get super energized about a large global company coming and notionally saying we put in $15 billion or $20 billion to build a data center for 500 jobs. I think that's the opportunity for us to strangle, because I read the title saying India is a nerve center of data. Yes, of course, it's a nerve center of data, but it's flipping fast. And this bus is going to move in next 3 to 4 or 5 years. And for all that you know, we run the risk of getting left behind of what other smart countries are doing. Look at what's happening in the Middle East. They've just opened up everything to everybody and said, how do we work together? And I think that's more than opening up government policies. Every sovereign I speak to is bothered about data residency, is bothered about security, and rightly so. Is bothered about connectivity being a licensed service, because that stems the flow of data and the security we need. And I would urge policymakers to, in fact, make it even more tighter. That free passage of connectivity use, even within data centers, is a liability and a security hazard many more times as a cost to the sovereign for it to be unlicensed. And if at all anything else, 8% of $40 billion, or rather $60 billion, which is what the telecom industry pays back to the government, in addition to GST, in addition to professional taxes. So I would urge policymakers to take a look at that area. And of course, innovation and support for private enterprise in data centers and AI as enablers as opposed to subsidies. I would have loved to see more younger people in this room who stand up and say, I want to build a core weave in India. Yeah? You would see most investments globally in this area today is being facilitated in the areas of power and water and a backstop in case of the risk of failure, given the fact that you either take a bet now or the table is closed. And that's really the discussion that we really need to have. I would not lose a chance to advertise. This screen basically talks about Lightstorm. We're a startup. We are born in India 5 years back. We're now in 7 countries, 125 data centers. And we run a network which we're very proud of, which we think is one of its kind in the whole of Asia Pacific. We are a telecom company, but we don't connect consumers. We don't connect last mile, but we let the cloud and AI traverse across the cities through a uniquely built network ready-made for the cloud and AI. Same principles in data center, and I wouldn't like to advertise over here, it's not an advertisement forum, but same principles in connectivity. Completely different paradigms of design principles drive AI and cloud adoption. And we are proud to say, my estimate, about 1 out of 2 bits of AI and cloud today is on a Lightstorm platform. We are also extremely proud to say we're a born in India company, now available in seven countries, including the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very significant and very informative words from you. May I now request the partner and telecom sector leader, PwC India, Mr. Vinish Bawaji, to kindly deliver this special address.
Thank you. After Amarjeet's speech, it's tough to, to see what to talk about here. But, let me tell you something. We've been talking about digital inclusion, we're talking about innovation out of India, and we've been talking about, for many years, things about sharing, etc., that it's so important to share things. Active sharing is something that we've been talking about, that the telco operators should come together, think about active sharing, but frankly, till today, nothing has happened, right? Now, Here comes a company, and Amajit spoke about Lightstorm 5 years ago. They thought, what's the problem statement in this country? Fiber connectivity, right? There is fiber everywhere. So why don't I become a fiber aggregator to the world, to India, and then solve the problem for all enterprises, for hyperscalers, and become the connectivity arm? So a brilliant innovation. They thought about this. They made it real. So congrats to Lightstorm team. But all I'm trying to say is, innovation coming out of India in a space that is actually doable. Has somebody thought about data center sharing, right? I mean, Shashi and we were talking in the morning, why can't we think about data center sharing as one, theme for the way forward? It's a, we talk about demand, et cetera, being very high. It's a crowded market. So can there be some companies kind of coming together and thinking about sharing of data centers? So that's an area to think about. This is where, we need to sort of innovate and move and come up with new innovations and from this country that can change the way we think. So just one point that I wanted to start things with. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, sorry. We keep on talking about nerve center for the country, right? Digital nerve center. What does it mean? Now, can India be a place where data is created, stored, processed, and monetized? Absolutely, yes. The volume of data is not a problem. I think we've been talking about every report from any consulting company or any independent body talks about the volume of data growth that this country will have in all the sectors, everywhere. But is the infrastructure ready for it? Are we talking about, the whole digitization, inclusivity, et cetera, in the right way to support that growth? We are taking steps. We have a long way to go. And I totally agree with Amajit's another point of view around countries like Middle East waking up and moving faster. They are getting people together, the government, private companies together, and getting to the place that, okay, can I become the hub for the world for having, this whole digitization in place? There are talks about, Qatar government saying that bring the world startups to me. I will, sort of incubate them. We will have the cloud infrastructure, and then let's innovate for the world. Those are the discussions that we are trying to, we are also sort of, as PwC, part of those discussions. But can India think about that? Thoughts are there, ideas are there, but I think, again, something to think about, something to actually progressively, have a view, and some companies should take a leap forward over there. But that's the way government and private companies need to come together. Mighty launched this RFP around GPU as a service. Brilliant RFP. I think the concept is great that we have 1,000 GPUs per provider to offer AI services to the government and to the enterprises. And you multiply that by the number of companies who bid for it. Great concept. Commercial model, etc. I'll not talk about that, but the whole concept is great. So these are the kind of things I think we as a country need to think about and grow, and then innovate more and more about. So we spoke in the morning around digital economy and the whole global nerve center. So we call this as a firm around this flywheel of economic flywheel of how digital infra supports one multiplier of the GDP. We spoke about how every digital infrastructure across the country is supporting innovation, supporting entrepreneurship in the villages. So all that helps the GDP to grow, right? Then sectoral, and I'll in the next slide talk more about the sectoral part, that how digital infra, data centers being fiber players, subsea, etc., impacting everything, every other sector, be it automotive, be it manufacturing, be it agriculture, how that's impacted. So it's no longer supporting just the connectivity piece, it's supporting everything else that's happening in the country for consumers and for enterprises. And stay tuned, I'll just cover that in a while. Export competitiveness, sectoral innovation, and the economic resiliency and sovereignty part. More and more in the next few years, we will hear about data sovereignty. It is the need of the day, and there are companies coming up with sovereign cloud, sovereign data. So that's where, again, the digital infrastructure needs to look into. How do I become more and more sovereign, right? Let's get to the next slide, please. Okay. Sorry, I forgot I have the control. So, what we talk about on the right-hand side, just focus on this, how we build, how we care, how we make. And I'll just talk a bit what I mean by that. We call it, as PwC, we call it value in motion. Now, what does it mean? Now, we have digital infrastructure. You are a data center company that is there, and you are a fiber company, which is great. Now, think about a drone doing agricultural in the farmland, supporting the farmers and doing, seeding at the agricultural land. How is that happening? Without the connectivity of the fiber and the data center, that will never happen. So this is the how we, sort of the agriculture part. You can put it in how we make or how we consume, how we produce food. That's powered by digital infrastructure, right? manufacturing company, how we make. We talk to any manufacturing plant in the world today, the assembly lines are automated. How is that happening? There is some data going on. All the AGVs are running on 5G or any technology, Wi-Fi, etc., running on some data. You need fiber, you need data centers, right? So that's the how we make, how we produce, etc., happening through a connectivity player. So data centers impacting that, right? There are a lot of talks about and the policies these days around data centers, that how is the jobs, with data center, does it really create jobs? It is more of a construction. So for infra, yes, it creates jobs. For operations, probably less. But then you look at the overall impact. If there is a data center over there, and if you have all the whole ecosystem being supported by that data center, there is an indirect impact on the jobs that are going to be created, because without the data centers and without the fiber connectivity, that can never happen, right? So every sector, how can you have a healthcare hospital doing remote surgery without the back-end data center and digital infra and the fiber part of it? So we don't talk about it. We talk about only the 5G and the telecom operators there. But this whole backbone digital infrastructure is so critical. Just think about the remote surgery, happening over there. Without this, it cannot even work. So you need those. Amajit's important points spoke about the millisecond of connectivity. You cannot have, without a low latency network, you cannot run financial transactions. Each millisecond impacts millions of dollars. So, when we talk about economic impact of any financial transaction, without the right fiber, without the right network, you just cannot run it. How can Gift City become a hub if this is not available, if this whole structure is not there, right? So this is, the way of thinking has to change. We have to talk about, we call it value in motion, but pretty much in simple terms, it means the digital infrastructure fueling every other industry. How we govern and serve citizen services. So now, a lot of state governments are doing a lot of great work around citizen services, and it's public. In MP government, we have launched a citizen services website where you go, a humanoid agent comes and tells you the whole process of making an Aadhaar card in the local language, right? And a lot of governments are following suit. How is that working? How is that being powered? Through fiber connectivity, through some data centers supporting that, because imagine the number of transactions that are happening to just make a driving license or a Aadhaar card or anything else. So that now each government will follow suit. There is a great amount of work happening on the citizen services piece. So that's another area around the govern and the serve part, right? So Digi Yatra, I think another brilliant service which has come out of India. You go across various airports in the world. I haven't seen any other airport which has smooth, the whole process from entry to your actual getting into the airport without showing your boarding card. You can actually just walk through, right? Brilliant, and look at the volume of people that India has, and they are doing it on some cloud, very, very less people. They are running it on a local cloud, and it's a great service to be taken elsewhere. So this is another innovation coming out of here, but again, powered by digital infra. It runs on some data center somewhere, and it has to be stored somewhere. So again, all these examples, how we feed, I spoke about how we build constructions, any modernization over there has to run on data centers. Banking, how we fund and insure. All the insurance services are getting digitized these days. I don't think the going to the bank is actually stopped. So your apps, how are they digitized? Again, running on some data center. So, this whole concept around value in motion, basically the data center industry, the fiber industry, the connectivity industry, supporting every ecosystem around you. Today, what we do in your house, till the factories, the hospitals, anything touches digital infrastructure. So that's the importance of it. So, that's the message I thought I'll just leave you with, that the importance of digital infrastructure is super critical. Sharing is absolutely, absolutely something that has to come out of India, and we need more companies like Lightstorm to think and innovate on different areas, DC being one example, but anything else also. And third is this whole piece about, we can keep on creating AI companies, but are we doing responsible AI part? So as we do more AI generation, as we do more startups out of AI, we need to think about the cyber security, the responsibility part as well, and the sovereignty piece. I think these three themes will be the talking point in the next few years, is what we feel as a firm, and I think the industry reports talk about that. But yeah, I'll just leave with that thought, and thank you, and looking forward for the further discussions.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very thought-provoking words from you. Thank you once again. Absolutely an honor for me as I now invite Director and CSO, Software Technology Parks of India, Sri Venkata Lakshmi Narasimha to kindly address the Assembly.
respected heirs and dignitaries and esteemed participants, very good afternoon. It is immense privilege to me to be here today and address the gathering under the inspiring theme, positioning India as the global nerve center for data. I am delighted to see the vibrant forum of bright minds coming together to shape the India as a digital as well as data-driven future. Over the past few decades, Bharat has undergone remarkable transformations, as all of us know about it. From a largely disconnected economy to one of the most digitally adopted and empowered nations on the earth, India has emerged. The journey is remarkable and extraordinary. Today, India's active internet base is set to cross 900 million. That is a phenomenal number. This is making us one of the largest well-connected population in the world. So the digital wave is not just changing how do we communicate. It is just transforming how we govern, how do we do business, and also how we live. That means the transformation is not just adopting the telecommunications or the communication channels, but also how do we make the life easier. At the heart of this revolutionary, there lies the India Stack, our premier digital public infrastructure, integrating Aadhaar, DigiLocker, DigiYatra, UPA, and so many other things, and also so many other data exchange layers. The ecosystem has set global benchmarks. Inclusive digitization, bringing together government, industry, and startups for innovating at the scale, speed, and trust. The Digital India mission has turned governance to digital empowerment, ensuring that every citizen, even in the remotest corner, can access essential services online at their fingertips. From digital payments to online healthcare, from online education to entrepreneurships, technology has truly evolved and truly became the bridge of opportunities. According to some report in 2024, India now ranks as the third most digitalized economy in the world. And also 12th, it is standing at 12th rank among the G20 nations at the user level digitalization. Indeed, I would say India has not just built digital economy, it just built the digital civilization, I would say. We often say that the data is the actual new oil, right? We have been listening this phenomena. But the data today is no more an oil. It is not just extracted and stored. It has been sensed, it has been connected, it has been responsive. So it is more like accurate to call the new nerve. So it fuels every digital heartbeat. The data is being every algorithm it is touching upon, and it is fueling every decision we do. That is how the data-driven related businesses are being emerged, as well as it is shaping our societies as well as our economies. So as the world is increasing depending on the real-time data, as well as data-driven intelligence, India is poised to become the global leader and global nerve center for data. A hub where the data is being generated, processed, and also secured and transferred to a real value. Of course, AI. Earlier, AI was just evolved as a research topic. Now that became a strategic national asset. Today, enterprises are relying on AI and automation to personalize the services as well as optimizing their operations and creating entirely new business models. AI systems are now self-to-learn, self-reliant, self-heal, and self-diagnosing systems, and also predicting the threats, and also optimizing the performance autonomously. For a nation like India, AI represent both opportunity as well as responsibility. An opportunity to lead with innovation and a responsibility to ensure that intelligence and ethics evolve together. With a strong policy support and with the emerging digital public infrastructure and unmatched data diversity, India is uniquely positioned to become the global brain to secure and ethical data intelligence. Unfortunately, the same ecosystem is facing a lot of problems and serious threats as well. That means there are severe concern about the cybersecurity aspects. There are approximately 6 trillion attempted breaches every year happening across the globe. That means it is 7 cyber attacks at every single second. In India, a company is targeted roughly every 11 seconds. And our digital economy accounts nearly 14% of the global cyber incidents. So, as India raises the data powerhouse, we must ensure the cybersecurity and also data trust. That remains the heartbeat of the complete journey, because without the trust, the nerve system of our digital world cannot function well. Today, cloud infrastructure has become essential pillar for digital economy. It connects startups, enterprises, government services through real-time data and intelligent automations. Nearly 62% of all threat detections are happening in the cloud environments alone. That means it's a reminder that while cloud derives innovation, it is also the new frontier for the risk. Our collective task now is to ensure that digital nerve system ensure that data remains trusted, protected, as well as powerful and purposeful. Friends, the story is not done. The story of India's digital rise is not just technological growth. It is about transformation with trust. We at Software Technology Parks of India, we deeply committed to enabling the transformation. Our mission has always been strengthening India's digital backbone by creating robust infrastructure, promoting innovations, and supporting technology entrepreneurs. STP has already established state-of-the-art Tier 3 data centers in key cities like Bengaluru, Mohali, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Vijayawada, and 2 more are pipeline. One is in Kolkata, another one is in Noida. These centers are going to ensure that the data availability, scalability, and reliability for the government, enterprises, and startups alike. Further, indigenous Ananta Cloud is also there. It's a platform which offers secure and scalable cloud hosting, as well as data management and computing capabilities tailored to the needs of Indian ecosystem and unique needs of the business. It represents our vision also to maintain the sovereignty, trusted and inclusive digital infrastructure, which is built in India, built for India, and for the world as well. So, we firmly believe that when the trust, talent, and technology are converging, then India will definitely going to emerge as the world's most reliable and resilient data hub. Trust by means the building of strong data protection frameworks and global compliances to inspire the confidence is essential in the data ecosystem. Similarly, talent in the sense that the cultivation of advanced skills in the AI, cybersecurity, and cloud computing and data science related various versatile technologies need to be there. And continuous skilling, we have been doing it. And technology by means that invest in next generation data centers, green computing especially, and quantum technologies and edge infrastructure to stay ahead of the curve. At STPI, we take the pride is being the catalyst from this journey, enabling innovation, security, and trust across every layer of India's digital economy and digital economy system. Let us together position Bharat as the global nerve center for data, where the trust is the foundation, intelligence is the driver, and innovation is the heartbeat for a truly digital civilization. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very encouraging and very inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have arrived to the concluding moment of this opening ceremony. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished members of the stage. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we thank each one of them. And just to make it a little more special, we would like to present the mementos. And may I request Sri Venkata Lakshmi Narasimha Rao to kindly present a memento to Mr. Vinish Bava. Ladies and gentlemen, can we bring in some energy by putting our hands together as we thank each one of them for being with us this morning and sharing their valuable thoughts with us. Once again, requesting Sri Venkata Lakshmi Narasimha to kindly present a memento to Mr. Amajit Gupta. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Parikshit Tiwari. Thank you so much, Mr. Tiwari, for joining us this morning and sharing your thoughts with us. And may I now request the Managing Director of Bharat Exhibition, Mr. Shashidharan, to kindly present a memento to Sri Venkata Lakshmi Narasimha Rao and thank him for being with us. Thank you so much, sir. We request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward for a group photograph, and I request our friends from media to kindly capture this in their lenses. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May I now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly propose the word of thanks. We once again take this moment as a photo opportunity and capture it in our lenses. And ladies and gentlemen, this of course stays in our memories. May I now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
So I'll not take much of a time. We're running late, 15-20 minutes. Thank you very much for joining the 11th data center here today. I would like to thank all the speakers, the inaugural speakers, and chai pe charcha, which I had in the morning, but Baba, next time we'll give you tea. So it should be with chai pe charcha. And thank you, gentlemen, and all the ladies and gentlemen who joined this. I would like to give an appreciation to Sri Sanjay Sharma, who is the CEO of Power Grid, which is the telecom arm of Power Grid, is here with us. Thank you very much for joining, Mr. Madan, the telecom stalwart, is here with us, and various other distinguished. In the first time I see the army and the police is taking interest in data center. So we have a number of officers from the army as well as from the police forces here, from including SPG. That's something which is very interesting. So thank you, gentlemen. We'll have a 15 quick break for the tea, and we'll come back soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as just announced by Sri Shashidharanji, we have a short networking break. We would request you to kindly join us back in about 10 to 12 minutes for our session 2, which is a technical presentation 1. And its theme would be innovative and energy efficient technologies powering the future data center. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly note this is exactly a 10 minutes networking break, and kindly join us back in time for us to begin with the session. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Welcome to the future. Introducing a revolution in cloud computing for India. Ananta represents a historic moment in the evolution of the cloud. This is a journey that will redefine the boundaries of innovation and empower enterprises and individuals alike. to reach new heights of productivity and efficiency. Hosted in STPI's secure, redundant data centers in India, Ananta is not just another cloud platform, it's a game changer for India's sovereignty. Ananta is a platform that not only meets but exceeds the needs of today's digital landscape. As we continue to push boundaries of technology, we invite you to join us on this incredible journey of innovation and discovery. Embrace the future of cloud computing with Ananta, our hyperscale cloud platform.
What are AI-ready cables? With the need for enhanced connectivity becoming the status quo, it can be a challenge to deliver AI performance with exceptional data speeds, unparalleled reliability, and robust durability. Not anymore. Siemens offers a complete line of AI-ready cables to meet the connectivity challenges of data center architectures that are pushing the boundaries of technology. We offer all the cable configurations you need, when you need them, with the technical support required to ensure your data-critical connections are reliable. That's what AI-ready means to us. With cutting-edge solution speeds up to 400G, we are leading the way of this high-speed revolution. Our AI-ready PAM4 direct-attach copper and active optical cables offer a sleek, optimized design allowing lower costs and lower power. Our DACs offer the lowest power and a minimum single bend radius of 1.4 inches, thanks to our flexible mesh jackets for best-in-class routing through high-density cabinets. Our AI-ready mesh jacket ensures effortless installation and adaptability, even in the most confined spaces. Our AOCs offer low-power, short-reach optics with a small cable diameter in lengths up to 70 meters for OM3 and 100 meters for OM4. Siemens high-speed cable assemblies are poised to drive the AI revolution. Are you ready to connect the world to a higher standard?
Digital transformation is changing everything, and optical fiber is its foundation, connecting the global internet that we rely on today. Fiber is dramatically changing our lives in the workplace, as well as healthcare, education, remote living, gaming, and more, keeping people connected at work, at home, and on the go.
May I have your kind attention, ladies and gentlemen? We are now about to begin with our technical session.
And its
May I
groundbreaking
request
fiber
all our guests, our delegates who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside. May I request the organizing team members to kindly invite all our guests, our delegates, our special invitees, to kindly join us inside the hall for our technical presentation 1. The technical session would be around innovative and energy-efficient technologies powering the future data center. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly join us inside the hall and also reminding everyone to kindly continue to keep the electronic gadgets on silent mode. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Once again, requesting everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside as we are now about to begin with our first technical session. The technical presentation session 1 is about to begin. May I request the organizing team to kindly invite everyone inside so that we can now begin the session. May I request everyone to kindly join us inside the hall. We request you to kindly carry your tea and coffee inside the hall and join us as soon as possible so that we can begin with our session. We've been indicated that all our distinguished speakers for the session have already arrived and we wish to begin in no time now. Thank you. Once again, at the cost of being repetitive, may I request everyone who is outside the hall to kindly join us inside. We could always carry our cup of tea and coffee inside the hall and just join us so that we can begin with our session. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly settle down with the electronic gadgets on silent mode. We've been indicated that all our speakers for the session have already arrived, and we are now waiting for everyone to kindly join us inside and to settle down. Thank you so much for your kind attention. May I request the organizing team members to kindly invite everyone inside, and we would remind you to kindly keep your electronic gadgets on silent mode. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the exit doors of the hall shall remain shut. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very successful opening ceremony, we now take you to our next session, which is a technical presentation session. And the theme for the same is the innovative and energy efficient technologies powering the future data center. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly join me as I invite our distinguished guests and our distinguished speakers of the session. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together with a huge round of applause. We welcome Director Enterprise Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, Shri Papa Sudhakar Rao ji, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also request the session chair, Shri Jitendra Garg, ITS PGM Head BSNL Corporate Office, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. I also request the eminent speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I invite the Global Manager, Pre-Sales Nod and Communication, Mr. Sumit Agarwal, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Lightstorm, Mr. Lalit S. Chaudhary, Technical Manager, Seaman, Mr. Amit Chand, and may I also request Senior System Engineering Manager, APAC, and the lead Comscope, Mr. Priya Sankaran, to kindly join us onto the stage. And also, may I request the CEO TechBridge, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Very warm welcome to our distinguished members of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we begin our session 2, which is the technical presentation, and we would like to begin it by requesting Shri Papa Sudhakar Rao ji, who's the Director of Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. Sir, may I request you for a kind note from you? May I request you for your address?
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Let me first thank our Shashidharan ji for inviting me from BSNL to participate in this day-long workshop. I wish it should be a great success. On behalf of BSNL, I take this privilege to be present in all of you, in front of all of you, for this data center day-long workshop. All my co-speakers, presenters, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. Today's theme is data center, the digital powerhouse of India, and how to make it a global nervous center. I think theme is so encouraging and attractive. We are, as a India, we are seeing a lot of digital transformation for the last decade or so, and especially after the digital economy and digital infrastructure creation, and we are entering into the grassroots, where I am heading the entire BharatNet program of Government of India, where we have got ambitious target of making all 2,64,000 GPs and below GPs around another 3,80,000 with the optical fiber connectivity in a ring fashion. That means we are bringing this digital economy to hinterland. We are taking it forward, wherein lot of data and AI-driven applications along with the fintech apps. When we are taking it to the hinterland, we have seen a massive surge in the data generation here. Now, to take care of this entire data, all along we were depending upon the AI clouds, clouds or cloud data centers, which are the hyperscalers, and most probably from the non-native. Now, with the intervention, policy intervention of Government of India, licensor, regulations, everything, now we are coming up with a digital protection and data privacy bill and all, wherein the major theme or goal for the India is that sovereign cloud. The buzzword what we are hearing all along is the sovereign cloud. That means that the data, our data, we should protect it, and it should reside in India, and it should be under the ambit of Indian laws only, so that whatever data is there of our customers should be well protected, and our government data is well protected within the boundaries, geographical boundaries of India. Now, to this journey, what as a BSNL, as a responsible PSU of the Government of India, what we have initiated is, we embarked this data center journey somewhere in 2010, wherein we established 3 data centers, especially for the government workloads, most critical, time sensitive and critical applications. Now, last 10 years, we have almost gathered around 200 plus major customers, and all their workloads are with us. Now, last 1 year or so, as a part of our revamping and restructuring, what we did is, from BSNL side, we hived off this data center business to the BSNL Tower Company Limited, which is our 100% subsidiary, wherein we have brought a policy intervention and policy changes. We believe in the collaboration model and partnership model, wherein we brought a policy that lot of data centers are being set up by entrepreneurs. Some of you are here only, and maybe startups, maybe established data centers. So one policy I brought is that, why don't we leverage the data center capacity of our own Indian partners who have established for our own Indian customers, both enterprise and retail customers, as well as the global needs. So to that aspect, what we did is, my policy permits any of the brownfield data center which is established by any data center service provider, he can partner with BSNL. I will bring the customer. Let us have a revenue share, so that it is a win-win for both of us rather, so that your data center capacities are fully optimized and utilized. When I mean to say that, mostly for PSUs, you mean to say that we may get the government business of central government and state government. That is the one of the USP for BSNL. So I welcome any of the data center service providers. Please go through our website, where there is a business opportunity for business partners. It is there. My policy is well drafted and it is there. And almost 2 to 3 major data center players are with me today, who have onboarded with me. In that policy, what we did is my existing data center, which we have revamped, and to the emerging technologies, what we did is, earlier we used to provide all the services through CPU-based data centers. Now we upgraded it to GPU-based with AI-driven, and we are proudly announcing that my data center is a sovereign cloud today. It is a sovereign cloud data center. All the aspects of elements of the sovereign cloud are built into that we can say that my data resides in India and it is well within the ambit of the Indian laws, and data, whatever data protection, data privacy we will ensure, cyber security we ensure, and post-quantum security threat also we are taking care by establishing by putting the proper cyber security things into the place. The second policy which we brought is, you know very well that we are there every nook and corner. I have got almost 70,000 stations pan-India, covering all the 28 states and 6 union territories, where BSNL presence is there. So now, to cater to the needs of the time-critical network or time-sensitive network, low-latency applications, where the demand is for the edge computing and edge data centers, we brought another policy, that micro and edge data center policy we brought in. This one also, anybody, whoever is the startup, we relaxed the eligibility condition in such a way that we encourage the entrepreneurs and startups also who have come up with innovative ideas, so that they can partner with a BSNL. I provide space, power, bandwidth for this micro and edge data center. You can establish wherever you want. We facilitate that, and I bring the customers. Let us have a revenue share on a win-win model. So this is also policy is up and running. Both are there, and 2 to 3 startups have already signed an agreement with BSNL, and we started rolling this starting from Hyderabad. So what I mean to say is, we have got in major data center, type 3 data center, CPU, GPU based. We also have micro edge data centers, which cater to the needs of the retail customers as well. All along we were doing business with the enterprise customers and major government players. Now with the introduction of micro and edge data center product portfolio into our BSNL segment, we come up with a user-friendly GUI-based portal, where a retail customer also can opt for the edge and micro data services. It is a plug-and-play type of thing. If suppose some MSME wants to have a colo data center micro with them, yes, we are ready to set up that one. Or if they want to put their cloud workstation or work machines in our cloud, yes, we do it. But it is like a simple subscription model, prepaid model, which is also there in my website. So ultimately, I invite all the industry leaders here, major customers here, that please have a look at it, our BSNL website. Please join us with BSNL, wherein your product can be marketed properly and it can reach every nook and corner of the India. This is my request to all of you. And coming to this event today, I have seen the catalog, what are all the presentations that are being given. Now definitely I congratulate the team Bharat Exhibitions for organizing this data center workshop as a part of their annual conference. The most apt subject and need of the hour, wherein the data center business is growing and many data centers are coming up, and every state aspire to have their own data center. When we see the policies of the state government, what is coming, now BSNL is getting a request that from the state governments that a data center should be in my geographical boundary. To that extent, policies are being framed. Now, I was telling them, yes, it will be in your geographical, this one. We come up with a partner and we cater to your needs of your state government workloads or payloads, whatever it may be. We are honoring that. So, we are going in a big way for the data centers, and as everybody knows that so far Mumbai and Hyderabad are in the line share models where many data centers are set up. Now my partners are setting up. They have sent a proposal to me that they wanted to go to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Starting from Guwahati, even Guwahati also we are establishing one of the data center. So we wanted to be there in all the states. Now that this is our wish list from BSNL side, we take it forward. I think with this, I thank the organizers and all the co-speakers, and my best wishes for this today whole day workshop for this data center business. And thank once again Mr. Sasi and all the organizers. Thank you very much from BSNL side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very motivating and illuminating words from you. Thank you once again. May I now request Sri Jitendra Garg ji to kindly give the introductory remarks.
Thank you, organizer. Thank you, sir, and Director BSNL for sharing the ecosystem of the data center and position of the BSNL and its policies. Why I want to say thanks to the organization. Really, this is a very apt topic for today environment. Data center is going to drive our digital economy. We are looking more contribution from the digital economy. Maybe more than 10+ percentage will be contributed by our digital economy in coming years. Data center, from my presentation, I will tell you, we are really starting this business, not in terms of the monetary, but for the national security, for national interest. This business is going to be grow manifold. All the prediction, whatever I have mentioned in my slide, are going to be wrong. Reason like the GDP, every 3 months, our GDP base point is increasing 0.2%, 0.3% by every rating agency. Because very difficult in dynamic scenario to predict the next 5 years position. Like our India position is similar. Data center, we are expecting 1.2 gigabyte to, it is going to the 8 gigabyte or 10 gigabyte. Maybe after 6 months you will come, oh no, it is not a 10 gigabyte, it is a 20 gigabyte. Those kind of a bad prediction I can presume at this moment. So let us start my presentation. So look, where we stand right now. All the last 5 years data, you see, around the globe, before the COVID, it is around 40% growth is there in data center business. And right now, it is obviously it is going to be a maturity in many developed country. It is a 14% on average growth is there. But this data does not include the Indian data. Indian story entirely different. We have seen the UPI transaction. Why India position is the different from the world? Because we are the fastest 5G rollout. As sir has said very lightly, we are going to connect all our villages and Gram Panchayat with the fiber. Fiber means data. Today it is a dark fiber, tomorrow it is a active fiber. Lot of data will be flow from the rural area. So whatever prediction you are saying, people are not accounting those kind of data flow in our network or in our country. Once our rural economy, that is contributed around 57% of the total GDP, that is going to be changed the entire landscapes. So localization of the data, second point. Government policy is very clear. All the data, Indian citizen data should be in India. So that is also driving the data center business. Business continuity and backup. Many organizations, they require, this is their global competency centers are there. India is going to develop many global competency center, and many MNCs are coming to open their global competency center in India. So all those kind of ecosystem going to drive our data center business as well. Data creation and consumption, because our data rate is around 3 rupees per GB from the BSNL or maybe less than. So you can understand where we stand. Once data will be created, it has to be somewhere stored. So data center business is again going to be developed. And people are more comfortable, maybe last 10 years, 5 years, now cloud environment. They have the more trust in the cloud environment. So all those kind of factors going to drive our data center business in India. So here this slide, where is India stand? 2.3 megawatt per million customers. That is our average stand today. Compared to the USA, that is the 41 megawatt per million internet customer. And look at developed country of the Australia or maybe Singapore, you will find much more than that. So obviously, our per capita income is around $2,800 per capita. So once in Viksit Bharat, we are looking per capita income is to be increased. So obviously, this segment has to be grow from here to the nearby developed country range. So it means right now our data consumption is 1.2 gigabyte. So it has to be manifold will be increased. Once digital economy will be there, Viksit Bharat vision will be there. So this segment, without this segment properly augmented in the total economy, it cannot be developed India. Or we have already determined and we have decided we have to achieve the Viksit Bharat 2047. So therefore, lot of business opportunities are there in this segment. Nobody can deny it. And because of government policy, and rightly BSNL have changed its policy to meet this requirement. So coming years, I can see people will be talk or business houses will be talk about the data center. And they have already started discussion how to involve in the data center business. That is the reason we are here, and that is the reason I have congratulated the organization. He has recognized that scope is there. Not like the simply they are organizing, but business scope is there, business environment is there. Ecosystem required the sensitize about this point. In fact, in Indian data center, even though it is a little bit last year data, more than 5 megawatt, we have around 150 data centers are there. Compared to the USA, United and Germany, many developed countries, you can see where we stand right now. Obviously, more data centers will be required. So in terms of the number of data centers, in terms of the requirement from the generated from the customers, so these are the factors that is business is going to be grow many folds. So from the telco perspective, because I belong to the, right now from the telco, so telco perspective, present business is stagnation in terms of the voice or data prices or traditional services you will find very difficult to increase our revenue. So what is the next? From the, I belong to the BSNL and BTCL, we are looking for the smart, in next slide I will show, we are looking the some short time approach also, increase that we will discuss in next slide. And after that, we are looking what is our next course, maybe next 10 years, 15 years. How I have to survive in the emerging market, how I have to survive in the dynamic market, that we will discuss it. Here, from the BTCL point of view, which I belongs to, here we will try to increase the number of towers because government is supporting the 4G, 5G, and right now we have installed, recently Prime Minister has inaugurated the 1 lakh tower. So we are looking at those tower site will be increased, tenancy will be increased. So those kind of scope we are looking, fiberization of towers. This is a short-term goal. Maybe within 5 years or maybe 4 years next year, we are going to get our saturated point like the other telco. But what is the next? Where the business opportunities are there? Here, we are looking for the data center. That is the reason, sir has very rightly said that we have changed our policy to align with the industry requirement. So we have coming out with the new policies so that not in terms we can become a partner to the Indian growth story, but same time we can help our small scale industries to come and join the hand with the BSNL and BTCL and become a part of this successful story. SD-WAN also, we are looking for the SD-WAN, software defined wide area network. So these are the two areas we are aggressively looking to become a partner with the small scale industries and ecosystem partners. If we look at the edge computing, this is another area where I want to say, if we look after coming the AR, VR devices, and people want less jitters and latency, so more computing power is going towards the customer side, so that they will get a minimized jitter and latency, and they can meet, their application can meet the requirement of the bandwidth as well. So right now, 75,000 crore rupees business is there in global, but in coming years, it is going to be increased. Once more adaptation will be there for AR, VR devices, and many applications like the cache server, many application providers, they want to put their server in our own premises, telco premises, so that they can control the application performance parameter and give a better customer experience to our customers, their customers. So this is the way they are, this particular edge computing requirement of the customer will be pushed the vendors to join the hand with the telco. From the BTCL and BSNL side, we have come out with the data policies. So you look, why I have shown this guy, we are partner. We don't want to all the revenue. We want my partner should come, they should earn the money, they should create the win-win situation for everybody. And you look, my share is, as on date, last year data is less, but I am giving more revenue to my partner. Reason, they have to maintain their network, they have to come with the AI technology, they have to upgrade their infrastructure, they have to meet the government requirement. It means shell and offering will be my side, and they have to look for their technology perspective from the IT equipment, server equipment, storage point of view. So BSNL and BTCL is really a true partner of the industry. They are always willing to share their revenue with our partners. And now, look, the current policy is 50-50, 45-55. We will give you the more details, but on average, 50% revenue we are sharing with our partners. And that policy is also open right now. Anybody can come, they can go through our EOI. Mr. Sukhdev is also here. He will guide you later on. You can join our hand and you can do your data center business with BSNL. We will provide the building space and bandwidth free of cost, but electricity charges and will be on usage basis. Detailed policy is available with us, and a very transparent way we are working with our industry partners. And whatever we will get the lead, or we will get the requirement from the central government, or maybe state PSU or central PSU, we will give those requirements to our partner, and partner will be ultimately take care of their requirement as well. So now sustainability is a big part. So this is a typical data center, how various elements are there in terms of the monitoring, CCTV, storage, IT equipment, cooling, so many factors are there. So for us, we are partner with our data center provider. We are insisting we will go for the green technology so that carbon footprint will be reduced. We want to more efficient cooling system. We want to recover heat wastage from the outgoing data center should be tapped and it should be reused for some other purposes. So those kind of things we are inbuilt in our data center to make our data center more sustainable. These are the basically data we have collected it from the various our partners. So 3% energy we are using for the building purposes, or for the AC purposes, around 25 to 33% are there, depend on the data center sizes, and more power, as earlier speaker mentioned that it is going to consume in computing. So 4:6 some ratio is there, 4 times when AI application will be there, so it will be going to increase 4 times more. So we have to be day on built up our data centers on the sustainable basis, because power consumption is going to be a critical factor. And we have to build the data center for the next 15 or 20 years so that it can be sustainable. Otherwise, 5 years your investment will be gone because it is not able to sustainable. So we have the elaborated plan in short term, long term, and medium terms. Short term, whatever our RFPs are there, whatever our existing policies are there, we want to align those policies with the industry requirement. We are ready to edit it, modify it to suit the industry requirement. That we are doing right now. Long-term plan is there. We want to invite our partner to come and they will install our data center or co-located it for the long-term basis, medium-term basis. And long-term, we want to our own data center with all the AI kind of features so that it can be a more sustainable and cost-effective way. So BSNL, we have the 5G services, 4G services, satellite services, and we have the latest IoT smart grid, and we have a partner in the many smart cities also. So one side sensors system is there, other side we have the connectivity system is there, data center is there, and cloud system is there. So you can see BSNL, as a telco, we are providing end-to-end services to our customers. And you can become a partner anywhere in our whole ecosystems. So, sir has also mentioned that we are going to connect each every gram panchayat and villages, all the 700 district plus, our presence is there, enterprises suits are there, we have more enterprises are with us, and 100% government of India is there. What is the means by the 100%? It means we are following the MIT guidelines, we are following the Data Protection Act, all the possible government laws and act are there, there is no compromise. So that gives you the trust in the BSNL, that gives you the faith in the BSNL to become our partner. So this is my presentation. Thank you, audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation and note from you. Ladies and gentlemen, this special session has been very special because we've had the presence of Shri Papa Sudhakar Raoji. He has an urgent engagement for that. He has to leave, and we thank him from our deepest corner of our heart. May I request Shri Sashidharanji to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Shri Papa Sudhakar Raoji, Director, Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we thank him. Sir, thank you so much for your valuable thoughts. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words, and thank you so much for your valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our technical session, and may I now request our speaker, Mr. Sumit Agarwal, who is the Global Manager, Pre-Sales Nod and Communication, to kindly share his thoughts.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, all. I'm Sumit Agrawal. I am taking care of pre-sales and Northern Communication. So I just give you a brief about the Northern solution on data centers. So just 2 minutes I'll take about the Northern. Northern is a global brand and headquartered in UK. It started their journey in 1998. And now we have a major business in Middle East, India, Africa, Asia, UK, and Europe. We have more than 50 plus country presence. Some countries are through distributor, some we have direct presence. And we are catering a lot of certifications of the quality of the product side, UL, FCC, CE, Intertech, a lot of certifications also we are carrying with us. These are the certification, you can see some of the major certification, what we have in our multiple product lines. So these are the product ranges across the globe. India, we are focusing not on all the product line, but yes, major product line we are focusing in India itself also. So you can see we have lot of variant in cables. Then we have a complete surveillance solution, public address, fire alarm, access control system. And in data center, you can see the type of cabling solution, MPO, MTP, intelligent solutions, all type of solutions, copper, fiber, everything we have with us. So this is like very basic questions, like what is data center actually? So what normally we used to do, it's a facility to have the storage, server, computing, a lot of things in a single place where we have normally a DR location also, and the losses of the data, there is a very less chance of loss of data, high bandwidth and everything. So nowadays, I think all the internet users are using cloud in any way, whether we are using any mail services, any Instagram, Facebook, any type of services if we are using, all are based on cloud services and all are hosted in somewhere in data center, whether it's a private owned or third party owned. So these are the major challenges we normally felt in data center: space optimization, growing bandwidth demand nowadays, equipment installation and maintenance, network equipment and infrastructure monitoring. So still there are a lot of data centers who are actually monitoring each and every nodes physically or manually, you can say. And this will take a lot of time. Sometimes the downtime is very high due to these type of exercises. So these are some of the specialized cables other than the normal standard cabling, copper and fiber. You can see Cat8, we already have the Cat8 solution. Sorry. Patch panel, faceplate connectors. We have high density fiber patch panels, which is our own design, patented design. And then we have MTP, MPO solution. We can go up to 864 fibers, 69125 and a different type of construction in the fiber. Then we have a snap-in module patch panel, hybrid panels, ribbon fiber cables. So what we are normally offering in the data center solution. So the cabling infrastructure, yes, we have the complete solution. Then we have you can see the hot and cold agile containment solution, smart cabinet, intelligent PDUs with sensors, high density fiber patch panel ULL or ultra low loss fiber solution, pre-terminated trunk cables, intelligence solution with AIM software. So these are the, in the previous slide, I have mentioned one, this ultra low loss, ULL fiber solution. So why it's matter? So first is rapid growth in data centers. So you can see there are a lot of nodes, a lot of bandwidth and a lot of things are coming in data centers with the huge demand of the users. So you can see it's normally ULL, MTP, MPO connectors is normally adopted by the most of the data centers due to because those are the factory crimped and having a very less you can say the data loss, and high density fiber optic networks, it is very good. And then benefit for high speed networks, like we can easily use 400G, 800G data on these type of connectors because these are very low loss connectors, ultra low you can see. Then the demand of ultra loss connector is rising with expansion like 5G, AI, cloud. So these type of ultra low loss connectors, 100% required by a lot of data centers, maybe in future 1 and 2 years, couple of years, most of the data center will require these type of connectors only. Then we have intelligent PDUs. So we have multiple type of PDUs models where you can have the voltage, power, everything reading you can have on the screen with the PDUs. You can integrate any sensor also. You can control the power of each port, each socket. And there we have multiple type of sockets also available, like C13, 19, UK Universal, NEMA. So a lot of options we have with the intelligent PDUs. So these are the two types of PDUs series we have. One is NIP, one is NEZ. So NIP is having two types. One is a basic, like only you can monitor. You can have the data of voltage, current and everything. And other one is having, you can control through SNMP. You can have the web access, STTP, STTPS. You can integrate the sensors. It's having the built-in sensor also. So a lot of things you can play with these intelligent PDUs also. So now we have a agile containment system where cooling efficiency we can optimize and airflow management we can manage. So this is the complete Northern agile containment system. You can see the integrated cabinet, access door, server cabinet, channels, IT cabinet, everything is integrated in the single solution. Then smart cabinets where we can put lot of different type of UPS distribution, power distributions, cooling, monitoring panels and everything in the single smart cabinet. So the management will be very easy. So this is one video. You can see how the integration of hot and cold channels we are doing in our smart cabinets. So we have now cooling system. So there we have three types. One is a rack mounted one. In rack mounted also we have condenser integrated in the box itself, and we can provide the split type, means condenser can be outside also. Then we have in-row one, and then we have room level one with eco and max. So up to 120 kilowatt we can go in the cooling system. Intelligence solution. This is one of the going to be a major requirement in upcoming years or upcoming months also. So most of the people knows that to manage the physical layer, especially on the patch panel side or user side, is very difficult. Because in data centers, normally the loop, if suppose someone used the patch cord in a wrong port, it can be a loop, it can broadcast the network, or if not MAC bind, it can have the disconnectivity in the particular user side. So what AIM is doing actually, it is built in with the CPID, yani connection point identification technology, where you can have the intelligence on the physical layer itself with each port of the patch panels. So, and it is a real-time monitoring. If anyone is removing the patch cord, you will get the alert. If anyone is changing the patch cord from port number 1 to port number 5, you will get the alert. So a lot of type of monitoring you can do with these type of technologies. So this is a typical infrastructure diagram of the intelligence solution. So we have an intelligent panel which is connected to the network switch. Then we have a next patch collector. So each panel is connected with the collector and taking the information. And then we can integrate the environmental controller with the next patch collector itself. Collector is connected with the LAN network, and there is a software AI module installed on the server where we can have all the information of the each and every port. So what is the advantage of the intelligence solution? Enhanced monitoring and management, improved security, because we can, even the physical layer also, we can bind with the Mac. Automated documentation, yes, all the documentation, report, asset management, everything you can do with this software. Reduce downtime and maintenance, because now you can easily get the alert. If any particular port is down, you can get the alert and you can ask your person to correct that one. So downtime, automatically downtime will be reduced. Then scalability and future proofing, yes, we can enhance the licenses and everything. We can increase, if data center is increasing the nodes, we can increase the license in the software itself. Energy efficiency, application areas, yeah, data center, IT and telecom, banking, finance, healthcare, wherever any data center type of solutions are using in-house or third party. These are the some of the components which we are using in the intelligence solution. So for copper and fiber, we have different solution. A lot of things we can do, and you can see each patch cord, whether it's fiber or copper, is having a ID key. Through that, we are actually tracing each and every port. These are the patch cords. So these are the main features which we are catering with our software, AIM software. Real-time documentation, IT asset management, connectivity management, change management, work order, patching change management, and planning and provisioning module. This is the software dashboard. You can see the rack. Even you can plan the rack space also, which rack space is free, which is not. Those type of 3D documentation or design you can do in our AIM software also. Port configuration, work order, creation, log completion, lot of things are there. This is just a dashboard I am just showing. Link topology view also you can create. Connectivity view also. This is software's main dashboard. Asset management, energy management. So we can integrate lot of sensors, whether it's weather, temperature, smoke, fire, those type of sensor also we can integrate, and we can have the data in our software. Some of the dashboards. So this is about our cabling solution in the data center. We have a very good portfolio of camera also, which is surveillance. We have already done a lot of smart cities and highways, already covered on Norton cameras in India itself. So security and access control, incident response, and investigation. So those, like basically in data centers, we normally use dome type of or small bullet box type cameras, where we can monitor the entry, exit, and the complete environment or complete area, so that if any intrusion or anything happened, we can capture and we can have the record also. So even fisheye cameras is normally in data centers, lot of fisheye cameras are normally used to install to have the wider view, 360-degree view, to monitor the complete data center from the top side. Sorry. Even, sorry. A lot of people are using thermal cameras. Why thermal cameras? To get the, like a lot of power cables normally used to get heat or fire when it is going on the some threshold level, above the threshold level of temperature. So that we can monitor through a thermal camera, we can have the alert before any fire incidence is going to happen. So those type of things also we can monitor through thermal cameras. So these are the different type of thermal cameras NVR. Now we have a UPS also, which is we are not doing in India, but in globally we are doing. So I'm just covering this product line also, because it's also one of the part of the data center. Downtime and ensure continuation operation required UPS 100%, protect equipment from power anomalies. So maintain data integrity, enables orderly shutdown and sustain. So we have a multiple type of UPS with us, even like online rack mount in tower type also, and modular type also. So these are the UPS products we have. up to 600 kVA we can go. Some projects, what we have done globally on the data center side, in Europe, there is a multiple product, already data centers are working on our product lines. In India, Agra Smart City, we have supplied a lot of fibers, and Banaras Smart City, a lot of fiber and other things. Then Saudi, 2 product, Dubai, lot of things. This is about the Northern portfolio and the solution in data centers. Thank you all, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, who is the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Lightstorm, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I would like to start from where Amajit Gupta spoke at the earlier session. So he mentioned that there are 6 pillars of having a good connectivity. Okay, so I just want to take it one by one, those pillars are. And basically these are the set of standards for giving an awesome connectivity to the data center users. The data center users are sensitive to their applications giving them the best user experience. So they have a completely different set of requirements. And what we thought about when we were building the network is how can we cater to those requirements and build our network to a completely different set of standards. So the first one is about latency, okay? So when you talk about latency, at a human scale, you would experience latency when you are talking to your colleagues on a Teams call or a Zoom call, whatever calls that you have. If you're calling somebody in, let's say, Singapore or somebody in Europe, the latency will be around 80 milliseconds. So you don't perceive that as a hindrance. Okay, at what point do you start perceiving a video call latency as an hindrance in the communication? And that number is 250 milliseconds. Beyond 250 milliseconds, the call becomes just unmanageable. It's very difficult to have communication. Okay, but that is not how the data centers operate. Okay, so if you see the latency that they want between one GPU to another GPU, you cannot have a cable length of anything more than 100 meters. You are already in nanoseconds of latency. Okay, so when you are building data centers, and the people who are on the stage, they understand this, that in the data center, you cannot have any latency which is less than, which is more than a few nanoseconds. But as you start spanning out, okay, as you start going out of the data center, when you are in a city, and there are 2 data centers in the city, you cannot have latency more than 1 millisecond. Okay, so the databases will not synchronize, and that is the reason why there is a limit that the 2 co-located data centers should be not more than 100 kilometers. So the limit of that 100 kilometers comes from there, okay? So we started with 100 meters, and we go all the way up to 100 kilometers, because we have this latency requirement of 1 millisecond, okay? And how does it affect? It affects all the applications which are synchronizing with each other. You have a virtual machine running, and if for whatever reason, if this virtual machine was to fail, the data center in your co-location will take it up, and the only way it can do it is if it is within 1 millisecond of latency. Otherwise, your application will experience a problem. Okay? As you go out, okay, the next number that comes to mind is 20 milliseconds. You know why 20 milliseconds? You think of gamers, okay? So when the gamers, 2 gamers are trying to play game on an internet or an Xbox or a Sony system, there it's around 20 millisecond. Okay, that's the human reflection time. That's also your hand-eye coordination time, 20 millisecond. So if you take the center of India and draw a 2,000 kilometer radius, then you are in 20 millisecond. So which basically means that you just need one data center in Nagpur and you're covered. You can address the whole of India, okay, with the gaming applications. But as the time is progressing, as you are consuming more and more different types of applications, that single data center is not what people are designing for. Everybody is designing for having connectivity to the edge so that they can give you this 1 millisecond latency to the end user. Okay, that's the dream. Okay, but sometimes they will compromise. 2 millisecond is what people are designing the networks for. Okay, so if you look at this radius of 200 kilometers, then you can draw the number of circles on the map of India and you would see how many such centers you would need, okay, to connect the whole of the country, and that's how you would. So that's our first parameter. The latency is the first parameter. I want to go to the second one, which is reliability, okay? The uptime of the network. Just like the data centers have this very high reliability, and they usually have DC and DR, so 2 data centers of 99.9% availability is what the data centers are designed for. We have designed our network exactly like that. We have gone to OPGW fiber, which gives us the 99.9 availability, and to such, this thing will give us virtually no zero downtime. Okay, of course we have times when we do get hits, but our network is basically designed for resiliency. Okay, and always uptime is what we want to guarantee to all the. So that's another standard that we have set. Okay, latency is the first one because it affects everybody. The second one is the performance, is the uptime. The third, which is extremely important when it comes to the new sets of applications which are coming, is the hyperscale. Okay, so your demand of capacity is growing exponential. I think everybody has spoken about how the data centers are growing. And Amajit gave this rule of 4-6-4. 4 times the data center capacity, 6 times the network capacity, and then 4 times the investment. All right, so 6 times, if the capacity is going to grow 6 times, so your demand is going to come very asynchronously to you. You know, today you are running a data center capacity of, let's say, 1 terabyte, and suddenly somebody says, I want 35 terabytes. And how are you going to generate with this huge shortage of equipment and fiber and everything? So we designed, when we started, we said we will build a network which will be 30 terabyte. I thought that was a very good, bet to take on India. In 5 years, we are pumping around 1,600 terabytes on our network, okay? So this is something that even we had not planned for, but we were able to deliver it because we started with the certain set of standards that we will put in place so that we can build hyperscale networks, okay? So this is the third one. If anybody requires 30 terabyte, 40 terabyte, they just know one place to go, and that's our company, okay? The fourth one is the geographical reach, okay? There's no point in providing capacity in one city, right? Today, India is a destination for pretty much all the economies of the world. They are all trying to come to India. The traction of the growth that India is offering is so high. It is, if you go back 1,000 years in history, this happened 1,000 years ago when they were all spice routes which were built, okay? And these spice routes were coming from Europe, and they were coming from Malacca Straits, going all the way to China. So those spice routes have lit up again with these submarine cables, okay? So India has become a destination, and there are connectivities which are coming to India. But, I'll talk about a little bit about regulation as well. We want India to become a hub. So it's not just a destination, but it's pass through. And that's how the trade will prosper, okay? So we want not just data center factories to be in India, but we also want these data center factories to be an import, export, and an enabler for connectivity. So that's the spice route of connectivity is what we are talking about. There are many countries which are landlocked, like Bhutan, Nepal. They're completely dependent on connectivity that we provide. Okay, so we want to be, we want to have a complete the same experience that we have, they should also have. They shouldn't be deprived of any one of that. And the fifth one is the adaptive intelligence, okay? Gone are the days when you would place an order and in 60 days somebody will give you a connectivity if they have it, okay? We do it on demand. So that's the first requirement of any hyperscale user who has been spoiled by that experience on demand. Okay, so not only just on demand, a great user experience that you want to give them, and you want to have your complete operations automated using AI technology. So we just don't want to connect them, we want to believe in it, and we want to be the first user and the consumer of those connectivity. We also want to be a destination for all the CDNs and internet exchanges and all the satellite hubs that are becoming the nerve center of Indian connectivity. So we want to be part of that, and that can happen if our network approach is an adaptive intelligent. And finally, on the regulatory, I talked a little bit about how we can make India as a hub for transit, and we also want to make it easier to make this thing. The only thing that I want to leave you with is how do you ensure that your network is secure? Okay, now this actually goes back to how do you ensure that your house is secure? The way you do it is you get police verification done before you're entered out. Or how do you ensure your hotel is secure? You get authorization, you would just ask for the person's identification card. So anything which is multi-tenanted, any service provider who is multi-tenanted has to ensure that the consumer who's coming on board is a bona fide consumer, okay? And that is what the regulation helps solve for, and that's what we provide. And we see that there is a lot of tendency of trying to kind of bypass this multi-tenancy by becoming a wholesale provider of certain services and hide all the users behind that. And one of the things which has recently come up is all the colos office providers. They have now started, you have like 10 offices in one colo, but each one is just connected to one service provider. How is that possible? Okay, how will a service provider give a bona fide certification to all the 10 users of that? Those companies could be doing anything, okay? So that's where we want that regulator to ensure that it is secure and that's not compromised. So with that, I just want to summarize that these are the 6 laws by which we have built our company, and we believe that this would take India forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. May I now request Mr. Amit Chand, who's the Technical Manager, Siemens, who could just join us onto the podium to share his presentation, and his theme is AI-ready cabling, future-proofing data center infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amit Chand. I'm taking care of North India as a technical manager, Siemens. So we are talking about here AI-ready cabling solutions for future AI data centers. So let me take a bit and let me explain you about the company history here. So Siemens is a US-based company which was founded by Carl F. Siemens in 1903. We are almost 120 plus year young company, I would say. And so the journey started in the telecom sector. We were the first company who invented or who started manufacturing 3-pole telecommunication block. at the time, and that's how the journey started for our telecom sector solutions. And it is a privately owned company, and it is now handled by our 5th generation CEO, who is Henry Simon. He's taking care of the company right now, and he's very young and dynamic personality. He used to work with Apple earlier. Now he is managing our company. And we have very flat organization where you can reach out to me as a technical manager, as well as our country head or as a CEO itself. And our resources are very technically qualified resources. We support our customer in providing technical solutions, providing technical consultancies. So we have our presence in over 100 countries and 40 plus countries. We are having our offices. So in India, we comes under IMEA region. In India, our headquarters is in Hyderabad, and we operate from there. And we have 50% of the Fortune 500 companies as our customers, as our global customers. And we are ISO certified company, so we follow the quality standards. We follow all standards which are available as part of telecom industry. So these are our global customers which we support in terms of our solution providing, in terms of our product delivering. So Amazon, DCX, you name it, HSBC, Barclays, these are our global customers which we are supporting all over the globe to them. And in India, we have various customers, various government projects we are doing, various data centers we are doing currently. So Arista, Cisco, and NVIDIA, these are the big leaders in the market in the networking sector. So we develop our solution in that way that it give an advantage, additional value to our leading networking equipment manufacturers. And we have partnership with them, we talk to them, we develop a solution to support their solutions as well. So we are the only company who is a solution advisor consultant for NVIDIA connectivity part. So we are closely working with NVIDIA, and we provide consultancy services for any AI-ready infrastructure or any AI infrastructure which is in pipeline. So what we do, we provide consultancy on the architecture level. We provide the solution what can fit in that architecture. Now, when we come to the data center part, it is the sustainability which matters a lot. So we are a sustainability, our pledge for sustainability is whatever we take, we reduce our carbon emissions. We are EcoVad's gold sustainability winner. We are SEAL certified company. So we are not carbon neutral. We are 179% carbon negative. And it is there in our website. You can see all the documents relevant to that. So we committed to this sustainability term because it is very important part of a data center right now. Because if you see data center, when we talk about AI infrastructure, when we designed earlier data center as a traditional data center, it was taking around 7 to 8 kilowatt per cabinet. But when we talk about GPUs, it is almost taking 100 plus kilowatt per cabinet. So sustainability is very important part for that. So our products, which we are providing as part of data center portfolio, is all sustainable products. Now, what is CMON capabilities as part of providing AI solution? So my fellow speakers already told that we need higher bandwidth and low latency products for this, for supporting AI infrastructure. For example, 400 gig is current requirement for NVIDIA GPUs. So we have that solution for us, with us. We have solution which can support 800 gig bandwidth requirement. We are talking about 1.6 terabyte connectivity requirement. So we have those solutions. It is under development. It is under discussion. Now, as part of CMON portfolio, what we provide as part of connectivity, data center connectivity part. So I'll go to that. High density splicing solutions we provide. Then we provide automated infrastructure solution, which is intelligent cabling solution in terms of say. And we have Cat6 a shielded solution for data center. For data center specific, we have Cat7 solution, Cat8 solution. We are the inventor of Terra connectivity, which supports Cat7 and Cat8 connectivity. And we have 400 active patents in terms of designing our products. So we already have 400 patents in terms of designing the product. We provide racks and cable management. We provide pre-terminated solutions, high-density patching solutions. We provide fiber cross-connect solutions, and direct attached cables, and active optical cables, which is DAC and AOC, which is used for P2P connectivity in AI environment. Now, AI-ready solution, when we talk about AI-ready solution, it should be ultra-low loss and high bandwidth solutions. So our solutions are pre-terminated, ultra-low loss APC connector solution, which provide you base 8, base 12. So let me explain what is base 8 and base 12. Base 8 means you have one connector, you have 8 fibers. So 8 fiber you can support in one connector. Same way, if you have base 12, you can support 12 fibers in one connector. And same way, we have 16 base 24 as well for the data center connectivity part. We have multi-mode, single mode, all this kind of solution, conversion cable, hybrid cable, Hydra cables, where one side you want 400 gig uplink and other side you want to distribute in 100 gig 4 links, that also we can provide you. So we have some state-of-the-art jumper or patch codes for the higher density environment, which have uni-click, uni-boot technology patented with us. So you don't need to reverse the polarity by removing the patch code and twisting it. There is a connector called quick lock connector, so you can just twist the connectors and it will reverse the polarity at the site itself. You don't need any specialized tools for this. Then for enclosure, we have 3 types of enclosures for data centers. One is high density, another one is ultra high density, and the third one is combo panels. So this is our light stack, which is for ultra high density panel, which can support up to 144 LC port in 1U and 72 port MTP ports in 1U space. And it supports base 8, base 12 cassettes. Then we have Lightverse high density panel enclosure, which is 4G ready solution, which supports 96 fiber in 1U, available in both single mode and multi-mode configuration, and it provides ultra low loss solution as well. Then we have combo panel, where you can put your fiber and copper both in the same panel itself. So it supports 96 LC fibers or 96 copper, or mix of both can be supported. Then we move to AI-ready DAC and AOC cables, which we are providing for, especially for AI infrastructure. So there are different type of SFPs, which is available in the market, which is SFP, which works in one lane of fiber, QSFP, which works in quad, which is called quad small form factor, and it works in 4 lanes of parallel optics. Then QSFP double density. So these are various type of SFPs. So we have cables for that to support the environment. Like you can see, there are different type of SFPs available with us, which can support up to 800 gig. These cables can support up to 800 gig. And we have active optical cables as well, which can support up to 800 gig. Our Hydra cables also available, or you can say conversion code, where you want to bifurcate your bandwidth between 4 channels and you want to consolidate other way in one port. So here we have that solution also. And it comes in the different colors as well. Earlier it was DAC cables were only available in black colors. Now we have different color options as well. And our 400 gig ultra low loss is third-party tested solution. All the solutions which are available with us, those are third-party tested solution for ultra low loss latency, and which are best in the market. So now how we are there in the industry? What is our industry involvement? Our teams are there participating in Ethernet alliances, Infinity Band trade associations, and IEEE organizations. So we are there where the copper and fiber connectivity matters. We are supporting them. We are helping them to writing the solutions, developing the solution which is best fit for the infrastructure. Thank you so much for this is my presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. And now may I request Senior System Engineering Manager, DC COE Lead Comscorp, Mr. Prajesh Sankaran, to kindly share his presentation with us. And his theme is Scaling Data Centers for AI, the Critical Role of Optical Fiber Infrastructure. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Very good afternoon. This presentation is going to be last before lunch, I am assuming. So I'm going to give you some food for thought. Very happy to hear the insights since the morning sessions. A lot of drive towards what we are seeing as AI data centers. And being a global player and deploying some of the largest deployments of AI clusters, I'm very happy to share some of the insights from my side as well. So, a quick look at what is the trend and technologies that we are seeing, in the global footprint, right? So if you see the way AI is driving industry transformation is multifold. We are seeing about 1 trillion investment of data centers already being modernized, which means that the existing data center footprint is about 1 trillion, is currently being modernized to support the next generation GPU implementations. We are seeing a lot of that in India, being an epicenter from a global growth of digital transformation. We are seeing how Gen AI over the last 2 years has kind of significantly changed the landscape when it comes to designing data centers. Tokens, intelligence is becoming the new commodity because everything, if you see the LLMs that are being developed in India, especially a diverse country with so many languages, language-based LLMs are becoming one of the key drivers. And that will also drive a lot of the governments to basically bring in a lot of the value proposition that they can serve their consumers as well as the people of the state with additional services, etc., with this engine. We are also seeing the traditional data centers moving on to becoming more purpose-built data centers from a computing perspective. And that is what the operators are now beginning to look at, what they are calling as building AI factories, right? And currently the investment that is planned for is doubling the investment of going up to 2 trillion in terms of data center footprint alone. And we can already see based on the earlier speakers talking about where India stands in terms of the footprint. I think there's a lot of investment that is of that investment that is looking here from a global perspective to actually see in India itself, because of it being a global economy, being a large consumer base. We are beginning to see a lot of attention on India itself. So are we all ready for the new industrial revolution? By what I see, the indicators, by what we are doing locally in India with building some of the largest AI clusters in India, we are beginning to see that it is already put in sowing the seeds for what we look forward to see in the next few years coming up. So I want to give you a bit idea about what is really the cabling impact, or what we say the data center interconnects, the business that we are into, is really affecting today's data center footprints, right? So if you look at this image, it is more of the traditional compute that you see in your data centers over the last few years, which has been all your CPU-based servers. Traditional compute infrastructure, typically 8 to 32 servers, and then the connections requirement is typically 32 to 48 fibers or not more than that. We are also seeing today about 144 fiber density-based cabinets supporting some of the cloud-based CPU infrastructures. What AI is doing is bringing in the concept of what they call as rack scale systems, right? And so what happens here is that from a compute perspective, now you're talking about typically a single cabinet supporting about 32 GPUs. And typically that would be around 40 kilowatt kind of power density, whereas traditional computes today still use a sub 20 kilowatt designs. We are also seeing higher generations of GPUs, more high dense, like the 72 GPU cabinet that you see here is kind of going to scale up, because that's going to, and there we are talking about like 140, 150 kilowatts per cabinet. So now you can see how the scalability of designs from a traditional compute from a form factor, it looks similar, but the amount of power cap, the amount of fiber density we are talking about is really, you can already see the trajectory. So typically from 32 fibers to 640, 320 to 640 fibers, and then all the way up to 864, and you are also seeing 1728 based fiber counts going inside a single cabinet itself. And that's exactly what we are seeing. So with the generation, now what's also happening on the parallel is that this evolution is not stopping. It is actually going from one GPU versions to the next generation version. So if you look at what we are seeing here, let me see if I can point. Yeah. So if you see from the top side, that's the first generation of the GPU infrastructure, which were more appliance-based. With the advent of new systems, we are going to see more of the rack-based infrastructures, which will all be purpose-built, built-in factories, and all they do is ship it to the site, install it, power it on, and ready to connect kind of thing. So the infrastructure is becoming more of a rack-scale design, as we see. And you can also see that from the 32 GPUs to 72 GPUs, we are also looking at next year the advent of 144 GPUs per rack, and the following years we're going to see advent of 576 GPUs. What it essentially means is that today you may be using a lot of CPU-based deployments, but you can seamlessly start looking at deploying next generation of GPUs. And that is where, and you may have different versions of GPUs running in your data centers over a period of time as well. And that's kind of what it essentially means, is that that's about an 18x growth in about GPU density, the way things are, and that's going to have an impact on the physical footprint. It's going to have an impact on the power cap that you are talking about, as well as a very large amount of fiber density, and fiber interconnects are going to basically be needed to interconnect that as well. So if you look at the technology trend where networking is concerned, and that's where there's a sea change in what's happening, and you can see in this graphic here, where today we are already talking about 400 gig, 800 gig, and 1.6 terabit in the same breadth. And that's because the transceivers today are already available to connect the next generation optics as we are seeing itself. And this is also causing a lot of shift and paradigm shift towards how base 8 systems and base 12 systems are now moving towards base 16 based solutions with different configurations where you can use twin port transceivers, we can use multiple transceiver type connections, etc. And here, if you can see, I could use an MPO 8, MPO 12. I may also have to migrate towards what we call as the next generation MPO 16. So these interfaces are becoming extremely important, because what you're essentially saying is that it is not going to be one point-to-point connect. It's going to be a mesh architecture. So there's going to be a lot more connections that you would be requiring in this case as well. IEEE, and being part of the IEEE standards as well, we are continuously monitoring how the speeds are getting evolved. And as you can see here, starting from 100 gig at the bottom, we're already seeing the different speeds that are ratified all the way up to 1.6 terabit. And this graphic also talks about which transceivers support which type of fiber connect, which means that the blue cells are all your multi-mode type transceivers, the yellow cells would all be your single mode transceivers, and of course then you have a lot of the different types of solutions which depends upon whether you're using a high fiber kind of connectors like MPO 8 or MPO 16, or you're using high lane rates like you're using a 50 gig, 100 gig, 400 gig lane rates to achieve things like 1.6 terabit. There are also optics which are using multi-wavelength applications like the wavelength division multiplexing solution itself. So essentially, these are the three ways in which transceivers are being developed, especially by either increasing the number of fibers per connector, increasing the lane rates per fiber or per lane, as well as trying to use higher fiber mediums which can support and optimize better ways of basically transmission itself here. So today's clusters and factories are really looking at deployment challenges. More, instead of looking at just pure product sets, the idea is basically to see, is this possible to implement AIDCs effectively in a market like this? And whether skilled labor is available. There are a lot of questions that customers that we talk to have. Increase, how to reduce and shorten the installation time, how to see if there is enough space available for what we call a structured data center interconnects, how much can be configured off-site rather than doing everything on-site, because many times that takes a lot of time. You have to do a lot of troubleshooting to basically get everything working. There's also things like, how can I reduce the number of clicks? Clicks is something, the sound when you make connections, right? So how can I reduce the number of clicks, and that way I can basically be making sure that I have effective transmission going on as well. What's the access to the connections? How can I manage my cable routing? And also day 2 operations is playing a very important role, especially in a high critical data center setup. And also with this, what we saw already, the transition in which the speeds are happening, how can I support future upgrades without really ripping and replacing my infrastructure? That's a key ask. And also things like testing, troubleshooting is actually something that we are seeing in this case as well. So this kind of gives you an idea of what kind of interconnections that we are expecting from a structured data center interconnect of all these AIDCs that are being planned. So you would have a lot of these solutions which may not be within the cabinet. It could be retrofitted and also be placed above the rack, so that even without your GPU racks on site, you can keep your cabling design ready, and so that the time taken to install is just as good as dropping the patch cord as soon as your GPU racks arrive and start connecting them itself. So this is an approach in which not only we are now providing design advisory services to customers, such that I can today reduce your design effort of your AIDC by at least 50%, because of the fact that we are now using reference architectures from a high-speed data center interconnects as well. And these modular components, especially pre-terminated fiber cable assemblies, modules, etc., is making things plug and play, which means that now I don't have to worry about having to figure out what kind of connector is required. And by having a system like this, I have now an option to use or to seamlessly migrate from one connectivity to another without having to relay cables, without having to re-terminate connections, and thereby saving considerable amount of time. And you also want to have an ecosystem product, not just product sets which are only supporting fiber transmission, but also cable management, and also things like pathway systems, which are extremely efficiently designed today, because for data center to work well, the connectivity and the pathway flow of the cable routing becomes extremely important. And today also, we are seeing customers looking at purpose-built fiber cabinets, which allows you to manage a lot of that density that otherwise is a challenge in a lot of these 19-inch cabinets that you're seeing across. So we have some very good case studies and stories that we can share with your teams respectively about how we are doing this even in India and some of the largest data centers itself. So what you need today, and I would probably use that as in a nutshell, is using a system which can transcend generations of infrastructure connectivity. Starting from as low as your 10 gig networks, you can now seamlessly scale up to 1.6 terabit and beyond by just building in new kinds of hybrid modules and just making use of the available cabling infrastructure that is already laid. Because not to forget, these high-speed interconnects that are designed and implemented in DCs run for years, run for about 25 years of warranty, right? But your active refreshes are changing every 2 years, 3 years. So you want to make sure that what you are investing today in these data centers, you first and foremost design it right, design well with the right kind of advisory, so that you can seamlessly migrate from a CPU environment to a GPU environment, and within GPU environment, you can actually move towards various generations of infrastructure that you're looking to support in the future. Again, some examples of how interconnects have become as plug and play as you can see. You can migrate from 1.6 to 1.6, you can do 1.6 to 800 gig, you can do 800 gig to multiples of 100 gig, and you can also do 100 gig to 100 gig and various types of infrastructures. So all these modular components is making life easy, not only from an installation perspective, from a design perspective, as well as from an operations perspective as well, so that day 2 changes can be very easily accommodated with this modular approach. We are working a lot with these large AI players, especially NVIDIA and the likes of AMD, etc. And we have kind of come up with a lot of design reference guides, which are kind of offering you what you need from a day one perspective, right? And it could be a small cluster, it could be a large cluster. This kind of gives you a lot of insights available globally, available online, and offers you all the component flexibilities that you require when you're planning to have a new data center, right? And this is something which we would like you to look at. We are also seeing a lot more things coming up in the future. We are talking about various types of MPO connector types. We are looking at very high fiber counts in terms of rollable ribbon cables, which are going beyond the conventional fiber counts. And this is also offering new types of connectors itself, which is something which we are keen to see itself. So with that, I'd like to just quickly jump through what we are also having today as an optical distribution frame system, which offers you the components, which is basically used in a 19-inch environment, but can now be stacked inside a frame, fully purpose-built, can support splicing, pre-terminated, and support various types of high-density cable applications itself. So something to think about, and offering very high-density fibers in a very small footprint, effectively giving you the choice of different types of connectors, etc. And that's kind of what we kind of look forward from these designs as well, especially when you're placing it in different kind of data center players itself. And pathways is another key areas. And lastly, I just want to conclude by saying that data center challenges continue to be there, but we want to make sure that we are, as a partner, offering you the best-in-class of fiber optic solutions, also providing you secure supply chains, as well as making sure you are able to transcend your journey through various generations of Gen AI GPU silicons, as we are seeing, and while being sustainable as well while implementing these themselves, right? So with that, I just want to say that your network is your future, and we would be happy to be part of that journey, and happy to answer some of your questions, maybe in our booth, which is there here at the booth exhibitor area itself. So I'd like to thank all the attendees and also the fellow speakers, and look forward to have an engaging session post-lunch as well. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you so much. And may I now invite CEO TechBridge, Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, to kindly share his thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the organizers and the fellow participants. So, okay, a brief about TechBridge. We are monitoring and securing the critical infra for the country, and we are 100% Make in India company. Been present in the industry for last 10 years, and we have heard a lot about the hardware. So I think for a change, it's good that there is some software also in the foray. Yeah, so AI is all there. There is a lots of AI washing happening, so that we also carry along. Okay, couple of credentials for the organization in terms of whatever we are doing, and the main thing is that for all the infra being established and the hardware being deployed all across, TechBridge is giving the critical monitoring and securing infrastructure. So as I said, we are on the vision and mission of monitoring and securing the critical infra. So we have been deployed across. We have supported the organization in terms of monitoring and securing in data centers and lots of power energy sector, along with lots of smart cities and safe cities that we did. And we are on the mission that how we help the organizations, the customers, on those two fronts from all the aspects. We have been able to do some bit of our effort, and we look forward further down on that. Today, as we speak, I want to present our SOC in a Box platform, which is Cyber CO. Actually, we all know in data centers, we have lots of capabilities around cyber security, and there's lots of silos that happens around. As an Indian organization and as a value add which you want to bring to on table is a sock in a box concept. So where customer doesn't have to run around to various OEMs and look for lots of silos to be stitched around. And we have seen the benefits of this with the customers where they have reaped up all the things. Further down, if we see, there is lots of innovation that is happening at our end in terms of bringing efficiencies, bringing pre-stitched solutions. And at the same time, this whole platform is available as an integrations for various existing silos that the customer might have. So, as we discussed, and we all know like how important cybersecurity is, and there are lots of growth also in this area. As we are talking about data centers and the growth around data centers, and hence the cybersecurity is also one of the critical components in the space of data center per se, and hence the digital infrastructure all around. For the SOC in a box, we see these three pillars, which is threat management, identity, and the risk management. So we have the components around all the three pillars of cyber security in the area of network security. And we are covering those from all the from the 360-degree perspective. In fact, I can proudly say that our network access controller, one of the very few 100% Make in India network access controller that we give, and we have powered one of the few critical organizations with network access controller from 100% Make in India concept. And along with that, all the other components powered by TechBridge. Okay, so one information or a news we can also share, we are taking pride in sharing with everyone here. We have been recognized in Gartner for the cybersecurity tech trends for the year 2025. So that is a testimonial where we have been put alongside the Microsofts and Cisco's in the tech space. And we take pride, and at the same time, it's a challenge for us to take that as an opportunity where we are being benchmarked against the global giants. And yes, we are working our bit from all the aspects of putting up that capability and serving our customers altogether. One topic I would like to touch here is that, see, we have been talking about everything in terms of data centers, in terms of infrastructure and everything. But as we all know, cybersecurity is a critical thing for anyone in the space. But statistically, we can see identity. So identity is a space where, so basically the intruders or the malwares today are not coming from open areas, but it is coming from the identity. So intrusion is happening on identity is being compromised, identity is being threatened across. Identity as a user's identity and also the identity infrastructure. So as a company, we have seen that security breaches are happening from that front altogether. The identity threat vectors are the threat surface where identity is being exposed is increasing at multifold, and the people are at risk. The threat vectors all includes like the deepfakes or synthetic identities or agentic AIs or AI agents or the bots. It's not limited to anything today. And all of us are, as we sitting here, we are aware, like, right, that how much of our identities is at risk, and how much critical for all of us altogether is to safeguard all this. Another testimonial about this is recently Palo Alto acquired CyberArk, because the threat management has to engage via identities and the infrastructure as well. So while TechBridge is working as a Make in India organization in this space, we see the global movements also in this direction. And hence, this is the same area where Gartner also mapped us, and TechBridge has been working a lot in terms of research and development, and lots of work and effort is going in that direction at our end to enhance that capability in the digital infrastructure space. So Yeah. Let us first agree and understand that yes, identity is a very vulnerable area where we all face the challenges every day. As we have listed down, 3 problem areas. Problem 1, 80% of breaches involve compromised credentials. Second is traditional SIMs and identity providers miss advanced identity-based attacks. And third is the lateral movement and privilege escalation will go undetected. So as a company, as a platform, as a solution, we are targeting all these soft areas where identity threat vectors are being covered in the platform. Why the current solution fails? There is an understanding in terms of they have limited capabilities, limited scopes, and there are efforts, but I have seen all the existing legacy tools, there are challenges or limitations. Cybersecurity is today evolving space at the same time. It has been, you can say, commoditized to an extent on the traditional tools space, and at the same time, lots of evolution and innovation has to happen there. So there is a long, very, very high headroom in this space. Okay. So as we introduce here ITDR, which is Identity Threat Detection and Response. So that is a very critical component that is coming up. ITDR is an important space where identity, both as an user identities and identity as an infrastructure. Though Identity Threat Detection and Response, which is a capability which is being developed under threat management all across globally, not only here. TechBridge is one of the leading organizations in this space globally, not only in India, which is developing and putting in effort in that direction. So we want to position here that to the customers, to our partners, that this is a space where we should focus, we should look upon and see that we don't miss it out. Because this whole approach, holistic approach, is important for everyone for maintaining the right cybersecurity in the data center and the digital infrastructure space. Okay, so as we say, why ITDR matters now? Compromises, persistence, that is, and then lateral movement and the breach. So details are here, ITDR is very important. INTD is very important, ITDR is very important. We all have to understand that, and it's better we understand and we agree as early as possible. What are we doing in that space? So basically, multimodal identity verification. Now, what does it mean? So identity as not as in login and password, identity not as a geolocation, means tagging along that. So what we are doing is we are taking multi-modal identity verification, which is like taking inputs from all the directions for an identity. Even one small use case I will tell you, like we are doing, like we can, I'm sure it will resonate with many of the people here. We have organizations have lots of help desk, lots of login and everything. So if some credential is compromised, or someone calls in a pseudonym and takes or get any information, then we put that account under, some password changes happened, then we put that account under scrutiny from the system itself. And then the activities on that account are monitored. What is the frequency of login? Obviously, we cannot log into the system, but we can check the frequency of the login or some kind of activities that are happening, maybe the IP changes or the source of IP changes. Devices. So there are multiple paradigms on how that account is being tracked now. And based on that, so this is one example. Other is like we are also trying to capture the keystrokes, the mouse movements, or the touchpad movements, or the eyes movements. So like this, we are taking multimodal inputs on any user behavior around the logins. This is one use cases. There are multiple things around this, like this. So we are using those around identities and feeding that to our AI-enabled user and entity behavior analytics platform, which is helping to do the identity security factors. So this is the overall methodology on which we are working, and we have seen the market and we have seen the analysis that is very useful for the overall industry as a digital infrastructure customer space. Okay, how does it work, which I was telling actually, I told in simple words, like it identifies the signals, analytics engine, SOC response, and automated controls. So in a simple words, this is the way it works. And we have seen that even in terms of, because as we see, lots of bots are coming up, lots of AI agents are coming up. So it will not be very easy for human beings to identify all of this and surface or notify. So such automated systems will certainly add value to the digital infrastructure security space. This is a workflow. So eventually, whatever identification is done, we do the mechanism of risk scoring. What is the kind of drift is seen, and what kind of threat vectors are coming in, and so all that is put up, and based on the risk scores, the respective response mechanism is in place, which is a graded response mechanism, not it's 0-1. It is a graded response mechanism, both horizontally and vertically. Okay, so a few words about CyberSeo ITDR, the real-time detection of credential misuse, session hijacking, and privilege abuses, ML-powered risk scoring per identity, automated intelligent responses to stop attacks early, and seamless integration with the identity infrastructure and the response mechanisms. So basically, that's the way it is. Key features, I would just skip here, and like in terms of deployments, it's we are trying to bring in efficiency on how much the efficient deployment and then the integrations, because it's a software, so there is lots of integrations required. But yes, we try to maximize the output with the minimum input or the time taken. Okay. I personally, whatever we have seen, the way the market is drifting, again, there are testimonials across globally, not only in India, and in fact, as we talk to various analysts, ITDR is a very, very key piece in the North American market today in terms of cyber security. And I'm sure shortly it's going to be put on table in the South Asian or Indian market space as well. We want to engage with the customers. We want to coach the people in terms of how important it is, and let's take it to the foray rather than being a fringe player in that sense. Use cases, it's all across. I would skip, we have discussed. One more thing, the last piece I would like to share, as TechBridge, we are also coming up with the AI governance model, AI governance platform, where customers who are deploying AI can also, along with, they can check the TRISM, the trust, risk, security, and governance of the manageability, that is governance of the AI platforms AI capabilities being deployed. We do the AI discovery in terms of AI assets which are deployed across, and the governance on that, on the TRISM factors. So these are the things which we believe in the digital infrastructure data center space, which is very useful for the industry and for the customer. We do believe it's a value add altogether. Thank you. Any questions which we have, we can certainly take up later. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to conclude our technical session, the technical presentation, session 1. We thank all our panelists. May we put our hands together and thank each one of them. And just to make it a little more memorable, we'd like to present mementos. May I request Shri Jitendra Garg ji to kindly present a memento to Mr. Sumit Agarwal. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. Once again, requesting Mr. Garg to kindly present a memento to Mr. Lalit Chaudhary. Presenting a memento to Mr. Lalit S. Chaudhary. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and sharing your presentation with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Amit Chand. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. May we now present a memento to Mr. Priyesh Sankaran. Thank you so much, sir. And we also thank Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, and we wish to present a memento to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal, and once again requesting Mr. Jitendra Garg to kindly present a memento to Mr. Saurabh Agarwal. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. May I now request Mr. Shashidharan to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Mr. Jitendra Garg. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much for sharing your presentation and your valuable notes with us. May I request all our members on the stage to kindly step forward for a group photograph just to capture this moment. And it shall stay with us not just in our lenses, but of course it stays in our memories too. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude Session 2, the technical presentation 1. We would request you to kindly join us for our next session, which is the Session 3, the technical presentation 2. May we request you for a quick lunch break, exactly for about 30 minutes, and may I request you to kindly join us in time for us to begin with our next session. Thank you so much.
Ever wondered why getting fast, reliable connectivity between data centers still feels slow? In a world where digital innovation moves at lightning speed, network infrastructure can no longer afford to lag behind. That's why Lightstorm introduced award-winning Polarin DCI Wave, a next-generation solution that reimagines how data centers connect. Traditionally, provisioning high-bandwidth connectivity between data centers could take weeks, involving feasibility checks, manual patching, and extended lead times. Now it takes less than 10 minutes with Polarin DCI Wave. By combining advanced optical fiber infrastructure with robotics and software automation, Polarin DCI Wave delivers the world's first optical network-as-a-service product. The result? Real-time feasibility checks, instant provisioning, seamless scalability, and more, all through a single unified platform. Here's some of the Polarin DCI Wave's unparalleled benefits. Our real-time interconnect on Layer 1 adapts to your bandwidth needs, offering the scalability you need. Our utility-grade fiber network offers 99.99% uptime, meaning your connection stays up, with 90% less downtime than legacy telcos. Our end-to-end visibility into latency, uptime, and link performance offers you complete transparency. With one single portal, you can seamlessly manage sign-up, order, provision, report, and bill. Whether you are an e-commerce player scaling bandwidth instantly for flash sale traffic, a fintech scaling for IPO day, a media house preparing for a live event, or an enterprise migrating data between data centers, Polarin DCI Wave ensures your connectivity is fast, flexible, and future-ready. Today, connectivity is the backbone of business performance. With Polarin DCI Wave, Lightstorm brings the agility, transparency, and intelligence needed to support next-generation workloads at the speed of innovation. Are you ready for speed?
Actually, everywhere now, we are using intelligence system. Actually, if you cannot solve a problem, let us say there is a cybersecurity breach, if we cannot solve it by the conventional tools, conventional wisdom, so we use what is called an intelligent system. And it is not a new thing. In our telecom, when we were working initially, there was a concept of IN, intelligent network. So mainly what is intelligent? Intelligent means it is programmable, it is smart, it is using AI basically. Anything where you use AI can be called intelligent. And then there are some more systems which I'll be discussing. One of that system actually which I want to bring to the table to this August audience in my given time is called data space. Most of you may not even have heard. Let me see if I can go to that slide. Someone will help me. Moving, okay. So I'll go very fast to that slide. Not moving. Okay. I'll go to, there are so many things, but it is not meant for this lecture. It is for day after tomorrow lecture, for somewhere else. But data space actually, like cybersecurity things are there, but there is a technology which is called data space. Let me quickly go to that actually. This is what I'm talking. Actually, data space is a wonderful technology. It's an architecture. Actually, when Europe was struggling with GDPR implementation, they took 5 years and they could not solve the problem. The same thing what we are there, our DPDP Act actually, Act is there, but we are unable to implement that. We are unable to agree on the guidelines. We are actually not ready how to implement the DPDP Act. The same was situation 6 years back in Europe when they brought GDPR and they could not implement it actually. It was so complex like in India, similar thing. And then they discovered what is called data space. So data space actually is an architecture facilitating a secured and privacy preserving intelligent IT management infrastructure to pool, access, process, use and share data. It's a very simple thing. It looks like very simple, but I'll show you it is actually very simple. Unfortunately, in India, we have not even started talking about it. I feel, because every day I'm talking or listening in different seminars, I feel this may be the first one on data space. And to know more about this, what I'm talking, you may have to Google it also, you may have to ask ChatGPT also. It is not new. It is not very trivial. As for OpenDI, it is defined as a decentralized intelligent infrastructure for trustworthy data sharing and exchange in data ecosystems based on commonly agreed principles actually. And then there are so many other things how it does. It helps you in data sovereignty, it helps you in data protection, it helps you in data sharing, it helps you in data monetization, and it helps you in data owning actually. That is a new concept as you know, owning, because they say data is the new oil. That has become an old saying. Now, in fact, data center is the new oil, someone told, but according to me, data center is the new oil field or new oil well. So you have to protect it, and that is what we are talking. And data space is exactly meant for that. It can help you to manage identity management, like identity breach. 80% of your breaches are identity management. It is very simple here, and you will know how it does that actually. The main element of data space is called a connector. Like you have an API, here it is called a connector. Connector which is used as the interface of the data provider and data consumer to data space infrastructure. The infrastructure which is in data space, your full data center can be put there. After auto authentication and validation of the users. So that is what it does. It also makes use of, and that is the main thing about data space, use of some attributes of blockchain. Not the blockchain itself, because blockchain in India is still a bad word actually. But surprisingly, if you want security, no technology can make it more secure than blockchain. Till now, no blockchain hacking has happened actually. But people still don't believe in blockchain. So here, data space guys, they are not using blockchain per se. They are using some qualities of blockchain. That is called decentralization. and implement agreed rules as per policy data exchange between the users. They use a attribute called smart contract. Smart contract is also intelligent system actually, which is used many places now in PPP contracts also. By using blockchain attributes, the assets are tokenized to increase the value, because tokenization, like in earlier days when we are talking of voice, it was circuit switch. When we were trying to do packet switch actually. So I used to say packetize or parish, because by packetizing your circuit or your signal, you can make it more efficient. Now same thing has come, tokenization. So if you can tokenize anything, even your data center or even your data, so its value will increase. RBI has already agreed to this. RBI is tokenizing your loans, your checks actually, your accounts. Already they are starting tokenization. And it is not Bitcoin. Or even tokenization is not full blockchain actually. It's an attribute of blockchain actually, where the players, that is the creator of data, owner of data, users of data, are connectorized to have control. Actually through connector, they get the control like API does. The data space specify, and that is the key line which I have created, data of any creator owner in an intelligent and decentralized manner, so the data owner has full control and self-protection of data. Actually, I have named it Lakshman Rekha. So if you put data space around your data center or your data, it works as a Lakshman Rekha. It is like supreme kind of protection. As you know, Lakshman Rekha, nobody could breach. Only the data owner can breach. You are owning it, you only will secure it, and you only can get it breached. What happened in Lakshman Rekha? Sita Mata, because she did not obey, and she herself went out of the Lakshman Rekha. And that is why the incident happened. So here, you yourself, unless you yourself want to breach your data, or your staff want to breach your data, that is the 10% part of cause of the breaches. So that is what I wanted to show here. And more, of course, you will need a separate seminar on that, but I just wanted to show you. It looks very simple. Actually, it is as simple as I'm talking. So more on that security aspect, our experts will have to deliver, but 5 more minutes which are left for me, I will like to show you one more thing. And that is about the tokenization, use of tokenization, not only for security, but for data center ecosystem itself. For, you can say, adding the value to your data center, generating value from your data center, and also getting your data center funded. And especially that diagram should come fast now, hopefully. There is a concept of INVIT, Investment Infrastructure Trust, which came in 2018 actually. Luckily, I was the first one to play a role in that, and IndGrid Starlight brought the first kind of infrastructure grid 8 years back, and that diagram should come fast now. Because it is a good learning for, oh, it has skipped. After this only it should have. Yes, so this is a new concept and very important concept of data center, especially when you're talking of edge data center, a lot of talk in the morning, government policy is there now. Each district of the country should have a data center, and do you know how many districts are there? About 800 of them. 800 edge data centers have to come immediately, and state government have been told, mandated, and even funded that you have to create, each of your districts should have a data center. We are talking about those big data center, of course, hyperscalers, all like Reliance, Yota, Adani. Lot of big data centers are coming. That, of course, is there. But edge data center play a very important role, a niche role. They bring the data center near to the user, near to the consumer, actually. Because otherwise, if your data center is at one place and consumer is far away, he has to pay for the connection, and there is a delay also there. So that can be avoided by this concept. So here also the SEBI itself have come out with a concept called SM REIT, Small and Medium Real Estate Investment Trust. Data center comes as a part of that. So you can have a small data center. A small, I mean maybe 1 megawatt, 1 to 5 megawatt kind of data centers. You can create as a edge data center. Railtel have been mentioning morning, their director told 102 data centers they have a plan, but not a one have come out. Why it has not come out? Because big companies are not ready to fund a small data center, a edge data center. They are funding big. They are hyperscale. They are billions. They are not talking of 1 megawatt data center or 5 megawatt. They are talking of gigawatts actually. So that is where this concept, SM REIT can use, so investment trust concept can be used here. And that is what we are doing actually. And incidentally, I am founder of one of the India's first data center SM REIT. Here, a data center will be created on the edge where customer need tier 2, tier 3, or even villages. Even village we can create a data center and get it funded. It will be funded by the retail. It will be funded by the users as a equity basically, and they will own a part of that. That is called fractional ownership. So I will not go more in detail of that. It is a very complex thing. But with that, I think I have to invite our experts. So Mr. Deepakar, can we start with you? And we like to know how to secure a data center, make it safe, because you are with STPI, and I know STPI is doing a lot of work on data centers as well as security, and they are the best people, I think. So we will be guided by you actually in your 15 minutes, if you can tell us. 15 minutes or less. Option is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Divakar Jaiswal from STPI. Actually, STPI is a, yeah. Can you please load the presentation? Yeah, actually STPI is a very well-known name amongst the software industry and startup ecosystem. That may not be the case here. So I will just give a brief of what we do in STPI and how we are providing the data center and cloud services, and how the data center can be made secure and safe. So I will request team to please upload the presentation. Please start. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the agenda for today. I will touch upon a brief about STPI and what we are doing in data center and cloud services, and what are the challenges related to the hyper-connected worlds, then security strategy and best practices in terms of data center and cloud security, what are the future trends and motivations, and resilience and strategic planning, and then the conclusion part. So STPI is a autonomous society under Ministry of Electronics and IT, and it was set up in 1991. And these are the services which STPI provides. Apart from the promotional services, we are also in some of the commercial services also. So first thing is statutory service, where we run the scheme, that is Software Technology Park Scheme and Electronic Hardware Park Scheme. That is for promoting the hardware and electronic export from India. And the incubation scheme, it is for the IT startups. And then the STPI is also a category A ISP, so we provide the high-speed data communication services. A startup promotional scheme, like the Center for Entrepreneurship and Next Generation Incubation Scheme, where we provide the complete ecosystem for the startup, starting from the seed funding, mentoring, market connect, helping them in the legal issues or IPR, getting IPR. All these things is covered under the startup promotional schemes. And then the project management and consultancy services. Here we provide the turnkey solution for the government. Next is data center services and the security operation and security operation center services. Here we provide the SOC as a service, and also the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. STPI is one of the certain impaneled auditor. Next is BPO scheme. It is now under the sunset. And the next one is EMC scheme. This is Electronic Manufacturer Clustering Scheme, where we provide the funding. Next. Yeah, this shows our tier 3 data center. STPI has 5 operational tier 3 data center across India, and our next data center is coming up in Calcutta. It would be a 5 megawatt data center and ready for the IT workload and all. STPI started its data center journey in 2009, where we first set up our data center in Chennai. And you might be knowing Passport Seva project is with us, and it is hosted in Chennai itself. And since then, we have set up 4 more data centers. This is basically to take care of government workload and support the startup workload also. This year, STPI has entered into the cloud domain also, and we have started our cloud services under the brand name Ananta. Ananta is a sovereign cloud which is built completely on the OpenStack, and it is managed by our people only. We have started this Ananta cloud from Bhubaneswar and Chennai data center. All the data resides in these 2 data centers only. These are the service portfolio. We take care of IaaS, PaaS, storage, database, security, network services, monitoring services, and managed services. Full bouquet of services are available here. Yeah. Presently, all these services which are listed under the foundational services, these are the native services available for the GCC, that is called Government Community Cloud. Apart from the Government Community Cloud, we also offer the hybrid services. In the hybrid services, the services which are not native to our cloud, which we facilitate these services through our CSP partners. Like Yota is our CSP partner, Microsoft is our CSP partner, and AWS is also our CSP partner. What we are doing, we have already started with the fundamental services, and we are gradually bringing this advanced services and specialized services as our native services, which would be offered from our cloud. All the data will be residing in our Chennai and Bhubaneswar data center. Yeah, as a cloud services, we offer complete 360 managed services. That is starting from the cloud migration to adoption, then cloud optimization. Cloud is not like that you have configured and forget. We really look into it, optimize it as per the requirement, as per the workload. So we help our customer to get the cloud optimized. We provide the cloud security, complete cloud security solution, and operation and maintenance part. We have set up a dedicated NOC and SOC at both the places, which are working as a DR to each other, so that operational are uninterrupted. In SOC, we provide all kind of security services, starting from the log monitoring and all, and complete end-to-end managed security services also. Yeah, to support the startups and industry, we also host this Ananta Marketplace, where our startup can list their applications which they have built, so that it can be availed by our customers. So Marketplace is the part of our cloud. Okay. Next is the self-service portal. In Ananta, what we have done, we have created a completely automated system, and one can go to our portal, create the login, and once the KYC is done, they can upload the balance and provision the services. All billing and everything will be done from this portal only, without any manual intervention. So complete end-to-end services can be monitored, provisioned, everything is available in this self-service portal. I think none of the Indian service providers have such kind of self-service portal available. Yeah. Now coming back to the topic, that is hyper-connected challenges. As we see, everything is now connected, and all this comes with the challenges also, like that expanded digital footprint risk. As everything is connected, that it increases the attack surface also. And complicated data security challenges, complicate the data security challenges. Then the regulatory compliances, DPDP Act is already there, and rules are being formed. So compliance of these acts would also a challenge. And the AI-powered cyber threats. Now, AI has been acting as a defense also, and being used by the attacker also. It acts as a weapon to the people who doesn't know very much about the things, but they can create the malwares using this AI. So this is also a challenge. And managing the complete holistic security strategy, including the physical, cyber, and operational defense with the zero trust and AI-driven threat detection. So these are the challenges. Then security strategy and the best practices. So zero trust architecture is, everybody knows that we should go for it. Without this, security cannot be managed. Okay, so what it says that nobody has to be trusted, whether it is a user or device. And then AI-driven threat detection system. AI is playing a very vital role in detecting the anomalies and analyzing the logs and giving the advanced warnings and all. And then the quantum resistant encryption system. You know that now the quantum computing is coming up very quickly. Then this quantum resistant encryption is required. Otherwise, all existing encryption technology will get failed. So we need to form this quantum resistant encryption technology. Next is identity resilience and training. Continuous identity monitoring is required so that in case of any hack and all, we can restore it, and we should follow the concept of least privilege in the identity systems, and we should get our people trained into that. Now, the best practices for the secure data centers. So first comes the physical layer security. That includes the multi-layer security like biometric access, CCTV, man-trap, and all. And then the IAM solutions. As I previously talked, that IAM solution is very important for the data center security with the multi-factor authentications. Data encryption practices. Data should be encrypted whether it is in rest or transit. And the security audit and AI monitoring. Security audit of data centers are very important. In fact, when you are planning to put your data center, your data in the cloud, it should be audited before the migration itself. First audit should be pre-migration audit, and once that is done, then we should migrate the data, and after that also we should have the post-migration audit, because during the migration there are a lot of changes being done in the network as well as security layer. So we should do that, so that complete end-to-end security should be there. And we should use the AI-powered analytics to improve the threat detection. Next is future trends and innovation which is happening in this field. Yeah, hybrid cloud security is very important. Nowadays, what people are using, they are using their on-prem as well as some of the services they are running on-prem and some of the services at the cloud. So uniform security is very important in that case. We in Ananta Cloud offer the same set of security, whether it is on-prem or it is hosted in our cloud. Through the same portal, the things can be managed. Chip level security feature is very important, so that while processing the data, it cannot be hacked or leaked. Then the AI-enabled perimeter protection. Smart perimeter protection is required, like AI-enabled fencing, intelligent surveillance. The next one is sustainability and compliance. Energy efficient firewalls or other security systems should be energy efficient. Yeah, a lot of technology innovation is happening in this field. First thing is AI-powered security solution, AI-driven firewalls, GPU cluster protection. This plays a very important role in securing the data center. Behavior analysis and monitoring. Then data center trends. As you see, India data center capacity is projected to reach 2 gigawatt by 2027. And here, the new technologies, new cooling technologies like liquid cooling technology, immersion cooling technology, this will play a very vital role in creating the efficient data centers. Since AI is already there, so cooling AI data center with the conventional cooling, it's not so much efficient. So we need to move in such kind of technology. In fact, STPI is trying to collaborate with some of the international providers who are in this field to create a center for excellence in India itself, so that these technologies can be adopted very well. And strategic technology and policy impact. Integration of all these innovative solutions and regulatory framework will enhance and make the resilience and secure the digital infrastructure. Now, resilience and strategic planning. Our data center should be fault-tolerant system with the redundant power supply and automated disaster recovery protocols. Identity resilience should be there. As I already told that the identity system should be continuously monitored and backed up so that at the time of attacks, it can be automatically rolled back. Automation of the recovery orchestration. That means in case of anything happening to our data in cloud, we can revert to the DR automatically. So such kind of thing should be there. And sustainable energy integration using the renewable energy and adaptive cooling reduces the environmental impact and increases the efficiency. So by using the liquid cooling kind of things, this data center can be made more energy efficient. I was just going through some of the document where we have seen that on an average PUE for the air-cooled system is around 1.57. But through this liquid cooling, we can achieve easily 1.1 or 1.2 kind of thing we can achieve. So we should use such kind of cooling solution for our data centers. Now, future roadmap and conclusion. As a short-term measure, first thing we should go for the zero trust architecture to enhance the identity and access management system. As a mid-term solution, strategic deployment, we have to adopt AI-driven monitoring and hybrid cloud thing. As a long-term innovation focus should be on quantum safe encryption, sovereign cloud strategies, and advanced physical security measures. And one more, most important thing, leadership and culture. Actually, security is not given so much importance, especially in the government sector. So the thing, if from the top we give the importance to the security, then it flows down to the complete organization. So we should give some equal importance to the security. Thank you very much.
Oh. Yeah, thank you, Divarkarji. You have really brought a lot of new ideas, especially in the form of zero trust system, the post-quantum cryptography, which is called PQC now, becoming a very important subject of research, and also the identity management, new concept of that for cloud. So it has been very good learning, especially for me also, and I hope audience also learned a lot. Now we will go to our next expert, Mr. Vijay Madan, Advisor and Mentor Services and Solution, TSDSI, actually he happens to be my mentor also. He'll be talking about interoperability of services and secure data management on cloud platform. Like everything is in cloud, like we say AI everywhere, and in data center, cloud everywhere. So it is data center in the cloud, some people call it. Some people call it cloud in the data center. So I think we'll get more clarification, explanation on that, Madan Saab. And you can be comfortable from your seat if you want while presenting. Yes, yes, you are most welcome, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you every management people and all those who are organizing this event. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So actually, we have been listening from the morning about various things on data centers, and also I'll be slightly telling you more about what we heard today and just now in this session. What are the key issues we have discussed also? Energy consumption in data centers and efficiency. Data security and privacy, we have been hearing that. Downtime and service reliability, just now we have spoken. So cost management and hidden expenses, data management, platforms, and all that we have discussed. So what I'm going to do is a bit about everything, but mainly about last two bullets, last one bullet, data management platform and all that. Now everybody says that data is next gold for us, and digital transformation is next goal for us. But gold has also some standards. Gold has also to be transferred to different vendors, different jewelers, users, and government regulatory aspects and all that. So all that is very important. So therefore, we'll be talking about interoperability, some standards, and also data management in data centers, data management in data centers. So this will be cost and economic. And secondly, what people have been talking about, plug and pay. If I am the vendor today, I am the service provider, as in mobile, you can port to anybody else. Or you can port some services on one somebody and some services on another. So it is your choice because it is your gold. So in line with that, I come to the next slide, which talks about Indian concentrations for data management. We heard India's cloud and data center landscape is expanding rapidly and now geometrically or whatever beyond that. And therefore, there's a clear demand for sovereign, secure, and interoperable data cloud platform, because you can say everything is now getting 5G, 6G beyond, is cloudized, is on the clouds. So we cannot de-link some of the operations of data center from cloud. So cloud, it's cloudification. So therefore, India has a vision, we have heard, secure, portable, standard-based cloud environment in India, need for a cloud interoperability and portability. Nationally adopted standards may further contribute to global SDOs. What we do, we can take it globally. I must let you know that today we have guidelines, ITUT guidelines, ITU guidelines, IEEE guidelines, etc. But there are no specific standards about data and data management and cloud and other things and all that, cloud computing and all that. There are norms, but not exactly specifications and standards. So we have tried something about that. And then issues about data management, data transfer, data spaces, data models, data sets. I'll just give you one example before I begin, Chair. That there's a lot of data, terabyte, petabyte, tetrabytes, and other things we are talking about. And any bytes, we do not, n bytes, for example. Some data belongs to defense, some data belongs to police, some data belongs to investigators, some data belongs to agriculture, health, education, disaster management, and so on. Now, how to tag that data? How to label that data? If code wants one evidence, should we search our data in data centers and all that? No, we must have tools to the tagged data we should bring out and produce as evidence in the code, for example, and all that, and so on. So this is And that data has to be sovereign, our own. People were talking about regional, national, and all that, but it has to be sovereign. So this requires management of the data center, data on the cloud, and therefore we have tried to make some standards which we have published also, and now it is with MIT and DOT for making it national standards and all that. It addresses ecosystem needs, government, telecom, verticals, industry, and so on. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we were mandated by TRI and then with Department of Telecommunication, now MIT is involved, to develop standards about data management, cloud interoperability, because mobile telephony, we wanted to roam about. So we were bound by standards, there was no escape. But here are the principles, private system, principal systems, and also by some bigger vendors and all that. But would we like to have an Indian ecosystem also, which is interoperable? You can port your service, you can deliver your service, and so on. So we are doing some pre-standardization. We did some efforts after TRI and DOT mandated us. We studied the international standards. We discussed about gaps in the standards and all that. And we tried to develop some standards, which are first version of TSDSI standards published, and now with DOT and MIT. Some post-standardization activities like test beds. Once you have standards, they have to be proven by some pilots, and then only implementation large scale can happen. So characteristics are that we build a unified foundation for multi-cloud integration to enable cloud services interoperability and seamless multi-vendor integration, multi-cloud, multi-vendor, edge cloud, this cloud and that cloud. APIs from backbone for a smart city and other domains. Many sectors, many utilities are there, water management, agriculture, smart agriculture. He talked about so many other vectors also. So third-party interfaces, sequence flow, and gateway functions to consolidate everything behind gateways, as sensor is behind a gateway or something like that. Then share resources and service across providers, support centralized control. There could be one control system which could look after all data centers. See, we have to see the economy of scales. We have to have a platform as a service at times and all that. People are talking about network as a service, SaaS, PaaS, platform as a service. And these are very important for architectures, important for APIs, frameworks, for multi-cloud operations and all that. So next slide, please. So standard key functions which you have taken care of, data synchronization, resource management, storage for data centers, orchestration, monitoring, reference architectures, APIs, he was talking about data spaces, APIs and all that. Scope for application portability, enabling seamless integration and in cloud systems, define architectures, APIs for data spaces, what he was talking about, and framework for multi-cloud operation. Cloud portability and secure integration, security is prime, playing important role in achieving digital autonomy and interoperability, not to be hindered, that's very important, not to be hindered on data mobility and control limitations that hinder innovation, secure management, and cloud platform. So these are some of the aspects on which we worked, and therefore, we created an architecture for writing the specifications. And one of the key architecture point was broker architecture. Broker for all what you call spaces, data, different service provider, different clouds. And this is basically an inter-cloud synchronization. And some services and microservice-based modular design and dynamic data translation through exchange data, he was mentioning about it, exchange data transfer and all that, sovereignty, security, multi-factor authentication for security, what you are talking about, and RSA encryption, user access token, because data belongs to you. Therefore, you should have the control, and this is very important. Ensures compliance with national data residency and privacy also, which the bills are coming and all that. So API gateways, data mesh is one more point which I like to explain is, data mesh is a translator, is a storage. And as I mentioned, you have to have data spaces, data models, data labels to find out what this data is about, what it is doing, whether it belongs to police, whether it belongs to healthcare, and sometimes on the same platform, multi-users may be sitting. The healthcare data is required by schools for education, and some other for hospitals for some other thing, and so on. So people should have a common interoperable platform for all the services. This is the motto of this and all that. So we have API. We have developed APIs for multi-cloud integration, a policy-controlled access layer, supports both modern and legacy applications, which are not still covered, can be brought into the standards, handles API registration, capability, secure communication, and so on, data mesh and smart data models for data spaces, which our chair was talking about. Domain repositories, transport, utilities, similar, open, reusable, and interoperable global data repositories are there. We can use it, and if we contribute, we can also further use it and so on. So smart cities, real-time integration of urban systems, e-governance, secure data flow across spaces, that is data spaces across departments, defense, healthcare, IoT, and trusted cloud environments. Empowers India to own and govern its own digital infrastructure. Reduces dependency, limitations in cloud operations, national trust, transparency, and resilience, as our colleagues and experts have mentioned about it. So this is the architecture. Then how to manage data on the cloud platform. Specifications we are maturing the next stage of standards where interfaces, not only architecture and specification and APIs, but data exchange and transfer is also required, because he was talking about win-win situation and monetization. There are some data users and data providers and data inserters and data takers. All that have to work on the same platform, and therefore annotation, data tagging, labeling are very important, and data analytics by AI is also very important. Data delivery as required, data providers and receivers in win-win situation you are talking about and all that. So I'm not talking out of the way you have talked, I'm trying to develop further. Most existing efforts do not address national data sharing goals. Hence, a standardized, open, and interoperable data tagging and management framework is to be worked upon, which we are doing as current work item in TSDSI, to develop technical specifications for nationwide data annotation, tagging, and monetization. See, we are using automotive transport. Now, the Americans have different roads. They have different, their cat size or loin size is not same as us, and so on. So we have to develop our own use cases, own definitions of data models and all that. So facilitate secure, scalable, and standards citizen-level data and transfer to support government and enterprise. Somebody was talking about enterprise business this morning. So enterprise application, including full mobility of data across. So far in the morning and now, in this session and maybe in next session also, what are the key takeaways? CIP, the cloud interoperability, and can be extended to data management on platforms also. Don't forget the word even cloud. And security for India's cloud future. We are talking about 5 years, 7 years, and next future vision. Enables data sovereignty and portability across ecosystems. Establishes a foundation for collaborative innovation. Considerations by the government for standards as national standards. So we invite all of you, as was the invitation in the morning by BSNL and others, that we invite collaboration with service providers, government, academia, industry, and vertical domains to participate in this innovative work. Again, I'm repeating, there are guidelines, there are standards, there are small standards, but overall standards are still eluding the word, and we are trying to make the first attempt in that. So, therefore, by this, we can strengthen India's leadership in cloud standardization. Nationwide data donation, tagging, monetization platform, as you mentioned, sir. Built upon CIP to enable secure citizen-level data exchange. And data management is part of our CIP. Though we are calling cloud, it is not only, it is cloud data service interoperability rather than cloud interoperability. Supports AI-driven governance, sir, and enterprise innovation. So these are some of the things which I wanted to stress upon. A couple of things I'll say beyond that. I have been invited by various verticals, smart cities, police, investigators, even courts and others. It's very important that we have terabytes and terabytes of data. We have to catalog those data. We have to prune that data. Waste data, let us remove. I was addressing commissioners in, police commissioners in Maharashtra Southern. They said, we have got a lot of data, but we do not know what to do. And which data is required at which moment, at the moment. We are investigating in 24 hours of investigation time, where we should pin up. Then this problem of issue of data annotation, data tagging, and all that came. So it serves not only monetization, it serves the service providers. It provides a good view, an economical view to data center people. It provides a good view to the users and verticals and strategic users also, so that data is gold and all impurities around data are also removed. So this includes data which is not tagged, is unwanted data. We can prune that mechanism and all that. So this is what I wanted to say before time I am. Thank you very much, sir, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Madan Saab. Actually, you have done a great job. Actually, a lot of new things what TSDSI is doing under your guidance and leadership have come out, which were least known to all of us, actually. And I think we will be benefited by your presentation. And I'm very happy that you are already working on data spaces to standardize it or to develop it as a API. Actually, according to me, like it can help what the challenges you are mentioning on the cloud. Because I told architecture of data spaces can create a supreme ring, what I have named Lakshman Rekha, around your data. And it is like that government or police, they have some data, half of that they don't want to share, half of that they don't know how to share. So the data space, that connector module of data space, actually is programmable. It make you to have your cake and eat it also. If you want to share, to whom you want to share, what you want to share, everything can be programmed there through smart contract. And as Madan Saab have mentioned, their institution is already working to make it a standard. At the moment, data space is a sort of closed standard. It is only a EU kind of standard. Only Europe is using it left and right. And how they are using it, because the EU government have passed the act. Actually, for anything to do with data security, you have to use data space. So they are mandated and they are benefited also. But still it remained a closed standard. But as Madan Saab have mentioned, it may become an open standard, or if not an open standard, an Indian standard, at least through TSDSI, and that can be a great thing. Yes.
Thank you very much for it. So the nutshell is that we are working on data spaces. Data spaces in an open environment, though we call it standardized, but open has to be interoperable also. Therefore, open data spaces, you put it in a bank and tell anybody to withdraw, authorize him, he can withdraw. So this is a very important part.
A great thing. Now, before we go to our last speaker, Madam Shushmita, you have to make some very important announcement.
Sir, I think whatever we're discussing is much more significant and important. What I'm going to make an announcement is just a request for everyone that just to make the momentum much more interesting, we have few interjections in the next session also. So we would request you to stay by for that, because that will also abide to a small lucky draw kind of a thing, but that will be more interesting interjections where we can talk to our audience at large also. Thank you so much, sir, for that space.
Yeah, thank you. That is a great thing. So that means we will have tea break after the next session. Yeah, that is good. That is good. So now we have to invite our friend Mr. Rakesh Kumar, the GM of Data Center and Cyber Security from TCL. Oh, sorry. Rahul Kumar, actually. Sorry. So you are most welcome, and you can tell us about the TCIL perspective on the data center, how to make them safe and secured, what kind of tools or systems or architectures you are thinking of. So your time starts now.
Yeah,
Rahul.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rahul. I am GM Emerging Technologies from TCIL. As Madan sir, my mentor in TSTSI, we have been involved in creating standards for a decade now in terms of 1M, 2M and other European standards to India, so I won't be hopping on those. As Gupta ji has rightly mentioned many technical attributes to what data centers are, and my colleague Mr. Jaiswal has already covered many things. So I'll be briefing more on the business aspects from TCL perspective, from government public sector to data centers, what they are and where the business lies. Just to give a brief intro of what TCIL is. TCIL is a public sector which was set up in '78, a mini Ratna, and majorly into IT, civil, infra and railway signaling. We have a strong presence in Middle East and India, almost present in around 80 countries. Throughout a profit-making PSU from DOT with a paid-up capital of more than 4,000 cumulative dividend to Government of India so far. We have recently done a successful strategic sale of Hexacom, Bharti Hexacom Limited for 4,275 crores. This is our profit and financial statement, continuously rising profit and total income to around 3,000 plus crores. We have a spectrum of services mainly into telecom, IT, civil, managed services, and new initiatives. New initiatives include, again, data centers and also IoT, green energy, M2M, and other things. This is our global presence. We have a strong presence in Middle East, in basically into OFC projects, in Mauritius, in Oman, Nepal, and Bhutan, with renewable energy projects in Bhutan. We have categorized TCL primarily into 4 different divisions. One is the digital transformation covering e-governance, IoT, automation, digital banking, and digital payments. A major vertical of TCL belongs to data center and cybersecurity covering next-gen SOC, network security, application security, data security, cloud, and data centers with modernization and private clouds, SDN, FSO, and build-to-state data centers. Emerging technologies, which I was mentioning, covers mainly into energy, water, gas, blockchain, drone management, green energy, ICCC, artificial intelligence, metaverse, and digital twin. In telecom, we have around 40 years of experience into RAN, DWDM, e-health, smart cities, traceability, SD-WAN, and OFC. TCL had done around 2 decades of project with National Internet Backbone for Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, mainly into messaging, storing, provisioning, billing, security, audit, enterprise management, help desk, and inventory management. This is the architecture of OSS, which is primarily into portal management, prepaid billing, postpaid billing of BSNL, ICOMs, voucher management, lightweight directory access protocol, and help desk. The data center, we have the R&D center in Bangalore, Pune, Noida, and Mumbai, with division into demilitarized and secure zone in case of one fails. Some of the key emerging projects that we have bagged last year are from BSNL for consolidation of data center and implementation of billing CRM platform for 478 crores. Digital Coast Guard project for large-scale greenfield data center project, which involves civil construction also and covering IT infrastructure as well, for Tier 3 data certified centers with ERP package comprising of surface and aviation ops logistic, finance, and HR management for 588 crores. Then we have also bagged recent awards for Metaverse, Digital Twin. We have tied up with various SIs for those. Indian Air Force project for secure cellular mobile communication for around 180 crores. Indian Air Force project again for setting up security test lab. As Madan sir was telling, security is important. We have done couple number of projects for SOC, for National Health Authority as well. Then also for Maharashtra, we have bagged a couple number of projects. For example, the digitization of forensic lab for 320 crores and legislative assembly digitization project for 165 crores. Now coming to today's topic of what world is hyper-connected and security cannot be an afterthought. With 90% of data that is created in last 2 years, as per IDC 25, AI, 5G, IoT creates massive data flows with government and business which are becoming digitally sovereign. The future depends on secure, resilient, and digital infrastructure. So what Madan sir left with, the sovereignty point, I just want to take up from there. TSI as an organization has transposed 1M2M European standards to India with around 278 volumes. I was part of that. So many smart cities like Tirupati Smart Cities and others have made it as a mandate in the tenders to come. So sooner or later, we will find all these standards as a mandatory specs in almost all the tenders and RFPs in India. Thereby, you cannot avoid the standards, but abide by them. Then the hyper-connected world, which is opportunities and risk. Every enterprise is now data-driven and cloud-anchored, with explosion again into AI, IoT, and edge computing. Cyber threats and data breaches are escalating globally, and business continuously now depends on data center resilience. We are now on to Digital India 2.0, and India is now one of the top 5 data centers market globally, with 1.4 billion citizens connected. India and Middle East are becoming data exchange bridges. And why I'm emphasizing on this point, because Middle East has a lot of opportunities in data centers, and TCIL has a major hub in Middle East with Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi, and other countries. And TCIL is positioned to serve this cross-regional demand. Then coming to the TCIL's vision, we have to create, build, and secure the infrastructure on tier 3 and tier 4 data centers, integrate SOC within each facility, enable uptime and cyber security compliance by design. We are already partnering with various OEMs as an empowerment process within TCIL, and we are promoting Make in India as a part of EOI as a mandate. Also, we are contributing towards long-term goal of Viksit Bharat. Okay. So the overall emerging stack of TCIL is divided into 4 layers, one being the physical, having main threat as power. Risk is downtime again. To ask downtime, people look at you as if you have asked something like you are asking a diamond. So when we ask downtime, we have to be pretty sure that our power failure and sabotage threat is on the way, so we need to have a downtime of 5 minutes in 2 weeks' time. Cyber, ransom, APTs, and inner threats, where data breach and reputation is at risk. Network, DDoS, where service denial is at risk. And supply chain, as one of the gentlemen, Jaiswalji, told that this is the least looked at point here in India, but in future to come, persistent compromise will be at risk if we do not take blockchain today. Okay, I just talked about TCL's vision. And coming to different data layers, one being the physical, which is tier 3, power, which is about DG n+1 and UPS n+n. Cooling, sir has already talked about intelligent C-rack. Fire and safety, we are talking about VESTA and inert gas. He was talking more on the safety point of view. Cyber, we are talking about zero trust networks, and DCIM, digital twin monitoring. So cyber security by design, which is enabled as zero trust architecture, AI-based threat intelligence, and various compliance standards like SCO2, ISO, and CTOS, blockchain audit trials for data immutability, and quantum resilient encryption. Now we are fortifying into future with data centers. So the new data center paradigm is for transition from traditional facilities to cloud. As Madanji said, that cloud computing is the future of data centers. AI-driven infrastructure for predictive maintenance. We are shifting towards more modular, scalable, and sustainable architecture, and security by design replacing reactive cybersecurity models. So the core pillars, one being the physical security, second, the cybersecurity frameworks, Third, data integrity and compliance with the encryption and regulatory readiness. And then the operational reliance with DR. I remember when there was a flood in Mumbai, when the data center of BSNL collapsed, TCL had been doing various drill to Pune R&D center where the DR center is located. So we could actually roll back the entire BSNL telephone exchange back to normal. Okay, so DR drill is very important. I think bi-weekly drill is important that TCL as a PSU has been doing for past 2 decades continuously. We are building a future-ready infrastructure where integration on AI, ML, and automated threat detection is there, edge data centers enabling faster processing, green data centers with renewable energy and cooling innovation, and we are collaborating with across ecosystems, partners for cyber resilience. Then we have, what are the strategic takeaways for us? One, we have to invest in adaptive AI-empowered infrastructure, prioritize cybersecurity as a broad level responsibility. We need to foster on culture of compliance and continuous improvement. See, data center is not a cost, it's a foundation of digital trust. We need to invest in our tech-savvy manpower to take this vision forward. So the overall economic and strategic impact, safe data is the new oil, where secures data and India's data and allied nations' data sovereignty, attacks hyperscaler and government tech investments, creates jobs in engineering and cybersecurity, and establishes TCL as a global integrator of trusted digital infrastructure. Now coming to the action point, just before I come to this, apart from 1M, 2M, sir, we did debate about when you talk about the broker architecture, and sir was talking about intelligent network. Around a decade back, Nokia came out with NINA architecture, which is Nokia Intelligent Network Architecture. Now they had adopted the Common Object Request Broker Architecture, which was based on Orbix 2K guide. Somehow down the line it has taken a back, or it's lost in the history, but today we are back with the same. So we need to take all those things back, and the call to action is to fortify the future together with resilience to built-in, trust delivered. What is the government's action plan to adopt secure digital infrastructure standards? OEMs need to co-invent for cyber physical resilience, and TCL, our main responsibility will be to build India's reputation as a global secure data center hub. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Rahul ji. You brought very new ideas as well as your policy vision, green data centers, security, anchored data centers, and all the new concepts. And more than anything else, your company also can provide what we can call a gateway to Europe or Africa or other countries. Because our country's data center have a vision to, like what PM tells, make for India, for the world. So even our data centers, now they say 80% of our data is stored outside the country. But the Prime Minister idea is 100% of Indian data should be stored in the country, and DPDP guidelines will be coming to support that vision. But he also wants that other countries' data should be stored here, actually. That is what, and I think TCL have to play a great role there in bridging global thing. And thank you very much for this. Now, I don't know whether we have time. Okay, no time. So what I should have concluded, but I think it needs no conclusion. Every expert have concluded, and you know what is required for the data center security, making it safe and secured. Different layers are there, physical layer, network layer, cybersecurity layer, and more than anything else, identity, access and management, all these things. And I think everyone have explained that. With that, I think we can conclude this session. And on my behalf, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially BIF, Brigadier Tandon, our President, TV Saab, and organizer Shashi also, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it has been extremely interesting and very significant points which have come forward. I wish we had a little more time. We could have taken more interjections from the audience and made it more interactive. But in the interest of time, we also have another technical session right after this. We would probably make use of the networking break where we can exchange our views. But thank you once again. And on behalf of the organizing team, we would request the moderator of the session, the chairperson of the session, Dr. S.N. Gupta, to kindly present the mementos to our esteemed panelists. We would like to present a memento to Mr. Divakar Jaiswal. Thank you so much, sir. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Divakar Jaiswal. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Vijay Madan. We were planning to get the two legends together, but sir prefers it to go it the other way. We present a memento to Mr. Vijay Madan, and may we now present a memento to Mr. Rahul Kumar. And the stalwart of the industry and the chair of this session, Dr. S.N. Gupta. Now may I request Mr. Vijay Madan to kindly present a memento to Dr. S.N. Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the chair of the session. As we call them two very legends of our industry. Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to kindly... Yes, he's rightfully maintained the time. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to put your hands together and make this more energetic, and that's the way we can extend our heartfelt gratitude to our speakers. May I request you, sir, to kindly step forward for a group photograph.
And also, Sushmita, before that, I'd like to present my book to all my three colleagues.
It's a momentous moment as Dr. S.N. Gupta It's a book release. It's a souvenir by Dr. S.N. Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls for a huge round of applause. What a momentous moment. And we take this opportunity to quickly click it and keep it in our lenses and, of course, stays in our memories. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up this session and we now move to our next session, which is a panel discussion. And it would be around the edge data centers in the age of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we would take exactly a moment to set up our head table. Please bear with us. And we've already indicated that all our esteemed speakers for the session, all the panelists are already here. We will waste no time. We will have no breaks. We will quickly move into our panel discussion exactly after 1 minute. Thank you so much. I request all our guests, our special invitees who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside. This is going to be our last session of the day. And may I also invite all our exhibitors who are at their respective booth to kindly join us inside the hall for a very interesting discussion, a panel discussion. That's something we have all been looking forward to. Also, a quick reminder regarding the lucky draw that we have. And it would be right after our panel discussion where we would maybe send a few questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions, and rightfully answered question will have a lucky draw or an award. Thank you so much, and we request you to stay back for the same. And we are all set for our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request our honorable esteemed speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. We begin by requesting the chair of the session, Mr. Abdul Qayyum, who is the advisor, TRAI. May I welcome you, sir, onto the stage. Very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, can we bring in some more energy? May I also request the moderator of the session, Mr. Priyabrata Das, who is the Managing Director, TMTPWC India. Warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Srimati Alka Salot Asthana, who is the Global Head Regulator, Tata Communications, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. I now request Mr. Prashant Oberoi, who is the Director, Global Business, Northern Communication, to kindly join us. Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, we invite you, sir, Chief Technology and Innovation Officer from Lightstorm. Mr. Lalit Chaudhary, we invite him onto the stage. We also request Mr. Satyanarayanan Reddy, who is the Technical Manager, India, and SAC Simon, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may I also request Mr. Kritikar Ojha, who is the CMO and Head of Government Business L&T Cloudfinity, to kindly join us onto the stage. Without any further ado, may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over. Over to Mr. Priyabhati Das.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session late afternoon with this esteemed panel of leaders and industry participants. I'm so glad to see all of you here and of course looking forward to this discussion. We have about an hour today, and what we will do is we will have a set of very important topical points to discuss about edge data centers. And thereafter, given that we have an hour overall session, we will also at the end pass it on to the audience for three questions, so that if you have any questions for this esteemed group, you could ask that, right? So that is the kind of format we will follow. The topic today is edge data centers in India in the age of AI. So very, very important topical point. I will touch upon a few aspects. Thereafter, I will pass it on to Mr. Abdul Qayyum also, and then we will start off with the questions. As we stand today, ladies and gentlemen and industry participants, as we stand today, what we see is the sheer amount of data explosion in the country. We all know India, with a population of 1.4 billion, internet usage about 900 billion or so. We all know that we are generating about 28 GB, or we are consuming 28 GB data per month per capita. Very, very significant, higher than several other countries. Also, we know that because of this, we have, even as of now as we speak, we have data center capacity today in India, both core and edge. And that is roughly speaking about 20% of the global capacity. The data consumption is about 20%. But the data center capacity in India out of the global capacity is about 3%. So just bear in mind what we are looking at here, please, ladies and gentlemen. About 20% data consumption globally, vis-a-vis about 3% odd of data center capacity in India. What it means is we are all poised here, and looking at most likely a period of phenomenal growth in this industry. Let us take a step back. Now, the topic today is edge data centers. Now, when we look at how this industry is developing, what we are seeing is there are certain trends which are extremely important, and all of us know it. I'm merely summarizing here as we start off. What we are seeing is low latency applications. By low latency, what do we mean? We all know it. It is about a few milliseconds. It is about 10 milliseconds and lower. So low latency applications, real-time analytics that we are looking at. When we look at a country like ours in India, we see some implications from the media industry, streaming, OTT, non-linear, right? That is jumping by leaps and bounds. So that is one point that we all see. We all look at buffering. We want minimal buffering. We all look at CDNs. There is a whole ecosystem around it. So that is one dimension we look at, use cases, which industry, and so on and so forth. We are also looking at some of the other industries. For example, we are looking at e-commerce. We are looking at quick commerce, customization, hyper-personalization. All of this needs data at the edge, analysis, analytics, big data at the edge. We are also looking at 5G. And 5G is facilitating so many use cases, be it Industry 4.2, even in healthcare. And this panel actually was even informally discussing before this platform. Even in healthcare today, we are looking at remote patient diagnostics. In many cases, in a country as vast and diverse as India, we are looking at how a doctor could be sitting in Delhi, in Gurgaon, or elsewhere in Hyderabad, but the patient could, of course, as we all know, could be sitting in Kurnool district, in a village in Andhra, for instance, and so on and so forth. So remote patient diagnostics. In some years to come, we are all looking at even potentially remote surgery in some time to come, with 5G transitioning onto 6G and so on and so forth. So the point being, even in healthcare, there are implications. And all of this is pointing towards edge, or analytics at the base station level, analytics at the cell site level, and so on and so forth. Similarly for e-commerce, as I mentioned, and so many other industries, right? So this is what we are seeing. We are also seeing a huge ecosystem developing around this. And we will talk about that ecosystem. We are looking at, if we look at it today, core data centers, edge data centers, the ecosystem that is fairly robust today, but has the promise of even becoming much more self-contained and kind of sharper, meaning from design of data centers. Meaning edge data centers, what are the implications of design? We will talk about that. We have experts on this platform. We will discuss cabling. We will discuss compactness. We will discuss density for edge data centers, as opposed to core data centers. So we will look at the ecosystem. We will look at what is the support needed from various tech players. And we have leaders from those industries here as well. As you can see, this panel has been constituted with great care and meticulousness, right? So we have those leaders here. There are regulatory implications. So meaning, even today, what is the kind of regulatory support we would look at? What would be needed that we can even grow forward faster and in a way become the data center capital of the world, at the same time serving national interests, as we said, remote patient care and so many others. So looking at all of that. So that ecosystem is extremely important. We are seeing that, not to mention real estate, because when we look at tier 2, tier 3 cities, the other dimension, as all of us know, is, if I step back a little bit, regional content. When we look at regional content, even there, buffering, and therefore CDNs, and therefore, how do we look at edge centers that support the same? So it's a fairly intriguing, interesting, multi-dimensional discussion that we will have today. I just put out a few points, and I know each one of you is very well across all of those points. And of course, the leaders on this platform have spent their whole careers deliberating on that and looking for solutions, be it from industry standpoint, be it from the regulatory standpoint, be it from the otherwise ecosystem overall standpoint. Before I pass on to this esteemed and distinguished panel of experts, I will request Mr. Qayyum, the chair, to please speak a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I am thankful to the organization to organize this event. This is a very thoughtful event. I will just start with few things. We have been talking about the data centers and edge data centers, right? So the terminology that edge data centers, what was yesterday main data centers, now they have become edge data centers, and tomorrow this shift will continue, right? So what was perhaps good for the hyperscale data centers that may not apply to the edge data centers, right? So what kind of challenges that industry may be facing? So this is a very right time to discuss those aspects because the regulatory aspects, it takes time to get formulated and come to the help of the industry, right? So the evolution of data center, that of course that started in overseas, but sooner, but later it came to India, and we can see a growth rate of 20% CAGR. 3G actually failed in most of the country, right? The problem was that we are not having the application to use the 3G. Similarly, today we are not having the application to use 5G, and we are not finding new applications for the 5G. So, and 5G is providing any amount of bandwidth the edge industry needs today. But the application to consume those kind of data are not available. We were expecting that 4.0 industry will come up but what we find, those industry have yet to adopt wireless. They are robot, they are all industry are, they have automations, but they are all wired. Changing them to wireless needs significant investment, and perhaps the telecommunication industry or data centers, they did not, think about those challenges, how the migration will take place. So that apart, so considering that this edge data center will come up in almost every city, maybe the applications will be such that you may have 4 or 5 data centers in Delhi itself, right? And right in the city. So today, if you want to have a data center at any place, you need several clearances, right? So if you have to put a data center in a city, how much clearances will be needed? Because there are 3-4 things which are very, very important, that you need space, and a large space, very large space for data centers. You need power, lot of power, cooling, lot of water, right? In many of the city you see you don't have water to drink. How are you going to provide water for the data centers, right? So these are the aspects that we must think, because this is going to be a need, right? So it's a very good time that this industry, this forum has come up with the idea that how to proliferate data centers so that you have applications which can consume the bandwidth that is available for 5G or in future in 6G, right? So Telecom Authority, being a telecom sector regulators, we find that data centers and the carrier, that is the bandwidth which comes from the telecom, they are intertwined, right? Their development has to be together, right? So, so facilitation of not only telecommunication, the facilitation of data centers are equally needed. So what we did in 2022, we made certain recommendation to I will just quote few recommendations. That one of the recommendation was to incentivize. You can do incentivization into form, KSR kind. You can have lower interest rates, or you can provide land at subsidized cost, right? Electricity, other tariff at a subsidized cost. Make water available. So there are many things. If the infrastructure is available at a reasonable cost, the cost of data centers goes down. So we also experience, I have traveled to many data centers and met the owners, and there was, that if you are to establish a data centers, the time it takes about 1 to 2 years, right? So how to reduce the clearances that is needed from the government? So we have suggested that there should be a single window concept, that there should be an electronic platform where the data center owners, they can log in and ask for the clearances, which comes within 30, 60 days, or the timeline that has been prescribed by different ministries. So, and we also recommended that there should be data zones, special economic zones where data centers can be set up without seeking any further clearances. So, and we also suggested that there should be a council, right, which is actually governed by the data center owners and users, which can suggest various ways of data monetization. So with this, actually this session is already running late, so I will not take much time. And so I also take apology in advance that I won't be able to continue for the rest of the session because I have got a meeting to attend. And so thank you very much. I hope that you will be taking care of the panel.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you, Mr. Qayyum. Great points. About the growth rate, you talked about 20%. Also, the monetization of 5G use cases for India market, again, important with single window clearance. Great points, and thanks for your support. And we'll continue the session. Thank you. Okay, let's, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just take this moment to capture this, and we'll also like to present a memento. May I request you, sir, to kindly join us onto the stage to present a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we thank Shri Abdul Khayyam ji. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Sir, may I invite you onto the stage to kindly present a memento to Mr. Abdul Khayyam for joining us this evening. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time, valuable thought. Thank you once again. Over to the moderator of the session.
Okay, let's carry on with this interesting session. As Qayyumji mentioned, we are running slightly short on time, but I know this will be a very, very engrossing, engaging session. I will request my industry leaders, the co-panelists, to possibly keep their answers to about 3-4 minutes. As I said, we will have a little bit of a question session from this audience also thereafter. Let's start off. First point to Mr. Lalit, Chief Tech and Innovation Officer, Lightstorm. What we are seeing, Lalitji, is clearly while core data centers are certainly there, at the same time, edge data centers have a very, very important role to play. Wanted, with your experience and what you are seeing in the industry, wanted your views on what do you think from a various lens perspective, meaning a business perspective, strategic perspective, tech perspective. What are the key opportunities and challenges that you see for edge data centers in India going forward? And secondly, in your perspective, what do you think will be the 3-4 industries that will drive the most? Yeah, please go ahead.
So, okay, am I audible? Yeah, okay. Okay, so of course, the edge definition, as you know, is a very fluid one, depending on who you talk to. So for hyperscalers, India itself is an edge. And if you talk to a content player, every circle is an edge, right? The way I would want to define is that if there is any city which has more than 1 million population, that is an edge, okay? Because that would need some kind of digital infrastructure in that city to serve the citizens, okay? Because almost all the services now, whether it's fintech services, or, banking and all those kind of services, plus media, content, everything is digital. So the edge is actually in our, if you look at India itself, right, the top 40 cities in India will figure in the top 40 cities of the world as well in terms of population. So edge is where, where the people are just consuming this data. So some digital infrastructure is needed to serve these customers. Now, there is another technology angle, the part that you asked, is how is the industry going to change because of that? One of the things that has been very well understood and has been served to purpose is how the media and content is served. Okay, so there are CDN networks, there are exchanges, there are peering, so they know how to reach an end user, at the edge of the network, and how to optimize the media all the way to the end. But what is going to give an opportunity for this whole thing to transform is AI. Because nobody really knows what that architecture is. There is no concept of CDN for AI, because every query is different. It has to be inferenced in the context of what the person is asking. Okay, so that architecture itself is missing. And there are a lot of startups which are building that kind of architecture, okay? And they want to make this architecture keeping in mind that they are not going to be just talking to humans, but they're going to be talking to machines. So these 3 or 4 things are going to just transform the way edge is going to look like, and we bet on the edge, and we are betting that there will be at least 26 large cities in India which will have a significant of data center presence, edge data center presence.
Sure. Thank you, and yeah, great points in terms of the architecture focus. And also, as you said, in your forecast, in the way you look at things, about 26 cities, which definitely warrant and will justify edge data center. Great points. Let's move on. We go to Mr. Oja, and building on from what Lalitji said. In your perspective, when we look at an edge data center, so, how do you see this? Meaning, how do you see that the edge data center, the key characteristics to make it commercially viable, right? So, touching upon points like possibly power, cooling, the demand part of it. So, how do you see that happening? That's point number 1. And also, as you look forward, do you think that India is largely ready for that kind of a demand? Or do you think low latency use cases, monetizable use cases will come a little later? So just wanted your perspective, please, Mr. Oja.
Okay, thank you so much. So a lot has been said, read, everything is available in social media, Google as to what data center is, and Lalitji has already said. To my mind, some radical thoughts. I think we are still not ready from consumption perspective. To monetize edge data centers, you need to have that kind of a demand. And where is that demand? So if I want to give my suggestions, from L&T, what we are trying to do is we are trying to create an AI ecosystem wherein we have got data centers, we have created a CPU, GPU, cloud platform, that is the digital infra is ready. And we have partnered with a very young startup India kind of people, Desi people who have got great ideas, because what we missed in the cloud cycle, because if you see cloud is owned by the 3 hyperscalers. So all you do, eat, drink, your choices, everything is on cloud, and there is no privacy on that. Let's face it. The AI has democratized technology, and Indians are great in kind of technology adoption. It's a blessing in disguise that Trump is talking about H-1B visa. The Indian staying back will contribute more to the economy and we can be catapulting to a higher level. I think the application modernization is the need of the hour at this point in time, because if applications are modernized, you have got those kinds of applications which can serve to the population at the local level. Data sovereignty is maintained, edge will boom. Who will take initiative? I think government and PSU will have to take a call on this, because government of India is taking a lot of step ahead in the adoption of AI. Enterprise still are waiting and watching. They have bought GPU and made Jensen rich, but still the AI adoption from services perspective is still lagging behind. To my mind, application modernization is the first priority as a national level, and which we need, if we being done properly, it can revolutionize agriculture. When we are talking about soil fertility, how many high yield variety seeds should go in, what is a better crop, how to cultivate, what are the flood-prone areas, a whole lot of things. L&T, for example, is planning to launch their own satellite in the next 2 years. Future agri-loan might be on those kind of satellite images as to whether what is the fertility of that soil and whether it's a flood-prone or not, because agriculture is a huge, and you see food shortage coming in the next 10 years. People will look up to India. So there are a whole lot of gamut of new ideas, new product, new monetization way, and app modernization, again, is the starting point. I think education, if we are talking about National Education Mission, which is some changes have been done on the techno-commercial aspect of education, because gone were the days when we used to study history, geography, maybe to a level. If we want to create technocrats in the country, and we want to be a third or second largest economy in the world, we have to focus on education, but a common education. Some portion of physics, chemistry, maths should be common. Technology, computer science should be common. Even a rural boy or girl should be equally imparted knowledge as what his or her urban counterparts are getting. And then AI and edge data centers can play a huge role. Monetization and product, I think instead of competing, we need to collaborate, public-private partnership. Government should come with those education models, health models, primary health centers, village panchayat level, digitization of all agri land. You will be surprised. There are so many land records which are still on cloth, which is British era things, because paper get damaged. They were smart enough to create on a piece of cloth called khasra khatoni in various parts of the country. I don't know. Various states will have different nomenclatures. That needs digitization. That needs to be digitized and stored in a vault, because that belongs to a legacy of land holding to a family or to a group of people or to a community. So I think there are a whole lot of ideas. We need to move ahead and identify those I think entire citizen-centric services, if done properly on a digital platform, edge can be a booming sector. Last point. We started a journey from a server room of a client inside his room because he wanted to see the servers blinking and he used to feel a lot of confidence. Then moved to cloud, first third-party data center, then to cloud. Today we are moving back from cloud to granularity, and we are talking about micro data management. And this is how the hype cycle happens. So when the data explosion happened, we are going back to micromanagement. And if done properly, I think edge data center can make India a data powerhouse in, say, about 10 years from here. And we have a role to play, and we are doing it.
Fantastic, fantastic points. As you said, radical points indeed. Great thoughts. When you talked about app modernization, it sometimes doesn't get the focus that it needs, for sure. So app modernization, very important point. You also talked about STEM education, another important point. Democratization of education, so as it were. So great points. Let's move on. We have a lot of ground to cover, and of course, we have to dip into the expertise of our so many other panelists. So moving on to Mr. Prashant Oberoi of Norden. What we are looking at is, again, when we look at core versus edge data centers, what we wanted to understand and share with this audience of industry participants is when we move from core to edge, how do we see the very important perspectives, angles of cabling, fiber, cooling, power. So how do you see that changing? How do you see that evolving? And along with that, given your specific role, what we also wanted to discuss today is, when we spoke about the 26 cities in India and so on for edge, so which cities and which regions in your broad view you think would kind of be at the forefront of the edge data center movement?
Thank you, Mr. Das. See, first part, when you say what is the difference between core and edge, and as Oja sir was also saying, and earlier Mr. Qayyum, what we are talking is whatever data centers we started, we were discussing offline also, were actually edge to probably the international data centers. But today the definition of edge has moved, and we are talking about 26 cities. Probably, and the things, the way they are changing, it may not be limited to 26 cities. Probably we may, and it is not that 10 years down the line we are talking, maybe in next 3 years to 5 years, we might have to talk, probably we might have to add another 0 to the cities. But yes, the upcoming cities, if you see, whole concentration of data centers was till now into the primarily the MMR region, Chennai, to an extent, it was your Delhi NCR to an extent, it was there. But with now even the subsea cables landing at Vizag, it is an upcoming node. Bangalore has come up well. Pune is becoming another hub. Ahmedabad. And see, specifically on the edge when we talk, one more factor which we have to take into consideration on any data center rather, not only on edge, but what will drive the demand for edge, as Lalit sir said, ki any city which has probably more than 1 million or a particular threshold of population needs to have a data center close to it. That will be one driving point. However, another driving point is what kind of applications in that particular zones are being used. See, if we are talking about so-called older, slightly older applications which are media or those kind of related applications, yes, edge may be that 26 cities, but the kind of AI applications which are coming, which requires ultra low latencies, the definition of edge is changing very fast. And that's what probably, that's why I said what is edge today may not be edge tomorrow, the way AI is driving it. Now, second part of the answer lies in this particular thing. What is driving the edge data centers is the ultra low latencies, because otherwise it could be centralized data center and we can still deliver and have our CDN networks and we can deliver the whole thing. But finally with these, what we were talking about, you were talking about the robotic surgeries or any type of bots we are talking about. We are talking about bots in everything, literally what we do. We are talking about restaurants being served with bots. We are talking all kind of bots. And when it is a chain and we are talking about bots, the latency is ultra low. That's what driving the whole technology towards it. And the whole technology in terms of our thing, when we are talking about cabling also, infra also, is basically how you can have that more headroom, how you can have more bandwidth cater with lowest possible latency. Obviously, when we talk about fiber, that particular few milliseconds per kilometer, that cannot be avoided. But beyond that, delivery of the final delivery of the data to the user with ultra low and the processing, that is another. We've talked about cooling also. Why we are talking about slowly, people are talking about, moment it is being spoken, the AI-based data centers. Nobody is talking about conventional cooling. Everybody is talking about liquid cooling. Because again, to process that data, the kind of GPUs or the processors are required. Those are very high power processors. And per rack processing power, we are talking, probably we were talking 10 kilowatt some time back. Today we are talking, easily everybody is talking, new data centers are talking 100 to 150 kilowatts. You cannot do with conventional cooling in those data centers. You need to go for liquid cooling there. So these are, it is actually the application which is driving the need for change in the technology. And thankfully, the technology is evolving equally fast, and we are moving towards and adopting those technologies in terms of moving from conventional cooling to liquid cooling, or moving from the conventional copper cabling to even the backbones. Today, fortunately, copper has made a lot of strides, where we were talking, as we were discussing sometime back offline, we have seen those days where fast Ethernet was the norm and gigabit was the uplink. Today we are talking about 800G technologies also being available. So fortunately, technology has also taken a leap, and it has taken, the pace has been together with the evolving technologies, and it is catering to that needs. So it is actually, there is no one single definition of edge data center. What is your profile and what you want to cater, which kind of industry will decide the demand and the technology to be laid in that particular, specifically in the edge. Hyperscalers obviously is huge amount of data and all those things, we can all understand that. But each edge data center will cater to a different particular or a section of particular technologies, and that will require its own requirements of latency, bandwidth, and thereby requirements of infrastructure and cooling, etc.
Great points, Mr. Prashant. Thanks a lot. And hearing from you, what it also points to is that this is so much of an ecosystem play also. The apps, also proliferation of devices, meaning with the economies of scale, say, therefore the devices also become more and more inexpensive, and helping the, as you said, URLLC, or ultra reliable low latency communication. Let's quickly move on. A lot of great insights from the leaders here on this table, on this forum. Obviously, we have a timeline as well. So my request to the leaders is to possibly keep this to about 3 minutes or so. But let's move on. I think we now move to Alka ji, and she's head regulatory Tata Communications. Now, moving on, and what we see, and given this discussion, from a regulatory standpoint, the way we are looking at it, what are the key drivers you believe, and how this is getting driven from a regulatory standpoint also, meaning with the DPDP Act, meaning with sovereign data localization as we call it. So just wanted to get your thoughts in terms of how do you see that, and what is the fillip, or what is the opportunity that it provides?
Sure, thanks, and thank you for the opportunity here. Thanks BIF, thanks for Bharat Exhibitions as well. I represent Tata Communications, and I'm not sure if many of you know, but the submarine cable or the cloud and the AI, everything which was mentioned is something which we provide as service globally. We operate out of 194 plus countries, and therefore, if there is somebody who sees the need of edge data center upfront, it's definitely us. But I don't want to start talking about the need here, because it's like preaching to the choir. Each one of us is in this room is aware of the relevance of edge data centers. Those of us in telecom also understand that the topic of edge data centers has been around for a number of years now. We have understood that the localization, the bringing the content to the consumer is going to help in ultra low latency, in fast resolutions, and so on. So there's no debate on whether they are required. But there's definitely a debate or let's say a confusion or a complexity which is brought about by the overall regulatory setup which is there. And it is not just India. It is, every country across the globe has its own set of regulations, and there's no parity, there's no commonality of the regulations, thus making the compliance cost very steep. And one of the forms of edge data centers, for example, or the use cases is the GCC. The finance minister of the country has said that we want to attract GCCs to India. we want to make it the capital, the world capital of GCC. But the question, moot question in the minds of everybody who is looking towards GCC is, how are we enabled? Where do we go? What are the kind of permissions that are required? Which all authorities get into the play? Edge data center, as we just heard, have got the connectivity piece, the real estate piece, the power piece, the cooling piece. Each one has got a different owner, right? And a different ROW, for want of a better word, agency to deal with. It is not easy. So from the regulatory perspective, I think the biggest factor would be a transparency, a rule-based and a single point of, let's say, delivery set up for all kinds of regulations and laws and authorities which are going to approve. And this is not just true for India, it is globally true. If there is a different requirement in, let's say, the United States, and each of the states are also defining their own rules and regulations for the infrastructure, it becomes literally a regulatory nightmare to deal with. That is one of the main factors which is, I think, holding back the growth of such a solution. So it's about seeing this as an overall solution of federated nature, of current technological needs which are definitely growing. AI-based cloud solutions are the norm today. We also provide our cloud is called Vayu, and we want it to be like a borderless and hassle-less kind of a solution. But then we have to deal with regulations at different locations, different countries, different states. So that is something which needs a lot of attention from the ministries, and they need to come together. We were, before coming here, offline discussing about the traffic between Delhi, Gurgaon, Delhi, Noida, and that's one of the favorite topics of NCR guys. All of us discuss about it all the time. Imagine India running on automated cars. I'm sure one of the reasons of poor traffic is the bad, rule-following approach. We were talking about it. If it was automated car driving, of course it will be much more rule-bound, right? But how do you think that will get delivered? It will be delivered on edge data centers, but do you think it is easy for anybody who is giving that solution to kind of join hands with a ready edge data center and start giving the solution? The answer is no. So we need to introspect what we can do to make it smoother, what can we do to support our startups which have got solutions, which have got ideas, but which have got very little understanding of the complexity and much less the muscle power to overcome that complexity. So those are the points that need a lot of deliberation and action too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As you saw, we have covered business angle, the strategic angle. We talked about industry, we talked about demand. We talked about the regulatory lens as well. Now we move to another very important dimension, which is the tech angle or the technical angle. So the point that we wanted to discuss with Mr. Satya is the following. Regarding when we look at an edge data center, how are we looking at passive cabling, and in your mind, how you think that is different and varies from, let us say, the core data center? Also, if you could touch upon a little bit about the monitoring and maintenance, especially remote maintenance, how do we look at it? How do we improvise that command center and so on? Over to you, please.
Thank you. Guys, especially cabling point of view, passive cabling point of view, so we need to understand what is passive cabling, especially in the data center. So I'll come little bit basic actually, like how many types of data centers are in this particular in this industry that we need to know first. Like for example, enterprise data centers, managed data centers, And the third one is co-location data center. The fourth one is cloud-based data centers. The first one, enterprise data center, is generally it will be by the own company. Maybe it would be Meta, Google. They will have their own data center. It means that the data center is set up for their own purpose. Maybe for development, or they store the data, whatever it is. So that is the enterprise data centers. The second one is managed data centers. When managed data center is nothing but the particular guy who will lease the space and also equipment, also infrastructure, everything. So that is the managed data center. I mean, in India, there is nobody is issuing, this type of service. When it comes to co-location data center, like there are a couple of people or players are install the managed co-location data center, something like SIFI, or maybe a Control S, or IOTA. These guys are lease the space and also give the infrastructure. The customer will go and install their data, their active electronics, their cabinets, and keep it there, and so that they can access they'll store the data, or they will process the data, something like they'll do that. And the fourth one is such a cloud-based. So everywhere the passive cabling is required. The passive cabling is nothing but, it's a cabling connectivity which will give the connectivity between the devices. It means to say it could be a network switches to the servers, or maybe a network switches to the storage, or maybe any other signal boosting devices actually. So it will provide the connectivity between these two. The job of this particular passive cabling is to provide the signal integrity. At the same time, it will provide the required bandwidth. For example, I needed a bandwidth of 100G. No, I want a 200G. No, I want 400G. No, 800G. Whatever bandwidth you want, this particular cabling will give you the connectivity between the particular device. And also, it would be data transmission reliability. So these are the major jobs which will be done by the passive cabling. And passive cabling does not include any active electronics, like for example, switches, servers, storage devices, or power cooling equipment, nothing else. So these are the very, very specific cabling which will serve for only for network purpose. Now, how it will be differentiated for the core to edge data center? The core to edge data center will be, in the core point of view, especially nothing but we can call it as a hyperscale, or maybe I can say enterprise data center, something like we can call it as that. But there is a lot of designing required. There are designing standards to be followed, especially in the hyperscale data center, because the hyperscale data center will be not for today, and it was designed for a future, not for today, and also it for the tomorrow as well as for the future also. And in terms of what? In terms of scalability, in terms of higher bandwidths, in terms of upgrades, in terms of extending the extra rack, extra cabling, extra equipment. So it is in all the areas the hyperscale data center will be designed, and accordingly the passive cabling has to be designed in such a way, so which will require for the particular requirements. But when it comes to edge is nothing but like, it's a small data center. It would be having a very, very few cabinets, but provided, of course, whatever the services required, whatever the bandwidth required, according to that, the passive cabling will be designed, including the space also to install the cables between the cabinet, the space concerned, the cooling, the type of cable to be used in the particular environment based on your requirement, based on your bandwidth, based on the length. So these are all criteria which will be taken while designing the hyperscale data centers as well as the edge data centers. When it comes to monitoring purpose, monitoring nothing but like monitoring let's say maintenance, to manage edge data. So generally, hyperscale data center will have a lot of people will be available, technical team will be available to monitor all the areas. But whereas it comes to the edge data center, there's a very less technical team will be deployed, because the data center is very, very small actually. So it means to say, there is a more and more, because that is located in remotely, so there are more and more the strategies to be followed to maintain the particular edge data centers. For example, the first one is like preventive maintenance. It means to say, as part of preventive maintenance, we need to check every 12 months or 2 years, we need to check how the cabling is there. Is there any extensive bends are there? Is there any overload is on top of the cabling? So these are all needs to be checked. And also, we need to check for any rodents issues are there. So we need to take care of the complete, because when the cables are there, obviously rodents will come and cut it, that automatically the connection will goes down actually. So these are especially these points. And the second is, I mean, I don't say these are all strategies actually. I can say it is best practices, or maybe a standard recommendations generally. When you are managing the edge data center, of course this will be applicable for even for hyperscale also. And the documentation is most important, because when a data center have a lot of connections will be there, and which connection going to where, and that is very, very difficult to monitor it actually. So as long as any changes are happened, generally it like any changes are added, I mean any connections are added, no, it is moved or changed. So these are all needs to be properly documented, and maybe there are certain softwares also available to manage the particular documentation, to point in the documentation, so that the maintenance guys and anybody who is looking for that, okay, this connection is going to the particular switch, okay, if you want to change it, so you easily can change it as the documentation available. And the third one is mostly especially in the data center, you can see only fiber cables, because in the data centers, the fiber cables will be available for the high bandwidth connectivity. Now, technically there is one thing, the dust is the biggest enemy to the fiber cables. It means to say one dust particle is on top of the fiber core, doesn't work. It means to say there would be a preventive maintenance which needs to be taken care by the PT team. We need to deploy every 1 year or 2 years. You need to clean the fiber surfaces, especially for the cable fiber surfaces. If it is already working, fine, don't touch it. If it is only live, don't touch it. If any spare capacity is there, keep it, check it, and clean it and keep ready for future expansion. So these are the minimum recommendations definitely we need to follow to take care of the monitoring the complete edge data center activities.
Okay, great. Mr. Satya, thanks a lot for your insights, appreciate it. We do realize that this is such an interesting, engrossing session. So many insights have come up. We are running short on time, clearly. So what I will do is, there are two important topics that we have to cover just to make this comprehensive, and I will highlight that. And my request to the panelists will be just 3 bullet points. If you could respond, that will be fantastic. So one question is to Mr. Ojha. For the edge data center, what we are clearly seeing is that certainly it's an ecosystem play, from the telcos to the tech players, to cable cos, to government infrastructure players, and so on and so forth. So how do you see this ecosystem play, and what do you think are the key imperatives for this ecosystem to make edge data center a success? 3 bullet points, please.
So I'll try to be as precise. So what we are trying to create is, we are trying to create a technology ecosystem. We are partnering with AI players to provide those kind of cookie cutter verticalized services which can be delivered.
Okay, why don't you use this mic here?
Which can be delivered through the edge data centers. So again, I'm saying that the app modernization apart, those AI cookie cutter verticalized solutions. For example, there is a company, it is happening for the first time in India, that we are trying to put legal solutions on AI platform. So even if a small guy sitting in a tier 3 city needs to send a legal notice, for example, some problem, he cannot. And that AI will generate in one minute or 30 seconds. So we want to create those kind of cookie cutter verticalized solutions, and that can help to penetrate and create new market avenues for monetization purpose. End of the day, it's all about money as well, let's face it. And to my mind, we need to create those comprehensive associations with telco, who will provide the bandwidth, with the application providers like what we are trying to do, the data center and cloud providers like us, who can provide that infra, both physical and digital, all put together can create that verticalized solutions which can create new market dimensions and need.
Fantastic. Yeah, very precise, very pointed. Thank you, Mr. Ojha, for the response. We come to the last question or last point in this panel discussion. And I want to highlight once again, we will then after that, we will throw open the floor, and we have a set of few questions, curated questions, and I will thereafter request this forum, this audience to respond, and we have a few token rewards as well. So the last question of the session comes up, and this is for Mr. Lalitji. Again, a few bullets, if you could please share regarding for this whole edge data center revolution to take place in India, India taking the lead, as many of us are of the view. How do you see that from a regulatory policy wish list? Possibly one or two wish lists that you have, you think, which will really drive and put this edge data center on steroids, please.
Yeah, so I'll just talk about one, which is trying to build India as a transit hub, a global transit hub. Today, most of the global transit hubs are countries like Singapore and UAE, and you have seen, what is the economic growth these countries have seen, and India is right in the center of being a transit hub. So if the policies are written in such a way that it's easier for people to come and set up the global businesses, where they are probably just serving neighboring countries or moving in and out of India, I think that would be a great.
Thank you so much, Lalitji. Once again, a big thanks to all the experts, industry leaders, regulatory luminaries on this forum. Thank you so much. Let's quickly move on, to a set of few questions. As I was saying, we have a set of 3 questions that we wanted to pose, and the request will be to the audience, if you want to respond, please do put your hand up, and then we come to you. One of the ladies will hand you over the mic, and you could please respond. As I said, there is a small token reward, for each correct answer. The first one is, in India, if you could give a number around the data centers and the current capacity or supply of data centers, core data centers is okay in India at the moment.
My question is addressed to my mentor, Alka Asthana madam. She was telling about driverless cars. Just to apprise, last week in RB College of Engineering, driverless cars were launched along with consortium with Wipro and Indian Institute of Science. However, they have failed to be launched on Bangalore traffic roads, and data centers have crippled down. So, any solution for that as an architect point of view in future to come?
Sorry, but is your question about operational challenges?
Yes.
So I don't think any operations of this scale can be a, let's say, guarantee of any sorts from the panel side. But yes, there are SLAs which are in place, and a very ironclad SLA agreements which get into play whenever there is a solution of that scale, and then the dimensioning happens accordingly. So rest assured, this evolution of technical solutioning is based on SLAs and a proper dimensioning, and it is getting there very soon. Where, in fact, if you were to be doing surgery based on, again, this was a topic offline, on a remote basis, you need edge data centers which are very close, and there is no room for error, right? And no room for latency. So those are self-correcting networks and self-correcting solutions which are put into place.
So do I take it as a point that
in Europe,
to that point, from Europe we transposed one M2M where it was successfully, the BTS was successful. However, the pilot at Chandni Chowk had failed, which we in TCL had driven. With your solution, hopefully, I think we will overcome the operational challenges in future. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Any other questions if the audience has? My request is please ask offline. We will close the session very soon. My request to all you gentlemen, ladies, is please do ask offline. There'll be ample opportunity. But let's now go to a very, very interesting part of this discussion today, this panel discussion, this forum today, which is a set of curated questions. As I was saying, the question, once again, the first question is, any input if the audience has on the number of data centers today and the capacity of the data centers today, we could talk about core data centers. Yeah.
154 data centers.
Sorry?
154.
And do you have a view on the current capacity, please?
78 megawatt.
No. Anyone else, please? Particularly on the capacity, current capacity. Current capacity in gigawatt. In gigawatt, please. एक एक करके बोलिए, request gentlemen. That's correct. Current supply is 1.2 gigawatt. Can I have your name, please? Sukhdev Singh from BSNL.
So,
thank you, Mr. Sukhdev Singh. Let's move to the, okay, so, you know, there's a small
token, yeah.
There's a small token reward for you. Moving on, related question for this very, very engaging audience is, you know, could you please give us the regions where you find the maximum number of data centers in India? Obviously, it could be something like north, west, east, south. So please go ahead. In terms of the topmost, you know, regions where the data centers are located in India. Sabse pehle, I'm getting input from my co-panelists that someone has raised his hand. Kisne uthaya?
Yeah, it is mostly in Maharashtra and particularly in Mumbai.
So can you be louder, please?
Mike, please, sir.
I'm saying it is mostly in Maharashtra, particularly in Mumbai. Mumbai.
Maharashtra, Mumbai. And what is the second region, if you have a view?
I think it is maybe Chennai or Pune.
ठीक है. आप कह रहे हैं, आप कह रहे हैं West region, Mumbai, for example, and followed by Chennai, southern region. Is that what you're saying? Okay, fine. Can I have your name, please?
My name is Mudassar Altaf. Mudassar Altaf.
Mr. Mudassar? Okay. Thank you so much. That's the right answer.
Thank you.
So I'll request the ladies to...
Yeah, so we've already reached there, and thank you. Congratulations to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mudassar. Last question for this audience today. If you could talk about 2 or 3 materials used for cooling of data centers today. Today's, or even you could talk about little futuristic. Yes, please.
Microphone.
So it is water glycol-based coolant, and air is also used.
Sorry, what's the second thing you said?
Glycol-based coolant, PG25.
And in the beginning you said water.
Water, yeah.
Yeah. So clearly water-based cooling is there, and that derives the WUE in the data centers. And going forward with more and more AI and with more and more rack density, so definitely liquid cooling is one of the focus areas. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Can I have your name, please?
I'm Shyam Surve from Sterling and Wilson.
So Mr. Shyam, that's right, and I will request the lady to also give you an award.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So great. Thanks to the audience for being so attentive, so engaging. I know last session of the day, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I once again want to thank this batch of leaders on this forum. Thank you so much, Mr. Ojha, Mr. Lalit, Mr. Prashant, and Mr. Satya and Alkaji, and of course, Mr. Qayyum of TRAI chairing the session. Thank you so much, everyone, and it was a great engaging session. Thanks once again to the organizers Bharat Exhibitions and Broadband India. Thank you so much for inviting me, Priyobroto or Priyo from PwC, and of course, this esteemed panel. Appreciate the opportunity, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much. I must say it has been a very insightful session and very engaging in the end, especially, and huge amount of takeaways. May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly put their hands together. That is one way we acknowledge and thank our panelists for an incredibly interesting session. On behalf of Bharat Exhibition, we thank each one of them, and we would wish to present a memento. May I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Priyabhata Das, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Prashanto Buroy. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this evening and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Lalit Chaudhary. Thank you so much, sir. We thank Mr. Satyanarayan Reddy. And a big thank you to Mr. Kritikar Ojha. Kritikar Ojha. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Brigadier Anil Tandon to kindly join us onto the stage as we now present a memento to the moderator of the session. A big thank you to Mr. Priyabhata Das. Ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Alka had to leave, but we acknowledge her presence and we thank and we request Mr. Monish to come onto the stage and collect the memento on behalf of Ms. Alka. Once again, requesting both the moderator and Brigadier Anil Tandon to kindly present the memento to Mr. Monish, who is receiving it on behalf of Srimati Alka Silod Asthana. She had to rush out for a very important engagement. May I request everyone present on the stage to kindly step forward for a group photograph? With that, ladies and gentlemen, we not just conclude this panel discussion, we also conclude the conference today. Thank you so much for joining us for this annual conference, the Data Center India 2025, the 11th annual conference. We thank you for your valuable inputs. We thank you for your valuable time, most importantly. On behalf of Bharat Exhibition, we extend a heartfelt gratitude and request you all to kindly take care. I'm Sushmita, signing off from the podium and also requesting you to not forget to put your devices back to its ringing mode. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the confusion at the end. It's a very intriguing session for me because I keep running around from one corner to the other and I catch up with a lot of people. So I can't